There are no dogs today, and I am devastated. But at least we got some Hooney greeting us with that award-winning smile. Nice. We'll see if he and the rest of Dignitas can pick up the win as they face Hanser and the surging Golden Guardians. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS Countdown, where for 30 minutes we share some hot takes and hear from a Dignitas spokesperson until the timer reaches 0, and we jump into Champion Select. I don't know what that's all about, Mark.
Not official.
It's coming later in the show. A reminder that tickets for the spring finals are on sale in Frisco, Texas. Or rather, will go on sale February 21st. Apologize for baiting you there just a moment ago. Get your seats at SeatGeek.com. Friday at 10 a.m. PST. That's noon for those of you in Texas. Get the exact purchase URL from the LOL Esports Spring Finals article on lolesports.com. Now, TSM were unable to topple Cloud9's undefeated streak just yesterday, while to the surprise of many, except for maybe those within the org, Immortals now sits in second at 5-2. Dignitas and TSM, they sit at 4-3 in hopes of moving up in the standings, while Evil Geniuses and Team Liquid sit below Golden Guardians and 100 Thieves in 6. Yeah,
what year is
not what you probably expected to see here in Week 4 of the LCS. But in an attempt to continually challenge the aptitude of the desk's analysts, I'd like to bring back Not My Hot Take, where we will navigate takes not brewed by hours of research, but by one another. And first up is Mark.
All right.
What's your hot take, Mark?
I haven't seen it yet. Keith is being held back by FBI. That is my hot take. So, I mean, just look at that. What happened for the first half of the season? They had my boy Keith on Tom Kench. Not a good champion for an aggressive, hungry playmaker like Keith.
Yeah.
And as soon as they stop needing him to protect FBI, who can't position, as soon as they enable Keith to start popping off, they give him Thresh, they give him Nautilus. What happens? They've ripped off 2 wins, 1 wish against Team Liquid and Doublelift.
I have a real tough time arguing against that.
As soon as you unshackle him from Tom Kench and having to save FBI all the time, he's out there making plays.
I thought this was delusional at first, but now I'm starting to believe it.
Maybe it ain't so hot. Whose take was it? Maybe it's the super fresh one.
That was my take.
I did my best. I don't know if I sold anyone.
Well sold. All right, Crumbs.
Let's
Not
see.
your hot take, baby.
What is my hot take going to be? Reaper could coach any current LCS roster up to top 4.
Any
LCS roster, and he can. This is the man that has come out of SKT under the wings of some of the greatest players of all time, graced by Coma. Jack has given him an opportunity for 5 years to do whatever he wants. Any team that could pick him up could easily give the same results, and it's all because of him. I mean, he has been the coach of the split how many times at this point?
Not enough time.
Not enough. Exactly. Not enough time.
Yeah, he actually hasn't got it.
You think he could save Team Liquid?
He could save CLG.
4 times.
He could
Wait,
save
I was just told actually 4 times. That's more than I thought,
There you go.
to be honest.
Look
I
at
thought it
that.
was spurned more often.
5 years of coaching 4 times player of the split. I mean, you don't get a better track record.
Okay,
than
yeah, CLG, if you're in the market for top 4, that was my take. That was my take there. All right, and not my hot take, Doublelift will not make an all-pro team. Not a single one, not even top 3, and I'll tell you why. In part because he has approached this season with the attitude of defeat. You can see it in his eyes, and it's quite clear that he is a frustration for the rest of his team. You can see other people working around the map, but with the expectation of a guy who should smash lane, loses to the hard carry of Keith, as we just demonstrated.
Can't get
maybe I can't knock him that much for dying to the death sentence of the hard carry Keith in the bot lane. But the reality is that when you talk the talk and you win 4 championships in a row, I expect you to be winning those 2v2s, and he just hasn't done it. That's your hot take, I'm sure.
Obviously, I'm the only one. I'm surprised you didn't mention Sven and some of the other people popping off.
True. I could have gone with the route of who goes above him.
Right,
Which is
it would be everyone if he's not making it.
Literally
everyone. End of season probably.
Of course, until Reaper steps in as coach.
Yeah.
And then he coaches Doublelift back up onto an all-pro.
Reaper and Doublelift, that's how we would have won Worlds if just the two would get along.
Is that how we do it?
Yeah.
Who's moving over?
All right, well, it's really hard to buy into the hype for any of the teams at the bottom of the table, but thankfully, we've got Riv standing by to go in depth of narrative hell to be the devil's advocate.
Here's what you don't get. This is all going according to the script. You're just looking at it the wrong way. Don't worry about TL. They're just making sure they hit the bottom of the standings before their climb all the way back to first and a 5th title. Also, this is all according to the master plan for evil geniuses who said they're going to battle it out with Team Liquid, and you can't do that unless you're next to them in the standings. And Counter Logic Gaming, you must be completely devoid of hope before this team can win another title. That's what the spring season is all about. By the way, I hear all of you chanting Cloud9. Did you ever take basic science-ology? Clouds dissolve, people, and I bet 99% of you, no, 100% of you don't have cloud insurance. So don't let these narratives cloud your judgment. Now you can sound like you know what you're talking about. We'll be back right after this.
Riv, other way.
No, we'll be back.
Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, about 22 minutes away from that first game of the day. I'll be honest, for this edition of Jat Stats, I gave my cheat sheet to Appa, the golden retriever from yesterday, and I'm disappointed to now know that I cannot use him.
Yeah.
And so, hell, let's just see what happens. Jack, go ahead, take it away.
So slightly different today. I'll give a stat, I want a quick guess, and then I have 2 hints lined up to narrow it down afterwards. So the first question, 5 of the top 6 players in KDA in the LCS are C9 players. So who's the non-C9 player who's kind of snuck in to the top 5 KDA?
Top 5 KDA.
Santorin.
Ooh,
You said fast, I don't know.
Yeah, that was fast.
Okay.
Who's a high
Same
KDA?
team. Same team. That makes no sense. It's Smithy.
Smithy as well?
Okay, so here's the hint. It's an AD carry player.
Oh, so who's
Alltech.
Yeah, Alltech.
Alltech.
Immortals
Alltech.
ADC.
Okay, the next hint is it's a domestic AD carry player, but you all already got the question right.
Yes!
It's Alltech.
Hey, I like this new format.
All right.
I like this
Hints.
format.
Speed around.
All right, so with 159,321 damage in 7 games, this player leads the LCS in damage.
Power review.
It was PoE before, but I don't know if it's still true. He also has played 7 games. They didn't play yesterday.
Sven.
Yeah, that's a good
Who was
guess. That's a really
behind?
Because I think he wouldn't put this in if it were still Power of Evil. Somebody out damaged him.
It's also not
Crushing
DPM. It's also not
yesterday.
DPM. So longer games. I'm gonna go Kabe.
It's an AD carry,
Sven.
not Kabe.
Sven.
Here's a hint. It's not an import ADC.
Oh, it's Altec again.
Again?
It's
Altec
Altec again.
It's Altec.
All right.
I like the Altec type.
I was about to say, we
Yeah.
already have our first guess for question 3. You already know it.
okay.
It's a team where
I'm not even going to listen to the question.
35 blue buffs have been killed or stolen by this player.
Yeah,
This is the
Altec.
most across an LCS and LEC. Who is this player?
It's a jungler, right?
Closer.
Can I? It's a jungler, right?
It's a mid laner. That's
It's a mid laner,
Bjergsen.
Bjergsen, because we know how much he loves
Bjergsen.
blue buffs. Remember, we were looking at those blue buff statistics
Yeah.
a couple
Blue and
weeks
red,
ago.
too.
Second hint, they're Danish.
Bjergsen.
Bjergsen. Jensen.
It's Jensen.
Yeah!
Give the next hint if you were right.
Oh, you would have told
Yeah, I
me?
would've
Oh, I
told
thought
you
you just
right.
wanted to keep giving you hints. So I was like, I'm just going to keep going.
Bjergsen was right up there as well. He's really close, but it's actually Jensen.
I felt like it
blue
was
buffs.
a.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, that's a fun
like
new
the
version
hint
of
for
Jat Stats. I like that.
We got better at
Fast-paced
it.
and fun. All right. Well, for some people who invested in the LCS stock market, it was a dark time. It can be really trying. So Azael is here with a way to help.
Hey LCS fans, I'm here to talk to you about something a little bit serious. Recently, havoc struck the league when Tropical Storm Keith devastated the Team Liquid bot lane. Category 5 death sentences decimated the stocks of some of the on-air talent you know and love, and also Mark. The harm this has done to stock portfolios is unprecedented, with certain analyst portfolios almost entirely wiped out. Did you know 1 in 3 casters lose their home each split? I sure didn't when I took this job. Thankfully, there's a way for you to help. Your spare stocks can help a caster in need, like Kobe or Mark. No donation is too small nor too big, whether you only have a couple of spare CLG laying around or you're ready to change a caster's life with a donation of some C9. Every single donation goes directly to someone who desperately needs your help. You could be the reason someone's LCS stock market is saved.
Azael, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Didn't you also invest in Team Liquid?
No. I won last split. No, I wouldn't. No. Do we have any more sad pictures of Kobe? Can we get those up there? Anything helps. Call now.
Sure. All right. Well, hey, I'm glad to see that he's doing something nice, a little charity work there. We might have to find a system or an avenue for some
looks
of you guys to get
very
back.
happy now
Very
compared to
dejected. How
what
are you
he was
feeling
now.
about the relief fund that was just set up for you, Mark?
I just have to look at the prediction pineapple.
Can you remember?
Find some solace.
remind myself.
Find some solace
I
in the
do good
prediction
work
pineapple.
sometimes.
Over 2 weeks ago, they were laughing at me for going
Oh,
CLG.
yeah.
Look at them now, begging.
Who
for
didn't
stocks.
From your ivory tower, does it feel
I've got
good?
11 CLG. Someone want a CLG? Still not losing as much as the Team Liquid. Ooh.
Well, have you considered donating?
No, I
Consider it, my friend.
Give me a CLG. I'll
And while you consider that, I'll let y'all know that MasterCard is giving away a trip to the spring finals. There are 2 ways to win. Either purchase RP using your MasterCard or save that card in the league client. Both ways automatically enter you to win. Get that set up during the break, and we'll catch you here for more Countdown. Yes, hello? Is this the LCS Stock Relief Fund? Yeah, I'd like to make a donation. Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, narrowing in towards that first game of the day. The Academy Showcase is back tomorrow, but games will be starting a half hour earlier at 1:30 p.m. PST. Exactly. Set that watch. Set the alarm. Reminder, though, to tune in after those games for your President's Day festivities, where Tigris, Mark, and Prolly will be guiding you through Monday Night League. Then, shortly after, Riv and Avli will be joined by Meteos, Papa Smithy, Cody Sun, and Nade Shot from 100 Thieves on the Bud Light League Lounge on twitch.tv/Bud Light. That is quite a lineup. Let's turn to our schedule for the day, see what we got lined up. Game 1 has Froggen looking to take down his former team in Dignitas versus Golden Guardians. Then Team Liquid aim to pick up a much-needed win versus a struggling Counter Logic Gaming, with FlyQuest Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy shortly after Game 4. After their victory yesterday, Mr. Dignitas held a press conference to assure any concerns.
First off, I want to say that what you saw against 100 Thieves goes to show that everything is going according to plan. We are competing for a championship, and I hope it will put a stop to the needless hunt for these empty scoops. I will now take relevant questions.
Mr. Dad, over here.
You on the left.
So what went wrong with the drafts in the losing streak, and what are you doing to prevent that from happening in the future?
First off, I don't think anything went wrong in the drafts, and I think that's preposterous that you would suggest that. It is merely a growth opportunity towards our championship future.
Yes, you. Are you concerned with your team getting overconfident enough to go on an 0-3 winning streak only after beating bottom teams?
I see no problem with confidence. Next question.
Mr. Dignitas, Dash from the queue.
Sure.
When does Acadian start?
Acadian currently starts in the Academy League. Thank you for your question.
Mr.
Yes, you.
Mark with Hotline League. Why an owl?
Owls are sweet. Next question.
Crumbs from Solo Q Super Show. Any plans to cleanse the Dignitas Baron curse?
I actually don't know what you're referring to.
One more, right here. Have you considered that your Academy team is better than your LCS team?
I think that would be a great problem to consider, but no, I have not, because our LCS team is the best. Any more questions? All right, I hope that clears up any misconceptions. I'll see you next time.
I noticed there when I asked about the draft, he said the drafts were fine, which means it must have been the players' fault they went 0-3. So that's some front office putting it on the players.
I'm also going to share some agreement with Mr. Dignitas. I also don't know what the Dignitas Baron curse is.
No, you were totally unaware?
Never heard of that.
Never experienced it?
We weren't there?
I have no insider knowledge.
What reporter would be coming up with nonsense?
Fair enough.
I see why he had to hold a press conference. There's lies being thrown around.
So many lies misconceptions being shared. Well, Dignitas and Golden Guardians, they both come off of wins that had their mid laners surprise us. For Froggen, drafting that Ornn mid, and then for Golden Glue, picking up player of the game on Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Froggen is going up against Golden Glue today, who replaced him on Golden Guardians, but he has been really, really good over the course of this year. He did have that bit of a slide during their 3-game loss. A lot of it was on different champions. The Echo didn't look great against PoE. Some of those things were not what we expect out of Froggen. The Ornn also not what we expected, but I do like to see that he's not scared off trying new things, especially once we've already seen it kind of work for others. We've seen the Ornn mid starting to get flexed around. It does look pretty good.
I love that about the Ornn because it's now allowing Froggen's champion pool to be synergistic with the team in the draft. You no longer have to save his pick for last pick. He can actually pick something that you can flex around, and he can influence the draft a little bit better than just demanding a last pick.
And while we talk about that featured matchup in the mid lane, I think it's also important to jump down to the bot lane and talk about, for the Golden Guardians, FBI. I mean, this guy,
as much as I was memeing him at the start of the day, I actually
holding back Keith.
I was kidding, all right?
If he would just stop holding back Keith.
Look at these replays. He was great. He kept flying in first on Kai'Sa, making sure to not actually get caught out of position, often baiting cooldowns from opponents. He had a fantastic game on the Kai'Sa, and this is what I like out of their bot lane. I was saying that Tom Kench was because of FBI. Who knows why, but either way, just more aggressive champions. Champions who can make their own plays happen with some agency, like a Thresh, like a Kai'Sa. These kinds of things that can go in when they see an opportunity, because that's what Golden Guardians said in their video was, we want someone who can punish mispositionings and actually be aggressive, and that's why they chose Keith, and we're starting to see that.
I really expect Golden Guardians to be better now that 10.3 has come around, and Senna and Aphelios are in a different spot with experimentation with the Kai'Sa, the Ezreal coming around a lot more with Immortals as well. So I think that more variety in the bottom lane should let Keith and FBI mess with more picks to be in a more comfortable spot.
And at the end of the day, it's just cool to see a player that an org has chosen to invest in heavily finally find his stride, right? Last year when he was picked up, there was some kind of conversation around this is young talent that we're going to invest some serious time into working into a late game carry.
Right, and the only thing we have to couch it with is it was against CLG yesterday.
Yes.
And so now going up against Afro and Johnson, they have to, put on...
Johnson, another really hot rookie, right?
Right, we want to see a similar performance now against a stronger bot lane and team as a whole in Dignitas to really cement that FBI and Keith are starting to turn that corner and figure out how they're going to work together.
Absolutely fair. And while FBI is stepping up, I will recall all the way back to the beginning of the split where the conversation around Golden Guardians was closer is stuck in Elo hell.
Yeah.
But I wanted to really figure out and pin down how good this guy actually is, right? And so where would you two rank him individually now that the team is on the up and up?
Well, I think
Where'd you put him?
I put him above literally every jungler except Xmithy.
You put him
You're
above
number two?
Blabber?
You're number
and
two
let me
jungler?
tell you why. Because my criteria is solid here. My criteria as the jungler is your team. What are you working with? If anything this season, we have learned the impact of Niski and Svenskeren. How much of that was actually Niski? The jungle role really is dependent on your supporting cast. I think that Closer has one of the weakest supporting casts for what he is performing. Look at Blabber. His team is stacked. Look at what Closer is working with, yet he's still aggressive, he's still getting results, and Xmithy is the only one that I say, you know what, his supporting cast is also not up to the level that Blabber is, and so because of that, because we have more time with Xmithy, I rank him above Closer, but it's just amazing that this guy is still level-headed, not tilted, and still leading the team with what he's been giving.
Okay. I'm down with the idea that, junglers do have to work with their team more than anyone else, and your performance will be kind of indicated by that. But above Blabber?
Yeah.
It's not like you get credit because your team's bad and you haven't done anything. How about you give credit to the guy actually doing the stuff with a good team? I understand he has a good team, but he's still out there actually making this happen. He is still...
Where did you put him?
I put Closer 5th.
Whoa.
So, but that means,
That's
so
top
that
half
means
the
you have
league.
more than
Yeah.
Smithy and Blabber ahead of him.
Right. I think Dardoch has been in a similar play style. He's been really aggressive. I've seen more things out of his jungle pool to help the team, whereas Closer plays Jarvan and Lee for the most part.
Okay.
He does have other champions. I have no way saying he has a small champ pool, but he hasn't been sacrificing the way I've seen first pick set getting flexed to jungle to set up Broken Blade for counter picks and things like that. I had Santorin up there as well. I think when you talk about not a ton going on with the team, I look at FlyQuest, and they're similar to Immortals to me, where there's no one who jumps off the page as this guy's carrying this team, and yet FlyQuest is another one of these teams that's surprisingly doing pretty well. So similar idea. I think Closer and Santorin was really, really close for me, though. That was just kind of like,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, that's very different.
I'm very different.
Well, I'm sticking to the opinion I had the first day I saw him.
I appreciate and respect both of the rankings. I think that's a very optimistic take there, Crumbs.
Really?
I think so. I agree on the Blabber point. That's the big one for me. I could totally see the argument over Dardoch or Santorin. But Blabber?
Listen, I think Blabber is
Highest win rate all time.
he had the highest kills coming
Currently
into the week.
7-0.
Yeah. Also has how many former champions on his team?
Not that many.
Not that many now.
Well,
Niski,
okay, not that many.
LCS.
Ah! Sven?
He's got
one.
He's got one.
One.
One's
Excuse me, Crumbs. I have to ask.
How many did Hunter have? How many did Hunter have?
Crumbs, I have to ask for your analyst card back. Excuse me, sir. Please submit your analyst card.
I've lost it. I've never had it.
He forged it.
Oh my God, where do we go from
One's
here?
got Keith, the other one's got Vulcan.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
I mean,
for the jungle.
True, I do. I think
Yeah.
that is a valid argument. I think the argument about the pieces around them is a valid argument. But even with that, Blabber's the one person I still think is outperforming Closer. I'm okay with the Dardoch, with him being over Dardoch and him being over Santorin.
It was a tough one, but I
think it's cool.
wanted the spice.
It's cool, man. It's cool. I'm totally flustered by where this went. But with the game coming up in not too long, let's go ahead and get your win conditions on the board. Crumbs, you get Dignitas.
Yeah, Dignitas, okay, they have to come up with a way to win here. I like what they did yesterday, getting really creative with the draft, so getting an advantage, whether it's having a snowball comp or frogging on something else. So I think that's the one thing. And the second one, shut down Closer. Shut down Closer. What I was just talking about.
Second best.
So here's exactly how I think you should play against Closer. Pick champions that have ability to collapse into the jungle very quickly. So picks like Zoe, Ornn, LeBlanc in the mid lane, the second the jungler comes in, they can instantly collapse. Top lane, champions like Camille, bot lane, champions like Leona, just very quickly get into the jungle and purge Closer out of there because all he's trying to do is mess with your jungler. Also, if you can, pick Soraka.
Yeah, that's
Both of us. Both of us are like,
can we put that on
Homework?
from here on out? Go ahead and pick Soraka.
Yeah.
What's the answer for
Obviously,
Golden Guardians?
throw me in the Soraka camp as well.
Right.
But for me, I would also say Keith and FBI, you already heard me preaching about them on aggressive champions. Would like to see that again, especially since Afro still has a little bit of that lingering, sometimes slightly out of position, moving on his own and gets picked off. I would like to see them have the opportunity to actually follow through on those, as well as Closer. He's amazing. Get him a good matchup. Maybe it means even going the Olaf and some of the Soraka empowerment comps if they want to do something like that. I would love to give more resources to Closer, however you can manage to do it. It is hard to funnel things into the jungle sometimes. You are kind of the team's servant sometimes, but not in this case. I want him to be the playmaker.
All right.
Kind word, servant. I thought
For
more
a guy who's power ranked 5th, interesting win condition. Just saying that, Mark.
Don't ask where I put
I gotta
Greg.
help out my boy Crumbs too. All right?
Don't ask where I put Greg.
I need all the help, man. I'm not a real athlete.
Fair enough. Going into your predictions for the day, you guys did disagree on one match, and that will be the subject of our weekly wager today. You can see it there at the top of the list.
First one.
Whoa.
Well, bam! It's Dig versus Golden Guardians.
No, dude, no.
And gentlemen, it is going to be a fun weekly wager because the loser of this weekly wager will have to wear a cone for the next segment.
Is it to stop us from biting ourselves? Or like, what do we?
Right, I don't know. It's to save you from yourself, the same way it is to save you from the dog.
Okay.
But,
Why couldn't this happen yesterday?
you still feeling confident?
Why
about
wasn't it
your...
yesterday?
We always wait for Crumbs for the weekly wagers.
all right.
Probably never gets in on it. Are you feeling confident
Well,
in your prediction?
yeah, I think so because Golden Guardians has Closer.
Because Golden Guardians as Closer.
And they're not going to let Dig get Soraka.
I think it's funny that we have each other's win conditions, but then we predicted the other way.
That's the odd thing.
I know, it was perfect.
I think the soul laners for Dignitas are too good, and I think will be a big problem. I agree about the jungle mismatch, but I don't know if that's 1 out of 4 positions is enough to put it in their favor for me.
I think in general, we should just acknowledge that this should be a close matchup. Should be a very exciting one.
Crazy one. I mean, these two teams, by winning here, you establish yourself as upper echelon team. You are in the top scrim blocks, right? Because you have the scrim hierarchy. Either you're good, you play with the good teams. This is for being in the good
TL's
scrim
in the scrim hierarchy right now, huh?
They're like, oh, we're against our main scrim partners.
We're playing Dignitas Academy, not Dignitas.
Brutal. 4-3 Dignitas, 3-4 Golden Guardians, as Crumbs mentioned. This would be a big win for either of these teams being so close in the standings that it can really create some separation. We've called out, of course, Closer as a star for Golden Guardians, but that mid lane matchup in particular, Froggen against his replacement on Golden Guardians, who will come out on top there? And can FBI and Keith keep it going down there in the bot lane? Riv and Kobe are standing by to get us into Champion Select, so we're going to hand it off.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I'm so glad I'm not in on that today. You usually are in on the weekly wake.
I feel like that's an easy one. The one where I had to eat the spicy sauce, that was way worse. Wearing a cone on your head for one segment.
Easy. Child's play over there. Well, this is going to be a spicy game, as they said, and I'm looking at the bot lane for this. Johnson and Aframu versus FBI and Keith, who are feeling pretty good. They may be feeling themselves after that game over Team Liquid. The Golden Guardians was able to win, and can Johnson and Aframu answer back? We heard the analyst desk talking a bit about Closer, so eyes on him this game as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and I also like how the changes to Senna, pushing Senna more towards support. Have actually mixed up a lot of the bottom lane picks. We're even seeing the Kaisa sprinkled back in as FBI showed himself earlier today. And Keith has started to make a lot of big plays for the team and kind of come into his own a bit on the LCS stage here in the support role. Another big one for me, though, is definitely going to be Froggen for Golden Guardians.
All right.
He does over 30% of the team's damage, second highest of LCS mid laners for their teams. Only Power of Evil does 0.1% more for his team.
That matters, though.
And Froggen also has 3 solo kills so far this year. Definitely has been a very big part of the successes of the team. So maybe we'll see a lot of that jungle pressure circling around there. I would think if you head into Champion Select versus Froggen and versus this team, especially since Froggen was on Golden Guardian. You know, this is ex-team. They know very well his tendencies and his champions. I don't think that Golden Glue should be playing something like a LeBlanc into Froggen, because Froggen is very accustomed and happy to play those control mages into LeBlanc and defensively outperform the LeBlanc early, not give up kills, and then outscale that champion. So I would rather have Golden Guardians head for something like the Zoe or Syndra for Golden Glue, and we'll see if they actually get to this point. A lot of the bans have been actually switched up also, since Kali was taken off the permaban list as well, and we're seeing some top lane focus here, as well as Lee Sin banned away from Closer. Definitely one of his better champions.
So there's Lucian taken away, so that's not going into the top lane for Huni either. Elise does get picked up, so Greg can have some comfortability in the jungle. And we'll see what Golden Guardians feels like they can prioritize as a 1-2.
And throwing down an Elise early pick as well gives away a couple things for Dig. They want to go early pressure, but also the possibilities of things like Kiana and these AD threats. Jace even a possibility on 310 as well. But, oh man, Ornn already picked up here for Golden Guardians, and they've got some team fight set up, Riv.
I like this, because we did see Froggen play this in the middle yesterday, so
True.
they can flex Ornn, if you will. Gangplank's going to get locked in for Huni, one of his favorites. As they still have a hover on this one, but I don't see why not. Maybe they wait for later, they give it to Golden Guardians to think about, but it's locked in.
Yeah, because like we talked about, the AD threats really empowered by the AP jungle here of Elise picked up early. So they want to grab Huni, his go-to carry champion for the top side, especially with Rumble receiving several nerfs on 10-3. Took some power out of the scrap shield for him. A little bit lower priority there as we've seen him kind of drop out. Misfortune for Johnson on the bottom side. And when you have a Gangplank on the top side, that definitely sets up some big AoE plays possible for Dig on the bottom side of the map. So it looks like they agreed and maybe focusing around that 2v2.
Some pirate synergy. You need a pike in there now. You get all Bilgewater. Could be a good spot for a Braum on the side of Golden Guardians as they get through supports here to stop the MF, but then you're kind of just made to sit back in lane. So we'll see what Golden Guardians goes with. They did pick up the Jarvan for the final pick of our first phase as we go into the second phase of bans.
All right, so they don't want to let Froggen play LeBlanc, but I think they also are in the camp. They don't want to play it themselves, so they do agree. They ban out the LeBlanc here. It's kind of hard to throw more bans at Froggen, though, because he plays so many champions. See if Golden Guardians want to respond with some solo lane focus of their own, or if they actually want to start targeting supports, because Aphelios, very well known for not doing so well if you don't have some defensive support for yourself. Braum and Tahm Kench both still available.
Yep. 15 seconds left as they run down the timer on this one to make sure they are getting every single possible thought through. And right down to 0 on this one. They're going to ban the Nautilus. They feel like the engage coming from that will be a little bit worse than the Braum. What does Dignitas have now on the left side? Dignitas the one at 4-3 for this game.
I would honestly ban the Zoe, but they go with the
Zoe or Syndra.
Yeah, they go with the Syndra instead. So I think that should be the Zoe pick for Golden Glue, because that feels so much more versatile, especially in the current meta. It's one of the blind picks that feels really good. I don't think that Dignitas will feel too bad about it. Golden Guardian's going to save their solo lane pick till last so they can see what Froggen goes with. The Golden Glue try and counter. The Leona Misfortune classic matchup. Leona, plenty of lockdowns there with the CC, and extra damage comes through from Sunlight. So that plus Gangplank is a recipe for success.
The hover coming out. I also always love Leona versus Thresh lanes because it's a game of can you hit the flay or are you going to miss the flay when I Zenith Blade. Once you get level 6 with Leona, you're just into the fight. But those early levels can really decide what happens down there with the engages between the supports. Orianna is going to be locked in for Frog. He gets another play on the Lady of Clockwork. And Diana gets locked in on the side of Golden Guardians.
Full steam ahead here for Golden Guardians. Some melee divers for themselves. Diana behind the Jarvan is quite nice, because if they get that Ornn engage, you get Cataclysm to hold people in place for the second activation of the Ornn ultimate. And Diana's ult now, that they've changed it, all this AoE damage comes crashing around when you're able to group up and lock down the enemy team.
Yeah.
This could be a very big AoE synergy here for the Golden Guardians. But of course, like we mentioned, there's a lot of possibilities here for Dig, especially if they do focus with their ultimates onto the bottom half of the map pretty early on. And that is what you want to lead to Dragon Control.
We do have those ultimates. The omnipresent one from Gangplank going up against the side of Golden Guardians. I'm excited to see what happens in the mid lane as well as the bot. This Diana versus Orianna can be quite a skill matchup. Once Diana gets 6, if she's roaming, you need to be able to follow her, or she might even just be killing the Orianna. That power becomes big, and Golden Glue loves to solo out champions. But like you said, Kobe, Froggen with some of the most solo kills in that mid lane this split. We know he loves to go hard. I cannot wait to see what happens here. Hooney was saying he might bring out the Sona, but obviously not at the end of week 4 here, maybe sometime in the future. Gangplank versus Ornn on that top side. They should both come out pretty strong on that lane, so the fight phase will be awesome.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a funny matchup because they both scale really well. You know, Gangplank gets extra money, and then Ornn will be able to provide extra money as well for the team.
Never hurts.
Once he gets to the late game.
All right, we are on to the Rift for Dignitas versus Golden Guardians. And it is going to be quite a matchup. Again, bot side, Johnson and Alphamu versus FBI and Keith. How does this lane go out? Keith again on that Thresh. Will he be able to hit the minion hook that they can set up that Oso took down the TL bot lane and is talked about till this day? What a history.
It was a really good play, honestly.
Sometimes that's all it takes is a little thing you've seen a million times, but you don't use it all the time.
Yeah, I think they put out a special video on it even, actually, too. It was good communication. It is really simple, but, you know, the minion standing in front, that double wolf was standing behind. FBI kills it with the double up for Misfortune as Keith casts his death sentence, so they just talked about beforehand. Right through the minion, basically.
That's how I killed the Freak the first time in the Brawlers game.
It works really well. Sometimes people even used to take like Smite on Blitzcrank to do them themselves.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same sort of trick. People would lease in like the
Yep.
you know, Smite minions, throw the Q through the minions, always able to catch people off guard. In this one, though, I am going to keep a very close eye on these junglers.
All right.
Because, again, some more stats looking at these two. Mark didn't want to talk about where he ranked Grig at the moment.
Oof.
But if you sort by KDA, then Grig will show up at the very bottom. The only one below him in KDA currently is Broxa off that one game of Team Liquid. So he has definitely had a rough time of it, even with the early success of Dignitas. See what Closer can do. Jarvan, very adept at getting out there early, and as we know, Closer actually has liked to play with Golden Glue a lot as well. So if you get red buff here, he actually skipped Gromp, so he's probably going to do maybe Krugs to get the level 3 on top side of the map.
So in that, to lead in and get your idea, would you say that's kind of appropriate for Greg, or do you think he's actually doing more behind the scenes that doesn't really reflect that KDA?
That's a rough one, man.
Okay, yeah, see? No, that's enough of an answer. It's been a year for him. He was playing a bit better. He says his wrist is feeling better, but still coming up with everything that'll help the early game for the team. Seems to be coming from more of the solo lanes, like we were talking about Froggen and Hooney, or the bot side. See, Greg can have a pretty decent game on this one. Already starting off on that Elise as he heads back towards.
I will say, one thing for Greg, his smites for the epic objectives is always on point. He's got a lot of Dragon steals, a lot of Baron steals to his name. Meanwhile, though, in the mid lane here, Orianna, Froggen doing a good job. If you watch his actual lane play, he positions himself in kind of a diagonal from Golden Glue, so he can throw that Q through the minions. Greg up to the bottom, and he's looking for some first blood money.
3, could be a flash here coming in. Keith's going to get some distance. FBI now and Sever him to get a bit of movement speed and healing in, as well as dishing out that damage to sever his opponents. And they're able to get out alive, but flashes are blowing on that bot side.
Yeah, and you got to count both sides of the flash trade here.
Yes, sir. Oh, we'll count later, as Froggen's going to be mid. There's another flash. We can continue counting with this game so far. Gold's even as no kills come out of both a bot lane and mid lane engaged from the junglers.
And it is really rough for Froggen to have the flash blown in this matchup. Diana can actually, with the changes here, you know the dash was moved to the E, so you can be more offensive earlier on. Huni waiting here with the barrel, though.
Nice shot, quick cocoon onto Closer. That's going to be the focus for the damage. Now onto Golden Glue as he's the caboose of the fight. But it doesn't look like too much more will be coming through for Dignitas on that. Good pressure in the lanes. You can kind of leave an Ornn by himself. He's not going to throw that in too hard, so Huni comes down to assist that mid lane.
And with all this aftermath, on the bottom side, actually more summoners were blown by Dig, offensively trying to go for the kill. Afro moved flash and ignited. And Keith was the only one on Golden Guardians who had to defensively flash out. So they weren't feeling too bad about that gank on bottom side and about the trade, especially since the minion wave ended up right in front of their turret, as you can see FBI. But the teleport right back to lane. Let's see if Grig can actually get the cocoon.
Oh, Volatile Spider immediately to alert that he's there. And Golden Glue heads towards his jungler side as Closer is hanging out mid, expecting something tricky to happen.
Trying to break the freeze right there. Grig doesn't want to let Golden Glue keep it in front of the turret. It's a really big minion wave, so there's no way you can tank all that damage. Closer through a ward here, though.
Super active junglers this game. I'm loving it. A hook comes out, can easily be walked away from. Johnson shouldn't have to do too much here, but drops some bullet rain. And they should be able to get him out. So much crowd control, and Afro gets locked up for first blood. A relentless Golden Guardians continues the auto attacks to keep him down.
It's Keith's big brief once again. Closer is on a ward, so it feels like both Afro and Johnson were just looking at Closer on that ward.
Yeah.
And Afro just kind of walks away from the brush that Keith was in. He walks up, lands the hook there with the easy movement, lanterning him in. And even though Afro gets a good E over to the other side, he still has the play. So they finish off the kill before Grig arrives. That is a rough one because they did have information that Closer was there, but Keith able to land the death sentence. And no jukes means that is a first blood cash-in for the Golden Guardians.
And I really like the patience he had there, too. A lot of threshes will go in, you hit the Q, you're right next to him, you flay. Held it, he knew Closer could walk in, get the flag and drag, and then flay. A lot of Fs and drags and flags. That was a tough one. But with that play, you can kind of see Keith feeling more comfortable in the support position, ready to make plays, and Golden Guardians is going to put resources to that bot lane to make it happen.
Yep, only possible downside you could say would be, oh, the kill credit actually went over to Keith, so he did get the lion's share of the money.
Ruined.
But that's just going to go fund his mobility boots here, as you see. Possibilities for Keith roaming will come up pretty soon. With First Blood, he did invest it all in that. And Thresh is actually a very good roaming support. So let's see if he actually goes around and helps out the rest of the team. Currently, they're holding the minion wave very carefully in a nice spot, pushing towards them, which allows Closer to be on the top side, grabbing Scuttle, and see if they can get some priority. Maybe Huni will be a possibility of a dive option here. They pushed him in, but just get some deep wards for themselves, as you can see on the Wolf camp right there. Golden Glue went real deep to try and keep track of. Great.
I think that wave you were talking about that got pushed into Golden Glue, when Grig pushed it, had a lot of different health on the minions. You can see the wave Froggen cleaned up, put him about 2 waves up over for Golden Glue. So that really helped out in the early game with that chaos in the mid. Hopefully it keeps Froggen safe here, as his flash being down, as we said, gets pretty dangerous against the Diana. Little blue buff trade here. Well, looks like Closer will take that, just making sure that nobody was going to be over there as well.
And look what it's traded for, though. Grig gives up on the blue buff, knows he's been invaded on top side, and goes for the early dragon. Now, Cloud Drake in itself isn't going to be a huge boost of power right now, but if he can secure it, and they're able to make the bottom lane play that we're talking about in Champ Select, where we go, oh yeah, Gangplank ultimate plus Misfortune and Leona ultimate should be a very big play for them on the bottom side. If you already stacked your early dragon, trading it for top side priority with that invade, this could lead to a possible win condition for Dig in stacking up there.
BF sword in for FBI. It's going to be a quick Doran stack with a long sword for Johnson. They'll stay safe until he needs to ult in this lane. You don't really want to start trading with an Aphelios and a BF sword. Good push up by Keith, so they keep protection on the bot side. And we'll have to see where that next advantage comes from either of the junglers, or maybe a solo kill in lane. Looks like farming for now on both top and bottom. Huni versus Poncer, 63-74. Huni only missing CS because he left that lane for the early engage on this, but I'm still waiting to see if Poncer gets a good TP play in here to follow what could be the cannon barrage from Gangplank.
Yeah, and the CS on the bottom side too, after the gank and successful disengage from Golden Guardians and then return kill as Closer came by. That's also resulted in some extra CS and power for the Aphelios, who, when you get your BF sword by to actually match all this flat attack damage that Misfortune goes for with this more inefficient Doran stacking that we've seen from a lot of them do, because once you sell your Dorans later, they sell back for a weaker price.
I love it. He's got the Chakram stack off of the passive. You can stack up to 20 the last 5 seconds, but you have to keep hitting an enemy right in front of the turret. It's going to be the combo, but it's not enough to take down Keith. And FBI continues the Calibrum Crescendum stack.
Oh, top side, Rift Herald fight. They're actually going to trap him.
That's going to be the Shockwave coming in. They're on to the middle lane now. Froggen looks like he could have a big problem here. Over the wall goes Golden Glue, finishing the final auto attacks, and the fight's still on the top side with Grig and Haunter as he gets the Brittle stack down. Haunter now gets stopped in from Huni's damage, and it's a 3v1 for the man in the top lane. It doesn't look like they want it right away, and Huni is standing tall right now.
Grig actually still behind them. Does he want to risk flanking? I don't think so.
Wow, Huni is making Golden Guardians walk the plank straight up river, and he's going to just take his own lane back. That's amazing.
Respect the Pirates.
Seriously.
Now, so many things went on at the same time there. That bottom lane play would have been the level 6 kill that we're talking about, where Johnson and Aframu went all in on Keith with the double ultimates under tower. If they had been able to use Gangplank ultimate there also, it would have killed Keith off. But because the Rift Herald play was on at the same time, Huni had to use his ultimate on the Rift Herald play to try and chase them off of that, even though it ended up still being Closer getting the Rift Herald.
Good point.
They try to use it to win the top side as well, and in the end, they don't get kills on either point. And you get the added hilarious benefit of Huni chasing off 3 members.
Sunfire cape to his now purchased Sheen in lane, so while he gets the damage upgrade, it's also going to be hitting a brick wall still with Haunter. Closer back into his jungle to farm up. Both junglers keeping it a pretty good clip with Closer's assist towards that bot lane of the map. We haven't seen too much action otherwise, and they could make a repeat gank with the flashes being down on that side.
All right, trying to get some wards up here. Golden Guardians don't want to let Stig stack those dragons like we were talking about from the earlier play, so some wards behind the pit leading up to it, as well as trying to control the river here. They also got Scryer's Bloom to actually proc on Grid there, as Closer went in to throw that one down. And since Golden Glue pushes the wave, you get some mid priority. Yeah. That allows you to come in for the jungle invade here. Easy enough, but it is in full vision of Dig. They know that Golden Glue's got to be going there.
That bot lane, one of the lanes I was looking at this game, FBI is 117 to the 93 of Johnson. MF still able to put out quite a bit of power, but those items have to be finished, and I think they're just duking it out in farm right now. It seems like it's going to be a bit of a longer laning phase for them. Is we didn't even see bot lane coming up for the Rift Herald. They were still just toying with the engage of Leona and Thresh on the bot side, trying to protect their supports. Here they may come up for a bit of a tussle in the jungle. Grig looking at a lot of Golden Guardian members right now, and he's going to drop right into that frying pan. A few more shots, and he will go down. FBI picks up a kill from the bot side as they had priority, and Dig pushed into their turret.
Yep, again, it's all about the setup, Riv. Golden Glue did the exact same thing. Push up mid, then come in for the invade. And Grig sticks around, and not only that, you know, the bottom lane also came up, but Grig sticks around to go and try and go for the smite fight. Closer immediately punishes him for it. He knows Grig has no flash from the Rift Herald fight there. When you're in this situation and you don't have lane priority on either side of your buff, you got to give that one up. Then he uses the Rift Herald afterwards. True damage finishes off the entire thing. Golden Guardians will not only get the red buff, the kill on the jungler, the bottom tower, all of the turret plates, but also your mountain dragon.
That's smart. I'm like, hit that last plate, but he's letting it kill more minions, so it pushes farther. All the smart plays coming in from FBI and GG's bot lane. And as you said, Mountain Drake, we are going to get a fiery rift as Inferno's about to change everything in this game.
So, I believe it was Crumbs who bet on Golden Guardians for this game for the?
Yeah, he was the only one,
I
right?
think
Yep,
he's
on the left.
I think he's feeling pretty good about how the early stages are going here.
Prophet Crumb's coming back.
Greg is going to try and go get the red buff back. Small consolation prize there after all of the rewards have already been taken by Golden Guardians off the map. And then once you take your bottom tower, swap your AD carry and support up to the top side. You know there's no more neutral objective in the Dragon for 4.5 more minutes here. Still for the Infernal Drake to spawn down there, so they can just rotate over.
Oh, good flash on the Solar Flare. That's really going to help. The Shockwave pulls Golden Glue back in. Frog in the middle of the fight as well. Which mid laner goes down first? They both drop, but it is going to be Golden Glue. As we see Haunter now coming into the fight to get a kill for himself. That's the Oran Horn, and the dinner bell is rung onto Afromu. They grab Leona, a nice hook coming in from Keith. It just does not end. The crowd control follow-up is not going to be there as Hooney starts to deliver the damage back to GG. As the marksman just firing back and forth on the top side. So much action on the top of the map, and we've yet to see them really participate in it.
Big teleport there by Haunter, and they actually make the call. Golden Glue turns around instead of escaping. He could have walked away from Afromu with that 200 HP or whatever that he was at, but they wanted to commit to get those extra kills, and in the end, they do get more out of it, even though Golden Glue does sacrifice his life here to make the turnaround. But this is how it all starts. You called it out live. That small second there where Golden Glue was able to get the flash away from the extra stun of the Solar Flare is everything. And since he goes back in, they do have the damage to finish off Frog in there. Haunter with the teleport in on the Ornn is able to secure the extra kill. And then Keith hits another hook here onto Grigg, slows him down with the box, and they're able to push him off and get some damage on the turret as well. All the while, their Golden Guardians duo lane up on the top side there. FBI was pushing ahead and still creating pressure on that turret. These outers are going to be not long for this world on the side of Dig.
20 CS differences traded between the mid and the bot lane, so you can kind of equal that one out. And top has really evened itself out as well. These turrets getting dropped, though. A lot of gold to be picked here by Golden Guardians as Dignitas, under their nose of Golden Guardians, starts the Rift Herald. We'll see how this fight ends.
Yeah, could be rough for them. Golden Glue's bottom, but he has teleport. So Golden Guardians can pull a pincer movement here if they decide to go for it, and they do have ults ready. The Ornn one is very close to coming off cooldown.
Can be the hit. Rift Herald goes down, going to grab the eye on the top side. It's going to be closer as the fight continues. That's a Gravitum ultimate that roots Dignitas, Cooney, and Greg. And now here comes the Oran Horn. He's just outside of range. It happens. It happens, and you hate to see it. Haunter was looking to just get that bit of distance with the ult.
The Ram has a pretty wide lane, and you can cheat it sometimes where like the back of Ornn's head is all that really has to be in there to get the connect, but he was well outside of his lane there, Riv. In the end, it doesn't matter because he was able to breathe fire on him and finish him off with the bellow there. But it was actually killed. That Rift Herald was killed by Dignitas and Grigg. In the end, nobody could actually go pick it up.
Yeah.
And it despawns quicker now than it did previously in 2019. Right. So they're able to defend the eyeball there, and nobody's able to pick it up on the side of Dig. So all this effort they put into starting up this Rift Herald, that just turns into a death for them. Here's the teleport channel we talked about. Closer goes in to try and contest it. Then Grigg's walking around over there. He doesn't quite step on the eyeball before flashing away. And then Haunter, as you know, is able to chase him down. Nobody else can really follow here. Golden Glue on your screen, kind of the distraction, ran into 4 of them and is able to work his way out. Doesn't quite have his stopwatch yet built up to try and combine for these Zonias either, so it was a little bit more of a dangerous play, but they dealt enough damage to Dig to chase him off there, and seems like Dig are completely out of sorts now. Golden Guardians are running this one.
Yeah, the fight comp they've put together here can pretty much just continue to overrun that front-end damage you would see from a Shockwave and whatnot. Yeah, they get displaced, but Haunter's still coming at you. Golden Glue's still trying to find his target, and that's a very scary fight when you think you've changed the kind of pace of it. What a fight there as well. Feeling for Haunter. I played a lot of Ornn lately. Know exactly what that feels like. You're missing your ult.
Stay in your lane, Riv!
It's tough.
This should be easy, though, because you mentioned it's very easy to pull off this team fight for Golden Guardians. So now that they have so much control, they can easily push in mid lane here. As you can see, Golden Glue already pushed up that top side. Dragon is spawning. It's an Infernal Drake. They should be able to pick it up without any retort from Dig.
I think it's got to be noted that Haunter's above Froggen here. You think of Ornn as a tank, but if he's hitting his brittles, he's hitting his skills, you are putting out a massive amount of damage. And Froggen still needs to get in a good team fight here, but to see Haunter coming up that big is definitely helping GG.
And that's only the taxable income. He's also got the non-taxable income of the Ornn item that he's going to upgrade himself. That's cash only there for Sunfire upgrades. Nobody really knows about that one. They don't really account for it in the graph. He would actually skyrocket to #1 right now.
Haunter just dealing with a fly on the wall. He feels it. Maybe they can close in on him. The team's on the other side of the map, but that would cause Dig a long chase and a lot of map loss and control right now. They stand tall in mid. Looks like they'll just start going for a few waves until the sides can get pushed up. And they get an engage. Maybe that's now saved by the lantern. They leave it out there for him, but they do get the ult out. That could be a nice engage coming in from Golden Guardians in the next minute or so.
Honestly, Keith here with another nice play on the Thresh. Able to get the lanterns in place as well as the hooks to land so far for this team. And Golden Guardians just firing on all cylinders right now. They don't have to pressure too much right now. Let's see if Haunter can actually get out of this one. He does currently have Cleanse from his spellbook, Flash and Cleanse. Very good at evading a 3v1 scenario, especially since he is so tanky. Also getting his second Ornn upgrade for himself already. Feels very secure down there. So all that Golden Guardians have to do to finish out this game is continue to push up these side lanes a little bit. They don't have to push them very far, by the way. You just do this little half push that Golden Glue did there, this half push that Haunter did here, let it walk into the turret. All you really need is that little bit of extra vision of the minions moving up and keep Dig kind of corralled in their own territory. And then you just wait for the neutrals to come help you win the game yourselves. Dragon stacking going to be quite easy for them. 3 minutes left on this next Infernal Dragon, and an Infernal Soul will be in the cards for this team.
Should have Crescendum Calibrum for that as well. Definitely tough to fight around. Aframu caught Ward hopping. We'll see if he can get out of this one. Still tanky. He's Leona, gonna have to flash. Now Flash and ult will be up soon, but they've been able to kind of get resources out of Aframu each time Golden Guardians tries to do something or kind of puts the bait onto the map. Now mid's gonna get pushed, and that'll be the final outer turret here for Dig if they can get it down.
Gangplank ultimate used here for Dig to try and defend it. And you can see the reasoning in that if the mid tower goes down, not only do they have to worry, well, Aframu's got no flash, remember.
Really? Oh, he can kill him! He can kill him! Oh my god, he hits the Ornn horn!
Strike! Woo! Yeah, pretty easy to hit it there on the no flash Leona, and the Baron is gone, by the way. Hanser just took aggro on half of the Dig team by soloing Aframu.
There's a hell of a lot of damage coming out of that man right now.
Yeah, when you got the Crescendum there for Aphelios, he becomes a Baron Assassinator.
Yep.
Melts right through it with the extra damage, and Golden Guardians well on their way to another victory for themselves in the LCS. This team has really started to shape up. So many analysts, myself included, had them ranked very low at the bottom of the standings coming in from preseason, looking at the rosters, but they have been able to fight their way up here after a fairly slow start, starting to rack up a lot of wins.
And definitely feeling good on a bit of a streak. Liquid into CLG. If you can take down Dignitas now, you're going to have FlyQuest next, which will still be a bit of a fight. But they are on a roll, and it seems like they're using that momentum here to continue moving forward. Haunter stepping up this game. Bot lane stepping up as well. We've seen it from everywhere on Golden Guardians, especially the jungle too.
Honestly, it really all turns around when this bottom lane started performing super well. FBI, last game, they were talking about the Kaisa jumping in, getting a lot of these kills. Keith has started landing his skill shots, is there with the Thresh Lantern, good positioning, saving people. And I think that Haunter was already performing well. That wasn't a problem for them. And you like to see that he can be that consistent Ornn presence for them as well. And the bottom side 1v basically 4, where he's catches out Aframu, draws the entire team away from Baron, opening up an effortless objective for the team. Just goes to show how much control they do have over Dig.
He already just had 3 hovering down towards him again. They're considering it, but then what did they lose on the other side of the map? Golden Glue's pushed up. They have the 1-3-1 perfectly going on the side of Golden Guardians now.
Yeah. And everything just coming crashing down around Dig now. They've got split push Baron active. 3 lanes at once are taking turrets, basically, as the Golden Guardians just ramp up.
And it becomes tougher. We were talking a bit about the pressure Haunter can create, and he's down there with still an outer line of turrets. If he did have to escape, he just walks to the bottom lane or right up to the mid lane where his team was. No turrets are taken down for Dignitas yet.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, the Golden Guardians lineup right now is also well equipped to dive. So even if you withstand all of this pressure right now and your inhibitor towers don't go down, they're still threatening. Look at this, Jarvan has Stoneplate already. The Cinderhulk Stoneplate Rush Jarvan can actually start things off. That being said, Haunter as well is ridiculously tanky on Ornn, so they have the possibilities of also forcing it, even if Dig try and play their super defensive huddle behind towers. We gotta farm for late. Maybe we can get a barrel chain onto the back line.
Yep.
There will always be options here for the Golden Guardians. And there you go, Dragon number 3, Soul Point acquired for the Infernal Soul.
Wow. And it just seems like a systematic shutdown as well that Golden Guardians is able to do against Dignitas. But Johnson sitting on 170 gold and trying to build up an Infinity Edge where there's 2 items finished on FBI. So you can just see Dignitas is sharing the CS so early, they're not even really able to get anybody items, not get kill items, not get turret
Can they
gold.
get a turret, though?
Maybe. It's not
do
going to
it.
finish those items they're looking for, though. It's tough. Pooney's going to be able to grab top, but it takes the team being there 25 minutes into the game.
Also, this is my ideal first teammate upgrade for an Ornn item.
The Infernal Edge?
Yeah, if you can get your AD carry, the first...
Molten Edge.
Exactly.
Sorry.
First upgrade there. Not only is Johnson already super rich because of the almost flame horizon he has over Johnson, FBI there, by the way. He also has the extra efficiency here of the gold upgrade onto the DPS carry for the team. So
And for a stopwatch still.
it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, it feels great for them. Like you said, the stone plates are there for the tanks to be on the front line and really absorb everything Dignitas has, and they could do that before. Now it's even harder. Dignitas just checked the real hard mode for this game. Golden Guardians 6-1, 26 minutes in, and as of yesterday, we've been getting some pretty fast games. Maybe Golden Guardians can do it again.
All right, let's set up the play then, because the exit plan here for Golden Guardians should be, don't overextend at all right now. Golden Glue just achieving level 16 now on the Diana. They already have this full line of wards up to Baron. And Baron is going to arrive in 1 minute. So all you have to do, push one more wave. That gives you that 30 seconds. Go over to the Baron. We know how fast they can melt it. See if round 2, actually, they can speed run their earlier Baron kill and beat their time, because it is so ridiculously dangerous for Dig to walk through that entire jungle, through all those wards,
Right.
into this team that has Thresh and Ornn that will pick you off, and the easy hard engage to finish off this team fight. So see if they can actually do it. They're grouping up on the Baron. One more minion wave to go. Golden Glue down bottom side with his teleport ready. Does finish off that minion wave, and they can start it up.
On to push and top. Let's see. We've been kind of waiting for all the ultimates to come together here for Dignitas. Can they get that cannon barrage with the bullet timeout from Misfortune? Quick clear.
Yep, waiting for the pick here. Do it!
Johnson, be careful, they're behind you. It's like that school play when you're a kid.
They're like, all right, I guess we'll take Afro. He flashes.
There's the knock-up, the brittle damage to follow as well, with FBI cleaning that up with Calibrum shots. A nice Zenith Blade escape, but all too late there for Aframu as he goes down. Flash as well in that instant, so the Leona engage is shortened if they are able to get 5 back up here, but it looks like Golden Guardians is going to pressure the 5v4 Baron objective.
All right, let's see if they get some Miracle Steal, because at the beginning of the game, we talked about the best part of Grig in the LCS are the neutral objective steals and secures that he's been able to get. They don't go for it, though. They go for the fight.
Ooh, Closer going down. This could really make it less than a 50-50, though. Just short. Little matrix dodge from Closer as he gets out of that one.
Dig fighting back. Because they chunked 2 members that low, they can actually take the turret. More money here. Ooh. And the member of Dig that has, the only member that has instilled fear into the Golden Guardians all game long has been Huni. That's the only one that they have respected so far. He's got his 3-item power spike on the Gangplank. He is still farming away. He is their hope. The Dignitas hope here. Gangplank in the mid lane.
Want to see him do it. You can see him chatting on the bottom left hand of your screen right now. Poised and ready to keep that CS coming into his pocket.
He's ready to 1v3 again.
Yes, here he goes. Can he dodge it? Hit by the horn. Gonna hold on to the orange. He's fine for that. And no follow-up. And the Guardians just fishing.
And the win, the miracle win here for Dig looks like Huni getting a barrel chain onto Aphelios. Aphelios is one of those 80 carries that will not be able to react super quickly to a barrel chain. Currently, the problem is that he has flash and cleanse, so it's gonna be hard to do that. But if one guy is going to do it for Dig, it's gonna be Huni. Can they also get that Shockwave Leona combo for their engaged setup? Maybe it's a possibility. They've waited all game for it, Rib. Can they pull it off?
Oh, they go next to the wall. No Ornhorn for Hanser, so they got to be careful here. They don't have the engage to follow up with Closer. He goes in way too fast.
They did it!
Still on the backside. Lantern's down. Goes for the hook, and he's only going to get Aframu in the beginning, but the damage is still dealt by the DPS on the back line of Dig. There's the Shockwave coming in, but it's Infernum from FBI. On him the whole time, and he's still able to unleash the fire onto Dignitas.
Ooh, it really looked like Dig were going to be able to make it out of this one. But they get killed. Keith now picked off. It's a two members left. Ah.
Oh my word. He's up, he's down. He gets taken out. I swear FBI has a broom taking down the spiders left and right. Froggen's now gonna get brittled slow. That's the exhaust coming out from the unsealed spellbook of Hanser. Does he have the chase? Cooldowns for Ornn here on too high, so he could get another slam against the wall, but they'll give up Froggen. And they will come away with Infernal Soul on the side of Golden Guardian.
And probably the Baron as well, since there's a Warmogs there on Hanser. He heals right back up the full. FBI's got plenty of damage, as we have seen in the last team fight, and they'll be able to burn it down.
3 full items for him, and he has the Hurricane now. This synergizes so nicely with his weapons. They're going to be able to take down Baron. 31 minutes in, Golden Guardian now. It looked to put the finishing touches on this game. Should not go too much longer with the power they have, and we'll see how they adjust it to this fight too.
And this is a rare desync on the engage here for Golden Guardians.
Yeah.
Because they had used the Ornhorn earlier, there's not really follow-up for Closer. And Closer engages over there, as you can see. No DPS can follow up with that moment for him. And then they get the really good counter engage here for Froggen, Shockwave down. Problem is, they group up there, and Aphelios. FBI comes in, burns him down with the Infernum, and earns both major objectives in the aftermath. Look at that damage chart. Ah!
Gross. Last team fight, by the way. That wasn't the other chart of all games.
That's a big Aphelios middle finger, actually.
Yep. It might be in the wrong spot, but it's okay. It's okay. 11-4 here. Like we were saying, Golden Guardians now need to use this power to push the lanes down. All too often, we can see this fizzle out. It seemed to be too okay with their lead and let somebody get caught out. Closer gets himself safe there. Solar Flare is going to be missed as well, as a bit of a touch-and-go situation is moved on from by Golden Guardians to keep clearing the lanes now.
All right, Baron buff number 2 and Infernal Soul this time around. So you get to watch some pretty explosions on top of it.
Huni critting for days up there. Cloak on cloak. Oh my word. So he's got the Cleaverum out with the Crescendum turret, which is also going to do damage. And you can easily take that out with the Baron up minions, but not safe enough to walk too much closer for the inhibitor. Dignitas is ready to fight.
All right, stopwatches as well on Golden Glue and FBI. So the carries of Golden Guardians will be able to buy time even if they do get picked off here. So Dig have to choose their moment wisely. Once again, can they get the lockdown here? Aframu Solar Flare setting up a group here for the Shockwave. Could pull it off. The only problem is, again, FBI didn't have to use his summoners in that last team fight to get those kills, so he still has his Flash and Cleanse ready to deal with pretty much everything.
Now let's see if this happens again, where FBI has Infernum and Golden Glue pulls them together and they just get destroyed. What a combination we saw previously, but it looks like they're able to go around the horn here, take every one of the turrets that they need, and stand staring Dig straight in the eye for one of the final fights of the game. Oh my word, the follow-up damage. Huni can't even stand behind the minions. Moonlight Vigil is gonna miss as FBI does his favorite dance in the base of Dignitas. A bit of an engage from Closer there. They take Grig down on the top side as they wear away at the last inhibitor of Dignitas' base. A systematical takedown from Golden Guardians onto Dignitas, and they will move up to even up in the standings with Dignitas as they go to 4-4.
GG Golden Guardians.
Monster is loving it.
Yeah, he had a fun time up there on Ornn, actually. He gets his solo kill on the enemy support as well with the team around.
It's a good time. His VO too, it makes you so happy while you're playing. You should play some more, and if you don't, I promise you, you'll have a good time. You'll have a Haunter time, if you will, as they shake the hands of their opponents, Dignitas, who seemed, like you said, Kobe, out of sorts, I think was a good word after the first few kills towards the bot lane, and then it just seemed like the tempo was set by Golden Guardians.
Yeah, once the Dig early game went splat there, they were unable to really mount any sort of counterattack. Golden Guardians did a good job snowballing. There was that one team fight mid after they were too far behind where they did get Closer sectioned off. They could DPS them down, try to get the re-engage, but not enough as too much damage already built up on the Aphelios. And you talked about the setup play there. Golden Glue charging in to sacrifice his life just to group up the enemies so that Infernum can burn them down.
I love seeing stuff like that. Now we're getting more Diana, so we get to synergize some different things, some displacements. Everything we saw on that was pretty awesome. So the Tigers is going to hear from Golden Guardians top laner Haunter when we return. So make sure you stick around after the break.
everyone. Welcome back to the LCS stage. I am standing on by with Hanser. Sounds like the crowd is very excited to see you here after that game. Wonderful performance. So first of all, as far as the top lane matchup, a lot of times when you're looking at Dignitas, you have to worry about Huni. So what are some of your main considerations in the laning phase and being able to bring that into the rest of the game?
I've been playing against Huni for a long time, so I'm really used to a lot of his tendencies. He likes to play really aggressive. He likes to pick his comfort champs, and so going into drafts, we knew they were going to pick GP early, and I think Ornn's like a pretty good matchup into it. You just stack a lot of armor HP. You're really tanky. He can't kill you. So lane phase, I think that was pretty good for me, and yeah, just like with so much experience playing against him, like I kind of know like where he's weak and where he's strong, and we just played to our strengths.
When it comes to the wins accumulated by Golden Guardian so far, I think it's fair to say you can look at the earlier wins compared to the most recent ones, and there's a different vibe, right? The difference between scrambling to get the Ws as opposed to clear execution from the beginning. So what is your mental state and the rest of the team now that you seem to have a better grasp of that objective control and the overall team play?
I would say this is like kind of similar to what our scrims look like. I think during scrims, we are very confident in ourselves. We want to make a lot of plays. And just like the first few weeks, we had a lot of nerves when we had like just some problems, like going to like new team problems, like kind of meshing well on stage, being on the same page. And I think our win last week against Team Liquid really gave us like a lot of momentum and confidence in ourselves, especially in our bot lane. Like once they got the solo kill in the bot lane, they were like super hyped up and then like super confident in their play now. So yeah, we're just riding off that momentum, and going forward, I think we'll perform really well.
With rolling off of that momentum, how would you compare your expectations now for your roster compared to maybe earlier on within the split?
I mean, it depends on whose expectations we're talking about, right?
Yours.
I mean, my expectations, I think, I definitely knew there was going to be some trouble early because it was kind of like just a brand new team coming together. But after playing with these guys for like a few months now, I think everyone has their strengths, and we can definitely make it far.
Well, it's been a pleasure watching you all evolve over the first month of the LCS split, and we're excited to see what happens to continue. But everybody, make sure you stay tuned, because when we get back, we are going on with match number 2 between CLG and Team Liquid.
I didn't feel like a drone while I turned up. Maybe move your mic closer.
No, I'm not moving it
Closer. Hey, move your mic closer.
No, it's not moving. It's comfortable like this, man.
All right, it's good now.
Can easily be walked away from. Johnson shouldn't have to do too much here, but drop some bullet rain. And they should be able to get him out. That's really going to help with the shockwave. Pulls Golden Glue back in. Frog in the middle of the fight as well, which mid laner goes down first.
Leon.
They see me. Leon first, okay? Play slow after. Kill it first.
Looking Dyna.
Ori no ult. No, don't keep going.
Walk to bed. Lantern's down, goes for the hook, and he's only going to get Aframu in the beginning, but the damage is still dealt by the DPS on the back line. A dig. There's the shockwave coming in, but it's Infernum from FBI. A systematical takedown from Golden Guardians onto Dignitas, and they will move up to even up in the standings with Dignitas as they go to 4-4.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Save discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe.
You wanna go? You wanna go, bro?
Hey, do not mess with my discount. Woo! You can save up to 30%.
Let's go!
Nice to meet you. Go get him, Tiger.
Woo! Sounds like you've got this.
Yeah, definitely.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save from State Farm.
Hello and welcome back for Game 2, where Counter Logic Gaming will be facing off against Team Liquid in what has become a surprisingly competitive match for all the wrong reasons, as both of these teams try and reverse these spirals that have plagued the start of their spring split. Now, winning this week's weekly wager is crumbs, and so Mark will don the cone of shame for his Dignitas prediction from the first game of the day.
Looks good in it. Looks like a lamp.
Yeah, it suits you.
I learned that, I remember that Dignitas is really Clutch Gaming. They're just a reskinned Clutch Gaming, and I always lost when I bet on Clutch.
Yeah.
I've learned my lesson.
All right, so this will be the final time that Mark puts his faith behind Dignitas. Closer came up big.
Dude,
for
boy
Golden
Closer,
Guardians.
and not just him, Keith and FBI
Yep.
really took it home for me.
Number 2 jungler in the LCS, plus
Come on, we're talking about CLG. I don't want.
All right, let's talk
Let's
CLG and Team Liquid. Even without Broxa, when we take a look at this Team Liquid lineup, I think it's important to recall the way people were talking about them coming into the split. You could substitute any jungler with these 4. I think it's a fair expectation that they would still be a top 16.
And in the timing, too, at which you were adding this jungler, too, it's unfair to both the junglers and the team. Broxa's coming in jet-lagged, having no practice with the team.
Blocks, yeah.
Right, you've been practicing with somebody else altogether. It's unfair to think that Team Liquid is going to get down their synergies, which just makes a case as to why the rest of the team is in big trouble right now. Because
right.
even with this guy that's supposed to be helping you out, they lost yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Brox didn't look great, but I don't think anyone's faulting him for it. It's just acknowledging, like, he came in, played Lee Sin, had a bad invade, and was basically invisible the rest of the game. So I don't fault him necessarily for that, but it is showing that this is not a quick fix. This is not some guy shows up and helps you. The rest of the team has major problems, and they still need to integrate him as well before anything starts going in their favor.
Right. I think it is very fair to say the guy who just showed up in the country probably deserves the least amount of blame in a lot of ways. But if we take a look at what's been plaguing the other 4 members of the team, the bot lane in particular is one I look at. You got the best AD carry in the history of the LCS and an MVP. World's support, champion support, who are losing 2v2s.
To Keith and FBI.
Well, they're actually fantastic, we now know, but even still, they're losing 2v2s in the LCS.
Right, I mean, Impact also getting solo killed. Jensen feels like the one person who has been stepping up. I feel like every game I watch him, he's usually doing pretty well. But that's a far cry from where the team was, last season, where you felt like you had 3 threats, every lane popping off. Right now, even in the interview, Jensen seemed like the most upset about the current state of things.
So the way I see for Team Liquid is that because their jungler is this revolving door at the moment, they have not been able to crystallize what picks they really like for every single role, because the jungler is such an important role that you have to usually take early. With Surnfire, with Broxah, they haven't committed to a single style, and so everywhere else is trying to figure out what do we want to play, and particularly the bottom lane is where I think they're suffering the most, where Double Lift is still not sure about Senna. Luckily, Senna got nerfed, but maybe now they'll be solidified in their identity.
It's a weird thing to be saying that individually, these players on TL need to start stepping it up, right? I would expect maybe the criticism to be around synergy and the way they're folding Broxah in, but no, I don't even feel like they've gotten to that point. It is still the individual pieces that just need to step up their level of play.
Give me a solo kill.
It leads in lane. Where the lane leads.
Yeah, it's like, where's like the 20 CSDs that we're expected to see? Their forward percentages are terrible. I mean, part of that is due to jungler because it's hard to step up if you don't feel confident, but they're not really crushing anyone.
When should we start asking how much of Team Liquid's success was Xmithie?
Oh, I think we should ask that question now. I think it's fair when you're looking at Xmithie at 5-2 with what people would consider to be worse pieces on paper around him against a Team Liquid that has those 4 other pieces and a sub-jungler. In that case, I just think it's a totally fair argument.
Yeah, the glue. He was the absolute glue for the team, it seems.
You know who we haven't talked about, of course, is CLG. Just below Team Liquid in the standings right now. This speaks to being a very competitive match and an opportunity for CLG to start picking up steam. But what is failing for this team?
So I'm just going to set this tone because I think that for both these teams, they are going to look at this match as a absolute must-win, just as the blow that both teams will take to their record and to their mental is brutal. And for CLG, individually, I think they're failing. There's not a lot of confidence in their play. We've seen a lot of times where they're making calls either by somebody else is telling you to do it or when you yourself are not going for it. We have Crown not going for solo kills. Crown, the guy that beat FLICKR in Worlds Finals, is not going for the aggressive plays, and That just can't be when he was the cornerstone of this new CLG lineup.
I mean, yeah, he was billed as that, and I think it's one of those times where people get optimistic when they make roster moves. And so they saw all the success that Crown had in Optic and all the things he was doing right, and they assumed that they would get all of those and they would fix all the problems. But there is the other, shoe, which is sometimes you get all the problems and none of the good sides, which is what it feels like happened with CLG. Crown did have games on Optic where he wanted to make plays happen and got punished really hard, wasn't on the same page. He had, multiple 5+ death games. That's the kind of Crown we're seeing right now. I don't think it's necessarily all his fault. I think, Wiggly's taken a massive step back. Smoothie is not an upgrade to Biofrost despite what they try to sell us. Like, there's a number of other things going on with this team.
So I wanted to do a throwback to the Not My Hot Take segment, one that I had put in there that I feel kind of could be true. Biofrost was the glue for CLG. If it wasn't for Biofrost and CLG last split, they would have looked the same as they do now.
I'll buy that.
More so than Power of Evil.
More so than PO. Like, Biofrost was the guy that was keeping the team from doing this.
I mean, we heard during one of CLG's surges in one of their splits that Biofrost took up a larger portion of the shot calling role. I think that was 2 years ago. But it does speak to the fact that Biofrost is someone who does have that kind of calming influence and has a clear mind about what he wants.
That's exactly it, because the shot calling, and I've experienced this firsthand, you might have two people that are exactly the same in their calls, but if one's demeanor just doesn't click with the team, they're not going to listen to you. They're going to think that you're just trying to throw them off or you're just the wrong synergy. And as far as we know, maybe Smoothie's a great shot caller, but it doesn't seem to be the fit for CLG right now.
Yeah, something isn't quite clicking, but that is, again, where then I would look to Crown as being the resolution. The expectation of a guy who is a world champion, is that he can be that calming factor, right? When things aren't going well, he can say...
He's not. It was Core JJ on the world's teams that was the calming factor for the Crown team.
Right, well, okay, yeah, so then, but again, they need to find it somewhere.
Yeah.
And it speaks to me that jungle proximity to mid lane is last in the league. Wiggly and Crown, they're not syncing up at all to make anything happen together, and then what happens if you have no mid lane?
It's like, where would you rate him?
Hey, Mark got it. Hey, well done. If you keep giving out gems like that, we might let you take that cone off.
Great, I appreciate that.
Hey, cheers to a fabulous segment, friends.
Yes.
Yeah, let's get to stay hydrated, Mark. Stay hydrated.
There you go.
I'm all about it.
Yeah.
Gotta make sure you get in that water.
Can you drink water?
I can try.
Get in there, buddy. Yeah.
Wow.
Drink it up, drink it up, drink it up. We're ready for a good game of League of Legends.
That's what we gamers do, just water, man. What else do we need?
We drink water and we hang out.
It's life. LCS,
you want
water.
To this, Mark?
Good
Hey,
buzz.
can you read that for me, Mark?
See who comes out on top in game 2 as we send it to the casters.
Thank you very much, Mark. What a well-articulated toss there. That was fantastic. Also, continue to stay hydrated. That could be tough today. It's going to be a lot of work. We are going to be getting into game soon. It is Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Liquid, and both teams walking quite a tightrope at the moment.
I personally vote we keep Mark in that as long as possible.
Ooh.
I kind of like it. It also helps protect himself.
Scary analytical factors that he can hurt himself with. We have to be very, very careful. All right, so we have bans coming in now for Counterlogic Gaming and Team Liquid, our second game of the day. In week 4, we're almost to week 5 already. This is absolutely crazy. And the first half of the split, it feels good when you're picking up a lot of wins. And these two teams have not been able to find that boat. It seemed to sail off without them.
Yeah. And when you're in a situation like this for both of these teams, honestly, I feel like they will be drafting more for scaling to kind of have something to rely on for later, a fallback plan, because several of the Team Liquid losses have come from them trying to play split push, trying to play early game, and failing at that, and then have nothing to fall back on. So when you are kind of in your time of need, your darkest times here, it's more reliable to draft for 5-on-5 late game team fighting than it is to draft some early game playmaking champions for yourselves if you don't have confidence that you're going to be able to create that win off of early game snowballing power. So let's see if we actually do end up getting more 5-on-5 simple compositions to execute, where you have tank line, easy point and click engages. There's definitely a tanky boy.
I do completely agree with that, because you look at kind of lane comparisons and you expect Team Liquid to be able to kind of win each lane as it goes. Double if Core JJ, Stick Stay Smoothie, Impact versus Ruin. We'll see what they decide to go, though. Set's already picked up for a big fight. Mord's never a bad pick for the top side of the map. 5 seconds left on this hover as Team Liquid figure out the first 1-2, and it's going to be a Mord.
Honorable draft so far. Some champions that have no dashes. It is tanky, stand there, fight you champions. There you go. No shenanigans going on, Riv. We got an old school style AD carry.
That's one of the most missed ultimates, though.
Fair enough, but the release date is far enough in the past that this one passes the honorable draft so far.
I like it. I like it. We'll see what CLG has in mind. They know what they're facing in top and bottom. Could be a weird flex to Jensen, but I doubt it against the set for that to go top against the Mord. Kaisa picked up. We saw that from FBI yesterday as well. A few more marksmen and markswomen making their way into the list as Nautilus is picked up. So pretty easy pickups there for CLG and what they want to do with them.
Yeah, some solid engage from the bottom lane. That's very good at attacking a champion like Varus, who has no dashes for himself. And of course, when you see that, Team Liquid on their side immediately wants some defense for the Varus, drafting Tahm Kench for Core JJ. Also, I was watching their stream last night. Double Lift and Core JJ were spamming a lot of Tahm Kench.
They're giving it up, man. Can't believe they got it today. Some more bans here from Team Liquid. Our final phase of picks is over. It's going to be one at the jungle. May see LeBlanc coming out here in the second phase as they go towards the mid lane for Counterlogic Gaming bans.
Yeah, because generally Team Liquid are going to round 4 pick their jungler, and then round 5 you saved your last solo lane for the flex pick, of course. So CLG and most team strategy at this point of draft is to ban away some of the counter champions that will deal with your blind picks, right? Because CLG are basically going to have to blind pick their mid lane if Team Liquid round 4 a jungle.
So what do you got for CLG last plan? Syndra or Zoe?
Personally, I think that they're both very good blind picks. So I would ban for Crown. I would ban the Zoe and pick the Syndra. But those can easily be flipped from themselves. I think either one of those are my go-to blind picks right now. Orianna, as we saw, is another one of those options for the versatile blind picks. But they want to get some of the counters out of the way. Kiana down here can definitely be a big problem, especially roaming around.
Sejuani picked up for Broxa.
Give me a Trundle.
Surefire initiation.
Wiggly has played a decent amount of Trundle himself. I feel like that was one of the times where CLG actually did have a decent amount of success, was Sejuani Trundle trading, because Wiggly could play both parts of it. And that's the reason that Team Liquid banned out the Olaf, because they're thinking, all right, we need this Sejuani frontline for themselves.
Yeah.
Again, going back to what I said at the beginning of the draft, they want to revert to their old style, right? A easy to execute 5-on-5 later game composition where they don't have pressure to create stuff early on and have to snowball. I think they're kind of reeling from a lot of the losses that they have stacked up and heading that way.
Wonder if this turns into the reverse set ultimate where you throw them into your team and barrel everybody else away, because it causes a lot of chaos if you try to do both together and sets trying to hold on to that one person. So interesting lock-ins from CLG here.
Yeah.
Oh, Yasuo? Yes! Let's go.
That is a spicy mid-jungle combination. I love this. One of the classics that we've seen in North America, the Gragas Yasuo mid-lane jungle combination. Just come in there, knock him up. Long-range knockups are really fun with Yasuo too. Kind of get you to send your Yasuo mid laner out there like a Pokemon. Feels great as a jungler.
Jensen's like, what am I going to survive here with this? Oh, I can just pool.
Quick W it.
Yep, and he'll be safe. I like the pickups here. Damage is going to come through pretty hard for Team Liquid, but the AD is there for double lift, so if that bot lane doesn't get what it needs, could have a lack of damage.
Yeah, and it looks like Team Liquid are so much defense and so much scaling for later. It's kind of like what we thought around the mentality of the team after they began hard flamed, dropping a lot of games. So they're going back to what has been tried and true for this team in the past, and just going to try and fit Broxa in there as a Sejuani player.
And Kobe, everybody has been saying, where's the aggressive Crown? When's he going to start trying to pick fights? The Yasuo comes out for Crown. Not a Rise, not something he's going to sit back on. But he's going Yasuo, and he wants to get in on the initiations from the rest of his team. Only Kaisa cannot help him out with that.
Yeah, and that's definitely capable of creating a lot of pressure here for CLG for mid. People have been looking at Crown to carry this team out of the bottom of the standings. Now's the time where you got to start. They are 10th place. Need to start racking up some wins.
Time to put the Counter Logic to work. Here we are, Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Liquid. Both nearing the bottom of the standings, a place we'd never thought we would definitely see Team Liquid, but CLG as well, with their reform expected to be a bit higher in the standings. Let's see if they can prove that here in our next game of the day on the LCS stage. BMO or bust? I don't think ever since High we have seen the Teemo in the LCS. And I remember saying, please don't do that again.
No BMO this game around.
Not at all.
Gonna be some melee top laners. Set versus Mordekaiser for yourself.
I was just informed that Haunter actually pulled one out for one of their TSF giveaways. I expect that. I actually kind of remember that now, so thank you, production. All right, out onto the Rift. Oh, line of scrimmage seems to be spreading out quite equally. No funny business here. The ward coming in possibly from Wiggly, so he can see Broxa. And the laughing in mid lane.
Laughing to the crowd as well. I like it. Honestly, from CLG, I want to see them go attack mode then. If Team Liquid are going to turtle, basically, they're kind of already throwing up. Hey, we are just trying to avoid getting killed. We have a Tom Kench bottom lane, a Vladimir mid for Wing, and then Mordekaiser, who ults one person when he gets ganked to try and get his 1-for-1 and buy time up on top side. I say CLG, try and take what is yours off the Rift then. Pressure these early objectives, pressure this Yasuo lane. You do have Ignite, so you can still kill this Vladimir. You can force Jensen to give up mid priority, allowing you a lot of access to these neutral objectives. And in my opinion, one of the reasons why teams like Cloud9 have found so much success is because in the current meta in Season 10, you cannot play full defense, full scaling. I know there are a lot of advocates for just always playing defensively, freezing, just avoiding enemies that are trying to be proactive, but with Rift-Tailed and Dragon, there are very powerful neutral objectives on the map that are constantly spawning for you to try and push the game state forward.
There's so many things that can happen before a late game win condition now. It's absolutely crazy. And I love you pointed out the Ignites on the mid lane. Crown and Jensen both able with that kill potential. And Core JJ, not on the Unsealed Spellbook, but Guardian, and taking Exhaust for that bot lane up against Smoothie's Ignite. So even more safety for Doublelift and making sure that fight may not happen, or obviously happens in their favor, but that's what you're backing off with if you don't have Ignite.
Yeah. Other thing to do, of course, you want to ping pong those neutral objectives, but also invading on the jungle. When you get your laner's priority by ganking offensively here with the Gragas, your Flash Body Slam, a good tool for creating those plays, then you can use the laner's advantage that you got for them to help you invade the enemy jungler and keep the enemy jungler down, keep them from farming away. Top side, Ruin is pushing up on the Mordekaiser, and Impact trying to give back as good as he gets.
A little bit of healing back up for Impact. I mean, Ruin hits level 4, and that's the health he wants to be at in this lane if he knows there's no jungle pressure. That
coming
loves to take that fight. It looks like they're going to show here. They don't want him. They don't want him to clean up any of these minions. Hit him real quick. Shield's going to come out. Wiggly takes aggro. Wiggly gets out. Beautifully done by Counter Logic Gaming.
Extra little flash there at the end. I think Ruin thought maybe the tower aggro was coming at him, even though he finished the kill in time, so he was totally fine there. They do pull it off, and that is big. That's what I'm talking about. Make your aggressive play. If your opponents are going to be full defensive-minded, Wiggly gets up there. They go for the tower dive. Let's take a look at it. This is on the cannon minion wave, so there's a lot of minions. Impact cannot clear out all these minions. He does get the cannon and some harassment. Wiggly starts it off, body slam into set stun there, and they have the damage. Since Wiggly flashed out, Ruin was a little bit worried the tower was going to target him.
Yeah.
But in the end, they do get it. They also got the flash off of Impact, so now they've got the advantage up there. First blood went to set.
See if they can get a clear on those wards too and just annoy Impact over and over again. Want to take him out. You don't want him grabbing Stixxay or even Crown in the fight. Everybody can be displaced, but if you have a Yasuo follow-up, Mordekaiser takes him, that kind of denies your entire fight on the side of CLG. So I love the idea to take Impact out and make him not so worthy of pulling someone into the death realm. Jensen pushed in here by Crown just a bit, and that'll go back and forth in this lane. Vlad's really not going to be able to push out too hard to like level 9-ish.
Also, something to note, because the analysts were going over some of the just lane stats for Team Liquid, and they had not been performing up to expectations. Doublelift and Core JJ on the bottom side of the map are making up some of the gold difference from the First Blood in their CS lead that they do have in just the 2v2 over Stixxay and Smoothie. Doublelift on the Varus, and Core JJ, like we're talking about, was practicing the Tom Kent non-stop, being able to put out that pressure and deny some CS from Stixxay, who has taken cleanse for the Sejuani ultimates mainly.
I'm actually taking a check at the bottom lane. That feels got to feel good for Doublelift. You can hit piercing arrows that sticks, and then Stixxay has to deal with that health being down. No heal if the summoner fight, or if a fight comes, summoner heal, I should say. Back and forth as Impact gets an idea of where Wiggly could be. They know he's not top side, so that at least helps out Broxah and the rest of the team know where he could be coming from.
Priority gained by the Team Liquid bottom lane. Gives them and Broxah enough time here to try and set up some of those wards. Pushing in, and actually, is he pulling the dragon right now? Looks like he is going to start it, since their bottom lane has so much pressure under the turret. And this is how they're denying CS, by the way, the Team Liquid squad using Varus's good pushing power with harassment like you're talking about. Forcing Stixxay and Smoothie back, and they have not been able to pick up that CS for themselves on the CLG side. So Team Liquid bottom lane, kind of back to what fans were expecting from this duo, earning the team advantages from their own play.
I can see Doublelift in the 5v fights later, or side lane, depends if he's in his natural habitat or not. We'll see. Lethal tempo for his Varus. He'll be able to use that quite well in the late game, and Stixxay is looking to get that extra burst off of press the attack in lane with those plasma procs on Kai'Sa. 54 to 38 as you're just talking about that one, as we're looking at Jensen and Crown back and forth. Still super even on that one. An Impact. Long walk back to lane a few times here for this guy. And he's just been trying to farm it up ever since. 46 to 31 as he cleans up CS. So SPL just waiting, making sure that none of CLG gets an early kill besides what they have for Impact on the top side.
And Impact was able to keep up his CS after dying like that because he used his teleport.
For sure.
Critically, though, they did not have Ruin use his teleport back to top side. So not only can Ruin push in and help with this invade that we're talking about for the jungle, they take away the red buff. They have wards here on Broxah's side, and they might even go for the fight on him if he had not seen him with the sweeper. Good job here taking away resources from the team that is looking to play defensive and scale. Meanwhile, possibility of using that teleport for a bottom side play is definitely still there for Ruin, for CLG.
Currently pushed up and have priority at the moment as the wave bounced off the turret. Oh, it should be actually doing the same thing on the side of Team Liquid for bot side. You can see just how the XP and levels are flowing for the game right now. Everybody just about getting their ultimates. Bot lane's about to hit it. We may see some action with that teleport. Just a few minutes. Doublelift's been there quite a bit. He's going to be the highest in bot lane so far.
Yep, they're still doing well down there. Gank on top side, though. They're behind Ruin.
Well, they realm him. Ruin going the wrong way for now. He doesn't really know what's on the outside of this fight, though. Broxah's going to look to get an assist. They'll hit him with the permafrost. 1, 2, 3. And he comes out for the final hits there. Nice kill and pickup as they get Impact right back into the game.
Well, that was easy peasy for Team Liquid. Here, Control Ward and Tribrush just walk on over. Nice gank there from Broxah. Impact starts it out, getting on the opposite side of Ruin. And that is going to turn that one around very quickly. Executioners picked up early from Ruin here. Try and deal with some of the healing. Pretty early. Don't know about that one.
I like it.
Okay.
Azael likes it, you know that.
Yeah, I mean, there is a Vladimir for later, and Mordekaiser does have a bit, but... Uh-oh.
Oh my word, one last shot! That's Doublelift coming up with a kill. One more lick, they're not gonna get the Devour down onto Stixxay, and the passive summoner lane is able to come up strong on the aggressive summoner lane. And they're going to clear this wave out and try to get this cannon to crash into the turret so they can get it right back and reset. No freeze from Stick Say. He does
Team
pick
Liquid,
up the cannon, though.
Team Liquid bottom lane, good as old there, Riv. Brand new, just like you remember it. Pushing in, denying CS, earning their team Dragons, getting 2v2 lane kills.
Double lift highest CS in the game. Seems right.
Slapping back on one of those older models of marksman, the Varus. Yeah, it was released a while ago, but it still checks out there.
These new ones, not like riding a bike. It's some fangled, I don't know, contraption. I have no idea. But it's not getting ridden right, that's for sure. Back to the old and the worthy for double lift. Looks like a Rift Herald here for CLG as they realize the bot side pressure is acting up a bit. Roxa, however, letting the fight go on between Ruin and Impact. Impact's like, no, don't worry about it, top die. Go for the Rift Herald. Looks like they're gonna try to organize that here from the side of TL. There's a lick on the Crown, just trying to kill that little bit of a shield. Great job by TL to be able to grab that Herald and come back on what were 3 members of CLG starting that.
Yep, Team Liquid not gonna let this one get away, and they're taking that Rift Herald straight up to top side, cash it in on the turret plates. Since CLG are sending a lot of reinforcements over here, though, maybe they don't actually have to instantly use it. There's still 4 members of CLG in the area clumped up because they're expecting to play. So it is a reset. They use the empowered recall. Dragon's only 25 seconds away, so with CLG hovering a lot of people on top side to protect the possible usage of the Rift Herald on those turret plates, it's actually going to be a quick rush over here towards that Mountain Dragon.
Everybody headed down. Wave's trying to just be clear to mid. Doesn't look like anybody will get a mid advantage on this one, but the 5v fight will happen. Good control by CLG. I always feel like the team that gets in first is the team that loses their wards, but if they start it right away and get it, then they thwart TL. The other way it works is TL comes in, slowly pushes out CLG, and then CLG has no vision of this area. Nice control, though, as CLG does get back faster. TL was working off the top map backs. And CLG come up with the first Drake of the game. Ocean is going to change the rift, and both teams will be fighting for this one.
Meanwhile, topside actually, Impact seems to be just banging on that turret by himself, whereas Ruin walked through about 4 wards, as you can see on the mini-map up here, to try and go for a mid lane play. And Impact just works off some of those turret plates by himself. Happy to cash in there. So that's going to put some extra gold in Team Liquid's pockets. They pull ahead, 1K gold lead for themselves, despite the early first blood action.
We're seeing where Set is as well. Ruin is sitting on 670 gold, so a pretty well completed item for Impact. And that's kind of maybe your concern earlier, is that he doesn't have much gold and only an executioner calling now.
Meanwhile, Rift Herald is going to be used on the bottom side, so we
channel
are going to try and knock down this turret pretty quickly here. If they can, it's just going to be 2 because there is defense here. Good shot. Not the greatest follow-up. The zone just used there very quickly by Wiggly.
But you can look at that as a good thing. Everybody too much on the same page, right? TL looking for an engage. Nice stopwatch by Wiggly will draw that ultimate out. But they have control of the map. They go for those fights in the face of their opponents because they know they can come up with a victory and a good result. This is going to be bottom turret going down. They were just topside pushing it. So you can see how Double Lift and the rest of the team are working this map to be top for the Rift Herald around 9-10 minutes, then back to the bottom lane so you can break the laning phase wide open with that Rift Herald.
Good old bot difference, Riv.
Yes, it is. Bot difference indeed. Look at that CS lead. Crazy stuff.
All right, now they can actually roam Double Lift and Core JJ as well to the mid lane. Jensen, that's what he picked Vladimir for.
Cools down. This is going to be the attack flash right out before he basically touches the ground as he hovers away to safety there. And you can see the big heals coming up. Crimson Rush will get him very nice and healthy. And Jensen will just stay in lane.
Yep, ideal Vladimir play here. You farm up for a while. Once they come with the gank, pull right back to your tower, and he's able to pull it out. Impact takes Ruin to the death row.
Oh, this is scary. Activates the shield. He says, you have a shield? Well, I have one too, but I also have a giant mace.
Yeah.
That's painful.
Nice executioners. Brah, takes him down.
The chance flowing through for Liquid right now as the fans are loving what's happening in East Lane. Everyone's participating. Jensen able to get out of kills. Top lane, Impact is top die right now as he's bringing back the old adages. And now we'll see if they can keep this pressure up. Brox is already getting inside the jungle for a bit of countering. And now Crown will try his hand at the man with the ace. This one could go a little bit different. Not really spec'd for all that armor defense. Shield is going to be big under the tower, and Crown is not going to go for the last one, knowing that's coming up.
You hate to see it. That first Q sent it right out behind him. I don't think he got the EQ combo there to get the guaranteed knockup. So Crown having a little rough time here on the Yasuo so far. He's frustrated with the Vladimir in the mid lane. They're unable to really bring the Gragas Yasuo together for the ult combo. Got chunked down to maybe double-digit HP trying to go for it under the tower here in mid and then top side. Let's take another look at this 1v1. Impact hits the first Q, does get sent up by Ruin, hits the pullback as well. Literally hits all abilities, and Ruin, nothing you can do about it at that point. Easy finish off inside the death realm.
Yeah, that must have been just after a haymaker too, because you see him saying, what, use that cooldown? Okay, I'm going straight in on you, because not one of those came out during the fight.
It did. That is part of the nerfs to sets. Some were to the base regeneration, and then the rest of the nerfs were to the haymaker, both the cooldown and the flat damage on it. So you really do feel those windows more. And honestly, I was definitely on the side of, all right, when set first came out, overtuned a bit. But I think that really did bring him back into line. I feel pretty fine about the champion now since they reduced the haymaker cooldown a bit. You feel like you actually have a window to play around without those spam of shields.
Was it like level 4 or 5 and he just doubles you twice through a long lane? No, thank you. But thank you now. Thank you now. 15 minutes just hitting on the clock, and you can see the differences around, well, 16. You can see the differences around from each lane, and already a bounty there for Impact. EL trying to set up on mid, but they were sitting on a ward. Wiggly's just behind him. Man, would a Crown love that engage, but they saw poor JJ come out of the woodwork there and weren't really sure how many TL members were present. You can see the intentions, though. CLG not afraid to try and use this composition, even though laning phase did not go their way. They have to get their win condition in place here. Tempo towards the Dragon still for them. First Ocean Drake, and they are well on their way to Soul. This could be them losing mid lane, though. Crown gets taken down. Now mid priority for Team Liquid, just like that.
Yeah, Sejuani ultimate, Varus ultimate, both used the lockdown Crown there. He's toast, no flash blown, and Team Liquid, yeah, the Dragon goes down, but they get mid tower, as well as top being worked away on by Impact. That's gonna be a twofer.
Yeah, Ruin has to be here as well. Like you're saying, top just everything that Impact wants with that turret. He can take it down and continue to push on with the team, helping him, creating this synergy in the jungle.
Guess what? Bot diff.
It has been a pretty crazy bot lane. The intentions of Doublelift and Core JJ were 100% known and seen throughout that lane. They never let up with just farming, playing a bit aggressive, clearing it to the turret, and making sure Stixxay could not fight or farm. They didn't even really bring Broxa down. They said, no, let it go. We're fighting, we're farming, we'll trade towards top. Everything was in place. We'll see this one more time in mid.
So, yeah, I mean, he had an opportunity to flash. If you don't flash the first one, then Sejuani ultimate landing means guaranteed Varus ult follow-up there. Nice move by Broxa. It's one of the fun things on Sejuani. I know a lot of the pro players complain about Sejuani duty because it's a tank. So one of the only fun things you get to do is Q, and then as you're in the Arctic Assault, sliding by, throw out your ultimate. Do a little drifting. It's kind of fun. your one shining moment. Woohoo!
So Crown now with one Q behind him and a wind wall behind him. Very imperative moments.
Actually,
you hate to see it. You do.
I was really focused on the flash, but that's bigger one. Honestly, no excuse for that. Wind wall.
I mean, that's why you feel safe against that situation in mid lane, right? You're supposed to be able to take 3 of those skill shots and just fizzle them out.
Oof. Yeah.
Sitting on the side, a quick lick from Core JJ onto Wiggly as they have bottom lane pressure, second Rift Herald into the game, which means they took them fast. There is a chance to not get a second Rift. But TL has just been all over the objectives this game. Crown goes in. It's only going to be on one target, though. The fight is separated. A lot of TL members are taking damage. Now they get another chance to look at Counter Logic Gaming, and there they go. If you blink, you missed it. TL come back in the fight immediately.
Yeah, this one is turning into a slaughter real quick. 19 minutes is going to be an inhibitor turret down for Team Liquid. And then they'll just take this inhibitor because Baron is about to spawn. They can reset and go over to Baron, and already on Baron spawn, have bottom lane super minion pressure. It's definitely an outclassing here.
Yeah, Set's going to have to do something with this teleport. We'll see the fight once again, and I think going in on one is the impatience of not having a fight you've wanted the whole time, but you want to take it.
JJ waits around, gets him with the Devour there, pops him right back out. And with the big split, they're able to burst everybody out. And JJ as well uses the stopwatch first, then Grayskins after he gets back out. No chance of him going down either.
Huge value out of each Rift Herald that TL has used throughout the game. They're really just putting everything they can up against CLG here. It's tough to stop. You can see damage the entire game dealt to champions from everybody here. Big stuff from Impact on the top side. He's only participated in the few fights that we've seen towards the bot, so that's a lot of solo damage, to be honest.
All right, here's what we're talking about. Baron is in the eyes of Team Liquid, and CLG on the bottom half of the map right now, so they're just going to burn it down. Crown is in the bottom lane. That Yasuo is Ignites. He's got no teleport. He is going to have to walk his way all the way over here.
Poor JJ, just being the wall that is Tom Kench. Ruin wants to dunk him into the team, but that gets him closer to Baron. He can't afford to do so. Wiggly, already down to a third HP, and he might even die from that. Yes, he does. Impact coming up huge with another kill for himself. That's all the damage he's been racking up this game. They're going to get a kill onto Ruin as well as he tries to get the dunk down. It's a double for Impact, as those are the only plays he knows how to make this game. Jensen going through the turret for his team and just giving it a bit of a dance now as Doublelift is there with Core JJ behind enemy lines. Nothing matters to TL this game, not even your defenses. And they'll start to take down the outer turret as Doublelift and Core JJ set up base inside CLG's.
Yeah, this is going to be the end of the road here for CLG, Riv. Baron buff inside the base for Team Liquid. They are going to get some respawns for CLG, but that is going to be some short-lived celebration.
This is methodical. It's kind of, they don't even want to pressure anything that can cause them a loss of momentum. They're going to back here, come back towards the top side if they has 2 minion waves pushing in with supers as we see this fight again.
Yeah, again, they're also, CLG are walking up 4v5 here since Crown was bottom lane, trying to work on those super minions. So not only do Team Liquid get the Baron, but then they chase them down, getting the Mordekaiser ult onto Wiggly. First kill there was racked up by Impact, chasing the rest of them down. You know how that went. CLG trying to get the counter for themselves, but they're not going to be able to burn it down in time. Team Liquid have arrived. Feel the wrath.
And Broxa snuff out the chance with the Soul. Will the game even last long enough for a Soul? To the back line goes Ruin. Can he get the showstopper to be just that? A kill coming up for Doublelift. Another one as the double kill rolls in. Wiggly's going to be now in the eyes of the marksman as he might fire a piercing arrow over the wall. No, it's Impact coming up big. And we'll see the team of Team Liquid follow up with a few more kills, pressuring Counter Logic Gaming off of the objectives.
6-8 run! All right, Kaisa, can he make it? Up to the top side, Brox's got his butt! No! The funniest part of that, actually, Impact was mid lane here, and they charged for the dragon fight here. He teleported to this ward on the bottom. In the end, congratulations, Team Liquid.
Yeah, 23-minute game as the Nexus turrets fall down. The Nexus is open. They're going to try to pad some stats and get some more kills. Crown says, walk this way. But they're going to have some eyes on the Nexus just after he goes for an ultimate by himself, just to make it look flashy. But it's all been fizzled out, and Team Liquid will take the win over Counter Logic Gaming.
Ninth place team takes down 10th place team, Riv.
Yes.
According to the standings. There you go.
A sigh of relief can be breathed as well by few. The fans of TL and the staff and the players themselves to know that there wasn't something more behind this. They're kind of figuring it out. And I think it's good to remember when you have something new, you try something new, there usually is a dip before there is a rise. So I guess one game, we'll see if it's on the rise now.
Team Liquid looking forward to some more time practicing with Broxa as well. That he's finally over here.
Yep.
They've got their pieces, their intended pieces together. Excited to see what they can build up over spring, if they will be able to build up enough to contest some of those top teams.
For sure.
Cloud9 still undefeated, reigning right now.
Absolutely, and I think there's a lot of things we still need to see from Team Liquid. We need to see the team that obviously is smashing games. We need to see a Team Liquid that can come back from games. As an LCS champion title holder, you need to know one of your top teams can do that. So they still have a bit of work to do for themselves, I believe. We will hear from Broxa with Pastry Time after a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, welcome back. I'm here with Broxa after his first victory on the LCS stage. A lot of fans happy to see you here in North America. How are you feeling after that first win?
I feel really happy winning this game. Yesterday wasn't the start I had hoped for. It was a bit of a rough one, but today we played really well, and yeah, I'm just happy that we actually turned it around already.
Was there anything between yesterday and today that if you feel like made the difference, or was the whole team just kind of ready to reset and have a different game?
I'm not sure. I think generally yesterday just went wrong really early. I made a mistake level 3, and it was really, really hard for me personally to come back after that. But today I figured it's time to play a little slower, just take it one step at a time. No need to do anything fancy or risky. And eventually we just played so well as a team and managed to close it out.
And you did tell me that practice has been rough. You started scrims 2.5 hours after landing here in North America. Did you ever consider just taking a break, or you're like, I want to get to practice?
Well, shortly after I landed, I was asked whether I wanted to play scrims or not, and I figured I might as well just jump into it straight away and get as much practice in as possible before going on stage. And yeah, it has been a bit busy for me these first days here in LA, and I've been playing a lot. I haven't slept much because of jet lag, but I'm just excited to be here.
What was that first week of scrims like as far as like gelling with a new team? Because obviously you haven't played with any of these players before.
I think these previous days of scrims have gone pretty okay. Like the other guys already know each other really well, and it's mostly just figuring out how we want to play as a team and figuring out what my role exactly should be in order for the team to succeed. And I think so far so good.
And last question for you, more of a fun one. Obviously, you haven't had too much time to sleep, and you've just been playing League. But is there anything you're looking forward to doing here in North America outside of the game?
Well, my teammates have already told me they have a lot of restaurants and places to see that they want to take me to. I know I have a bit of a gym date with Doublelift as well, so got a couple of plans already, so I'm sure it's going to be fun.
All right, so Brock, congratulations on the win, and thank you so much. We're going to throw it to a break, but when we return, it's TSM versus Fly.
You don't want him to clean up any of these minions. Hit him real quick. Shield's gonna come out. Wiggly takes aggro. Wiggly gets out. Beautifully done by Counter Logic Gaming.
The impact takes Ruin to the death row.
Oh, this is scary. Activates the shield. He says, "You have a shield? Well, I have one too."
I'm coming. I'm in. Yasuo. I go Yasuo. Yasuo dead. We can just keep going back.
With help.
To the back line goes Ruin. Can he get the showstopper to be just that? A kill coming up for Doublelift. Another one as the double kill rolls in.
Nice, guys. Let's go.
Every click,
Every frame.
Every press.
every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing,
is measured in milliseconds.
everything. Everything.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Hello and welcome back for Game 3, where TSM loads up onto the Rift opposite FlyQuest. I am David Freak Turley, joined by Isaac Cummings Bentley, who is most definitely not funneling stocks into his portfolio.
That's true.
Yep. Above board trader. Above board. Now let's start things off with the starting roster. Selecting blue side is TSM with Broken Blade in the top lane, Dardoch in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid, Kabe in the bot lane alongside support Biofrost, with coaches Peter Zhang and Lustboy.
And challenging them on the red side today is going to be FlyQuest. In the top lane, it's Viper. In the jungle will be Santorin. Mid laner is Power of Evil alongside bot and support Wild Turtle and Ignar, with coaches Curry and D-Lim.
So today, let's talk about TSM first. They are trying to bounce back from their loss to Cloud9, ideally while maintaining the early proactivity we saw yesterday from them.
Yeah, they had some success fighting around mid lane, utilizing this Renekton pick that Bjergsen picked up, got a couple kills on him early on. Didn't go well really from there, but we have to kind of keep tracking Dardoch and how he's going to fare against Santorin, because Santorin has been a strong performer for FlyQuest. These are two guys that I think a lot of the early action is going to be revolving around naturally as junglers, but also as, I think, standout players for the teams.
These guys, absolutely incredible. Santorin, overall, I would say the best performing early jungler in the league. Dardoch, top 3 here, but they've absolutely been stars here in their teams.
And I think one of the things that's working really, really well for Dardoch has been this defined playstyle that they've been utilizing this split, playing heavily around Broken Blade, focus very heavily on that top jungle 2v2, playing around Rift, utilizing leads that he can get to then transition that around the map. The flex picks have also been working for them up there. We've seen Set moved around between jungle as well as top. The Kiana game really comes to mind as one that was an incredible carry performance that was helped to be set up by Dardoch. So, when you're looking at that, that is impressive in its own right. But then coming up from the other angle, Santorin has got to prepare, and they have to be, ready to either make things happen on the other side of the map if their top laner is going to be getting put behind, or to just play around top as well and look to fight that jungle top lane 2v2, because these guys have been looking for early aggression constantly. They have been looking to force dives. They have been looking to make things happen and mechanically challenge their opponents and outplay them. And this is, a role of just really not that many games into the season, but they're constantly going at their opponents and, for the most part, coming out on top.
Yeah. For the most part, one of the rare misgivings there. Dardoch, though, has 5 first bloods for the team so far in 7 games. Compare that with Santorin's 2 across 6. Even though Santorin is getting more gold overall, he's actually getting a lot done. It's Dardoch who is the first blood king of the LCS right now.
Yeah, and I think that's really kind of what you're hoping for if you're a TSM fan, right? You're hoping that Dardoch would be at his best. And I think most people think of Dardoch as a really mechanically proficient jungler who is dominant in the early game and can snowball a game to a victory for you, right? And I think that in the games that TSM has been doing well, Dardoch has been delivering on that promise. They have won 4 of their last 5. One of their other losses, was quite competitive against TL. So overall, I think TSM should be very happy with the progression they have made throughout this split. Clearly, they were not up to the challenge of Cloud9 yesterday. But then again, no one has been in the split so far. So I think, they're on the right track, and they are looking to kind of get better week over week.
Yeah, if you want to make like an amalgamation of gold leads and dragons and heralds and turrets and whatnot, TSM are the 3rd best early game team in the league right now, and FlyQuest, even despite how well Santorin is playing, are actually bottom 3 on their side. So I'm expecting good things in the early game from TSM. Right now, the record, because they've played an extra game, is higher. It's 4-3 versus 3-3. On paper, I do kind of favor TSM a little bit, which I think is also kind of interesting, because when you look back at the first 2 weeks of games, you're like, wow, FlyQuest are really, really good. They're popping off. They were 3-1 in the first 4. It was suddenly a real top competitor. And TSM had that 0-2 start, and people were like, wow, do they suck again? Like, is it just another year of the same? But TSM has definitely advanced forward from there. I think they are gelling pretty rapidly. The Dardoch experiment actually going pretty well. Again, we've been singing his praises, especially for his early game, and I'm actually liking TSM a bit more here.
Yeah, I mean, I think FlyQuest had a little bit of a similar trajectory to what we've seen from Dignitas, where they had this really hot start, they gelled really well, out of the gate, and I think they were able to take advantage of some of the other squads that weren't as practiced or weren't as on the same page and kind of hadn't built up the synergy yet. And now, week over week, some of these teams are catching up and even surpassing Dignitas and FlyQuest. So we have to see if they can make their own improvements and continue to stay stride for stride with those teams that are going to be at the top, like TSM.
Well, we're going to see if FlyQuest can make it happen here. Of course, Tree Quest still in full effect. 1 tree for every kill they get, 10 for every Ocean Drake, and 100 for the win. And FlyQuest sent me a Happy Valentine's Day card. I think you got one as well.
I did.
The card itself is like made from seeds you can plant and it'll grow into some flowers. So, you know, shout out the Mother Nature thing still happening for him.
It's definitely cool. Unfortunately, I will never be able to afford a house in Los Angeles, so I have nowhere to plant it.
You know, that's fair. Just go into a public park and just let no one see you. We are going to this one, and let's see what happens as we get the Soraka ban and the Riven ban. I love, by the way, how completely polarized those champions are. They're both at Viper, by the way. It's like you will carry on Riven or on Soraka, you get neither.
Yeah, I mean, Viper, obviously known for his Riven, has had some incredible performance on it. Soraka, much more of a vanilla ban these days. People just do not like to play against it. Cross-map plays can be very, very powerful with that Soraka, so it is going to be taken out. Something we haven't seen yet in the LCS is the Sona top. Right. That is the other one that, at least in solo queue, is right alongside Soraka top as one of these ridiculously high win rate, annoying champions that fills a similar role. But I do feel that it is easier to abuse the Sona top. We saw G2 actually lose with it, a Wonder playing that, and it doesn't have the same sort of cross-map impact that Soraka has with that global ultimate. So some of the reasons that maybe we haven't seen it come out just yet.
Well, we have the first sets of picks coming through as bot laners are headed back and forth. Aphelios, Misfortune, definitely the big 1-2 in this patch, and until we see more nerfs, that's likely to be true for quite a while. Ornn has steadily risen in popularity. I think it's actually a great early pick overall. You know it can flex top as well as mid, has generally some pretty solid matchups against most of the meta laners.
It is interesting because, you know, that is one of the traditional strengths of the champion, but also I would not expect Power of Evil as a player to take this. He almost always is playing the late game, scaling, damage to carry type champions.
Yeah.
He hasn't strayed away from that very often in his career. Doesn't mean it cannot go to him. We saw Bjergsen play it, but Power of Evil I would be expecting to just play more of that kind of control mage style because that feels like his bread and butter, and that is where he has had success for years and years and years.
Yeah, just give him another Victor game and he'll get 800 DPM, and you know that'll probably end up being a win for FlyQuest if that happens. We'll see what comes through though as Aatrox has been grabbed. They are, I think to your point, expecting that to be the top lane pick as well. And this is interesting, and I think it only is available because Braum got grabbed. MF Yuumi does not have good ways of getting away from hard engage, but Braum, outside of Flash Q, which you honestly just flash trade for and you're fine, you can survive that one. Yuumi MF can definitely do a whole lot here. I'm curious if they get a more aggressive jungler to attach onto.
Yeah, I do think they might also want to throw a couple jungle bans towards Dardoch because while TSM might not have incredible engage in that bot lane, they do have really good setup. You know, you talked about the Braum slow and the passive there, but Aphelios with the root, especially if you do have Gravitum for the ultimate, root him up, lock him down for some big hard-hitting jungler to come in and take you out. So I do think we're going to see some of that targeted. Would not be surprised to see Gragas targeted out. I was going to say FlyQuest could look to pick up the Olaf with their next pick, but that is going to be targeted by TSM. And that is kind of the key jungle plus Yuumi combo that we have been seeing. In solo queue, you do get some of the stuff along the lines of Yuumi Rengar, which can be really, really effective, but has not really been shown in pro play.
Not a ton of, though it would be exciting, absolutely. LeBlanc off the table. Bjergsen's not allowed to pick this one up here. It is. I don't know my matchups on mid lane very well, but I'm sure there is a specific champion that PoE has in mind when you ban away LeBlanc. I think TSM probably has that read as well. It's Zoe that they drop off. That was in my head, and I wasn't confident in it, but that's the trade of bans coming through. So FlyQuest get first dibs on jungle or mid, and Syndra can come through on this.
I think Zoe can be a little bit dangerous when you're against the LeBlanc, and it's also just a champion that fights jungle mid 2v2 incredibly well. The chain setup, if you can land that, is very good for any type of Lee Sin or early powerful jungle champion to come in and really focus there. We do know that TSM wants to play topside, but it's not as though they can't be focusing their efforts around mid. So I do think FlyQuest is giving a little bit of a nod towards that.
Well, Elise would fit damage profile, a physical damage top laner, and ooh, they're gonna go for mid lane first as Pantheon comes to match up against the Syndra.
So we will get to find out probably pretty quickly if this is mid or jungle. Pantheon can still be jungle. We have been seeing it more in pro play in the mid lane. If this is Vel'Koz, then I am expecting it to be that jungle Pantheon, which does have, you know, not the kind of same speed of clearing like an Olaf or these types of champions, but it does still have incredibly powerful early game ganks. That could be honestly jungle Talia or Pantheon. Either way, that's an incredibly good 2v2 combo. The Pantheon with the point and click stun sets up for that seismic shove, the fling, and that was actually a 2v2 bottom lane, which we used to see as a kill lane. Griffin notably played with it and lost with it a bunch in
Yeah,
playoffs, but it is something that can work really, really well. And I'm excited to see who is going to play which part, because both of those can jungle, both of those can be played mid. It is Lee Sin for Santorin, and if there is no swaps coming through, it will be the Taliyah for Bjergsen alongside Dardoch's Pantheon. But either way, semi-global ability here coming out from the mid jungle 2v2 of TSM. I expect them to play for priority mid lane and then take that and go elsewhere, look towards the side lanes, utilizing Pantheon ult at the same time as the Taliyah ult is cutting them off. And that is going to be a really exciting duo to track.
Pantheon jungle, they swapped back and forth a couple of times, trying to hope that PoE would do his runes wrong, maybe, and lose a bit of focus, but it is magic in the mid lane, physical damage jungle and top. It's going to be a very exciting one as the draft concludes here. Santorin's Lee Sin, I'm expecting big things out of him. I'm expecting even bigger things out of Dardoch's Pantheon, with 2 good lanes to gank for.
Yeah, he's got some great gank setup, and I really do think so much of the game will come down to the play around mid lane. Because if Taliyah does not have the push against Syndra, Taliyah cannot go elsewhere on the map. And so that is where so much of the focus is going to be. I do think we're going to see both junglers hovering around that mid lane, looking to establish vision control, trying to help get priority for their mid laner, to then take that mid laner and utilize that to either dive top lane, dive bot lane, look to attack some of these vulnerable champions, like perhaps the MF Yuumi combo.
Oh, we are getting ourselves onto the Rift as TSM and FlyQuest are gonna do battle. TSM have a chance at tying second place in terms of wins. Up to 5 is where they sit right now in Immortals, and we'll see if they can make that one happen. The game has begun, and we will see how much Dardoch, the new jungler on TSM, can do with his Pantheon pickup.
I mean, flex pick's really working for TSM thus far. We have seen Qiyana as a flex pick for Dardoch. We have seen Pantheon. We have seen Set. The more and more of these champions is not just the Elise, the Lee, the Olaf, which you kind of feel like you know is going jungle. This is giving them a bit of a different look in draft, which is always going to give you an edge.
Now here we go, as they do start to square off, and it looks like no aggressive invades so far. We do rarely see them.
Something worth pointing out, double cleanse on the side of FlyQuest, really respecting the combo there from Dardoch as well as Bjergsen. You know if you do actually eat that full combo, it is generally going to be 100-0. You're going to get really low. The execute damage coming through from the Pantheon, plus the Ignite on Taliyah, is probably enough to kill you off. So Power of Evil playing Phase Rush does lead me to believe he's probably going for the Super Soaker. That build is becoming really, really popular on Syndra, especially alongside the Phase Rush. You have the ability that is pretty unique to this champion to actually cast while moving, slowing down your opponent, speeding up with the Phase Rush, and can be quite powerful.
Now Turtle gonna walk away. Not spotted by the sweepers. I don't believe they knew exactly how the game is going, but the defensive trinket ward they put down to say, hey, is TSM invading our blue? Indeed they are. That should mean that with the info, Santorin can go his red to the opponent blue.
Yeah, so he should be able to answer that. And what this is TSM doing is just kind of splitting the map right now. They're looking to play down towards that bottom side. Well, we did talk in the intro, they've traditionally been a team that really wants to play heavily towards top side. This is signifying as Santorin's actually just going to come hunt for him. Very interesting.
Gonna fight 2-on-2 as the battle comes in. Q lands on a Dardoch and PoE's here. Only level 1 though, but they might make this one happen. Dardoch's got to keep running. Bjergsen gonna build some space, and it's only some poke. But it's now a health bar lead for the FlyQuest jungle, and it's only a camp for a camp.
I've got to say, I actually love this from Santorin. The problem with it is that he probably is going to get 3-buffed, but I do think that this is such an interesting look. Almost always in professional play, when someone makes the move to actually split map, it's just then traded, and that's a handshake that people take. Santorin felt like he could actually go and challenge Dardoch, could catch him out, and while they don't actually get the kill, he did bully him out of the jungle. He did get the HP advantage, so we'll see where he can take it from here, but
yeah,
it is going to be Dardoch very likely getting that 3-buff start.
And it means, though, the Pantheon is not going to gank any time until he recalls. The health regen is not going to be there on that champion. It looks like mid lane will finally push PoE's way. Only had to drop 2 CS, by the way, right? Roamed out to help with the jungle fight. And he's still at 17 of a possible 19, so really can't hate on that.
And the other part about this is, if you're on FlyQuest's side and you're saying, all right, TSM is signifying that they want to split map and play towards bot side, this is also denying some of that, right? Because Santorin actually maintained control of multiple camps on that bot side. He can still play around and try to disrupt the game plan that is coming through from Dardoch here. And Dardoch is actually going to base after taking his Krug, so both buffs are available. He could look to do something like red to blue and then look top 4 mid.
We're looking for this one now, as it's just simply walking back away from PoE. And Dardoch has taken that recall, heading towards the top right now to get his own blue, as you mentioned. 3 buffing looks likely, and his blue's not up and stopped, so Santorin. All right, Scuttle doing anything special? No? Okay, mine.
Yeah. I wonder if this is a little bit of a mind game, because it is surprising he's not going straight to his red. But I think if you're Santorin and you know that Dardoch went down to his bot side jungle, you are expecting that that red buff is gone, right? You are thinking then on Dardoch's side, okay, the more vulnerable buff, the buff that is more likely to be attacked, is this blue. So he's just actually going essentially blue to blue and then can fall back towards that red, especially if you want to end your path and actually look to attack towards that bottom side, then having longer duration on that red buff, taking it more close to where you're looking to gank, could make sense. So some interesting mind games and back and forth between these two junglers early on.
End result is it feels like it's ahead for Dardoch right now, actually, as I look over on the scoreboard and everything else. But right, he already took the first recall. Actual money-wise, he's up a couple hundred. And some of that is Santorin taking a little bit of extra time, taking on the Scuttle Crab, and just, yeah, efficiency's kind of been in Dardoch's favor here. So shout out to him for finding the camps to kill and taking the more valuable Krugs this patch.
Yeah, I mean, he got leashed, obviously, on his opponent's buff, right? So they do have that +1 camp available. And, ooh, aggressive play here.
Big damage towards Turtle. Could be stunned up pretty soon. That's going to happen right now. Wants to save the cleanse and the flash. Burns it way late, but now might have to re-engage because the shield lands to keep the health bars just so high on TSM's side.
Bjergsen's moving down. He was spotted, but this is going to force Turtle back. And remember, Turtle is not playing teleport. He is playing cleanse, so he's just going to push it out.
Shield's going to be there. Ignite should keep him alive. You're going to have Ignar trying to face the front as well. As a flash comes out, Turtle gets that shield now as well, but Dardoch could flash W. He has enough to kill every single time. Do they react in time? Santorin knows. Once again, they find the shield from the Yuumi. He's going to stay alive.
At the very least, delaying those bases even more. Now he can likely take away the Gromp here from his opponent once again. Broken Blade will be jumped on a bit here by Viper, but a really good roam from Bjergsen. He gets a flash out of Santorin. He delays the base extremely long from this FlyQuest bot lane, so they will lose at least one plate. They'll likely lose most of, if not an entire wave. And, you know, they are going to be put quite behind off of this. Yeah, I think they already lost a full wave, and the second one is crashing. So just look at the CS difference down there in that bottom lane.
Yeah.
Already opening up quite a big lead here.
Nicely done to Biofrost and Kabe, as Viper is again in a battle with Broken Blade, but just trading health bars back and forth. It's a pretty equal one overall. We'll point out Bjergsen had to lose about a wave of farm, and in the fact that he had to roam over. Again, worth it. Don't blame him in the slightest. It's just sad that it, you know, his stats will show, oh, this was a -8 CSD. Why don't you? It's like, well, he got his bot lane like 2 waves advantage. Like, sometimes stats lie.
They do.
Sometimes stats need context.
Yep, context does matter quite a lot in most of those circumstances, but you know, the bot lane off to a good start. They're going to have a very preferential buy here. Kabe able to get BF on his first buy compared to the double longsword plus boots. You know, Turtle obviously not able to stay around long enough to collect that much gold. Dardoch is up in experience, as we are seeing here. You know, he's about 5.5. Look at Santorin. Santorin's not even 4.5. So he's over a full level down on Dardoch right now. Bjergsen already 6. When Dardoch hits 6, you have that double semi-global ultimate that you can look to really try to get aggressive with here.
And look at this, without kills, an 800 gold lead to TSM. Early jungling has gotten them about a 5-camp lead almost. Okay, maybe more like 3, but the roam's looking pretty good as well, getting their bot lane ahead. So a really good start for them. The question is sort of in their mid to late game shot calling and closing those games out, but it's really something that they have been working on the TSM side. FlyQuest meanwhile just kind of farming up and once again, having to depart this bottom lane as TSM on the way over yet again.
Yeah, just going to force them to run back. If you don't back off there as FlyQuest, then you're probably just going to get dove and die, right? And if you do, you're actually just ceding the blue buff. So either way for TSM, it is a smart move. It's a bit of a win-win for them. They do get the blue buff over onto Bjergsen, and Dardoch is just actually going to stay around. Will be going back to base now as he has a lot of gold in his pockets, but you know, Bjergsen able to steal away the blue buff, and they will have their own blue buff timer, and Dardoch even spawning Santorin out here.
At least Santorin's there for defense in case there is more of a dive. Sees Dardoch take the blast plant and get away, so FlyQuest knows that they are safe, but it's the 14 minion difference down there. It's BF sword versus double longsword. It's really rough, and that's credit to Dardoch and Bjergsen, and honestly the rest of the bottom lane as well for getting some good trades.
And while TSM has been proactive, and I think that their early moves are superior and they are looking pretty good, it's still not a monumental lead by any means. right? It is going to be Dardoch and Bjergsen really looking to cash in and get some kills, you would think, in these earlier stages of the game, looking to really get the most out of that combo once Bjergsen and Dardoch are both 6. Because when you look on the other side, there is some quite powerful team fighting, right? That is going to be a bit of a concern when you're looking over at Ford and really reliable game gauge from there, as well as
Spellbook Ignite gets burned, looks for a knockup, can't quite find it though. Here comes the Ornhorn, has to flash away from Broken Blade, finds a knockup, finds a clap, trades the flash back away.
Oh, that was really, really close back and forth. You see the power of the Brittle. It looked like Viper was actually losing that pretty heavily. But the ultimate does apply that Brittle. You get the big clap, a lot of bonus damage coming out there. So it is the trade, flash for flash, ult for ult. That may call members up towards that top side, which I think does work in Broken Blade's favor because there is now Pantheon ult as well as Kalia ultimate available. And this makes that Ornn much more of a target.
We'll see where they go. They've been going bot lane for a while, but yeah, top lane could definitely be there, and you find 300 gold on your Aatrox. Not going to be enough to take things over. Here comes the push towards the top river, though, as Broken Blade and the rest of the squad, without a problem, grabbed the Rift Herald. As the recalls and TPs came through, Viper saved his teleport. That's one big difference. It kind of explains some of that pressure right there.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, I think because of the recall timings there, Biofrost was able to actually make the move up towards top. They didn't need to commit Kobbe to that side of the map. They already kind of had the mid-jungle cryo. They had a preferential lane state with Broken Blade because he actually TP'd back to lane, whereas Viper was holding on to his. So they don't need to make the full rotation as we have so often seen in the LCS, and Kobbe is able to keep farming bot side while they take that top lane Rift Herald. The question now becomes, can FlyQuest get something back with their TP advantage? Can they look to try to take this dragon? And I think that is going to be the target now.
You can see bot lane's being pushed in, and you can see that it's, I mean, there's just so many more people on the bottom side of the map. There should be almost a formality that FlyQuest grabbed this one as bot is shoved in, and Lee Sin is already attacking this Drake. Now it's up to Viper to live. Ult comes out in the back half, and yeah, he's going to survive as Dardoch does not get the gank to land. But here comes the 4 versus 1, and Viper doesn't get the W down, might have been on cooldown, but you don't really live through this one. The damage comes across, and first blood is claimed for Dardoch. 6 first bloods in 8 games.
Yeah, that's just great from TSM. I called out, his ult is down, his flash is down, you have the Rift Herald, move towards that top side. It will get them a guaranteed first turret here up on that top side. You can see Biofrost moving away, so the gold goes into the pockets of the carries. Bjergsen already heading back towards mid lane to try to defend there. And meanwhile, Broken Blade, who was in a very strong spot, was able to actually hold down on that bottom lane, 1v2. He didn't even give up a plate.
Yeah, big stuff right there. At least the second plate drops in the mid lane, but this really does look like TSM taking control of the first 15 minutes as we watch that dive yet again. 4v1, nothing to do for Viper.
Yeah, here this is one more time. Dardoch's ultimate did look a little bit silly, but Bjergsen wraps around behind, gives Biofrost an easy man to jump to. Once the stun comes in, there's just really no chance for him to get out in that 1v4. Would have had to back off very, very early. And as a result, TSM just lose a couple plates mid lane, no plates bot lane, and they're going to be basically that full turret ahead. And it's opening up quite a large gold lead now.
Yeah, awesome stuff for TSM in the early game. As we get about 12 minutes in, you can see their kind of stiffest competition, Immortals, up next on the docket here, 5-2. A really pleasant season for them. We'll continue to watch them with excitement, as it's been really awesome for former MVP jungler Smithy to lead that squad.
Yeah, I think Immortals have been one of the big surprises thus far this split. Have been looking good and looking forward to that game coming up next. But TSM, FlyQuest still going to be battling it out for this. TSM obviously heavy early advantage, up 3,000 gold at 12 minutes is going to be leaving them feeling very, very good. But they have an idea that Dardoch is in this area.
Can they find something? No more slows on Yuumi. Flash out to take the damage, and I guess that's fair enough. Runs away with Merc Treads. Not sure he's going to get caught, actually, to be honest, but I guess better safe than sorry in this case. PoE chunked to half HP. Good trade by Bjergsen.
Yeah, I think the concern from him is if you get slowed down and, say, insect comboed in, then the flash will never save you. So, just using that flash early, a bit of a conservative play, but does keep him safe and keeps them aggressive on the map.
You can see the bot turret in almost shambles here as well. About 2 autos will knock down the 4th plate, and Kobbe would like to. Looks pretty safe. Yeah, that poke's just not really all that meaningful. Good Q, though. That was pain, but I'll take 120 gold for that.
I like almost shambles as a descriptor.
Yeah, it's an almost shambles. It's like shamble. It's shamble adjacent.
It's adjacent to shamble. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well, ulti coming across now. Dardak this time doesn't have the flash, but he's got damage. And Santorin is running out of health. Flashed over the wall. The spear almost lands, but he burns to the ignite. Hits over the wall as well. He still will not go down. The re-engage though for Viper. Wants to knock down Kabe. That's not going to work there either. Here comes Panther over the top yet again. Dardak back into safety. And PoE forced to run away. TSM cannot lose team fights. There's something forcing FlyQuest away. And they're going to be able to walk away from this one, but the turret doesn't have legs. This time, it will actually be in shambles. But wait, Bjergsen, there's no minions. You don't have aggro. Take away just yet. A huge stun comes across. This could be Biofrost, but the shield just stays alive. Turret finally does fall.
They do get that turret, and Dardoch survives such a ridiculously long time, utilizing that Aegis Assault, the E, to block so much of the damage. And even when Wild Turtle runs over to commit the ultimate, he was able to escape. So great job from TSM. Looks like Dardoch is going to be caught out for sure this time. We knew he didn't have flash. Yuumi is zoning him back into the rest of the squad, but look how he backs up, realizing the Aegis Assault there with the Empower. Santorin thinks that he's pretty much a guaranteed kill, so he actually flashes out. Triumph proc comes through for Dardoch, healing him up. He blast stones over the wall, and then is able to ult back to the rest of his team, where TSM can then continue to corral FlyQuest in with that man advantage and force down a turret to extend the gold lead even further. Now up above 4.5K. This early game is completely out of control at this point for FlyQuest. They really have tried to get something back.
A really impressive early mid game for TSM. We crest 15 minutes in, and this is one of their largest leads of the split. Nearly 5,000 here. You're coming in, I said, okay, yeah, TSM have had better early games so far this split, but you don't expect the 4,500 gold lead coming in, so really above and beyond. Well done to Dardoch, rest of the crew. You just saw he topped the damage in the last team fight as well. This has been TSM's best looking jungler in a while.
Yeah, he's looking really, really good, I think, with the squad. You know, there have obviously been times at which the TSM Jungler have looked really, really good. It's not as though Svenskeren wasn't good with them when they won a bunch of championships, but he's performing well. Looking for a pick now on Kabe. He might just be gone.
Oh my gosh, that's so much damage. I don't know if the shield is still down for Bio, but unleashed power just slapped him.
Yeah, the Guardian proc, he flashed away, just gets absolutely burst down. Power People had not been involved in much, but had been farming very, very well, sitting on Ludens as well as the early Sorcerer's Boots for that flat spell pen, so Kabe gets a bit of a taste of that.
You're seeing at least glimpses of what might go well for FlyQuest then. They're going to get the second Drake here as well. So, you know, they're moving that way. I don't see how they get the third and fourth, though. Again, this gold lead is massive, but, you know, maybe it's Smite Seal, maybe it's something else, but there is the glimmer there, but it is pretty faint.
Yeah. Yeah, if they were sitting at 3, you're like, maybe one Smite Steal, but when you're still 2 off and you're this far down in gold, it does start to feel pretty desperate. You are looking over at Viper and realizing how far behind he is in farm. The bot lane is pretty heavily down as far as the gold goes, simply because of all the turrets and everything they have taken down.
That's the root. Good cleanse. That was needed. Bjergsen absolutely would have gotten that knockup for sure, so good to bring that spell. But here comes the Herald Summon, and here comes mid lane crashing down. Reinforcements are on the way. FlyQuest can maybe take the fight, but this turret is going to run out of health really, really quickly. It's almost dead just off the first charge.
Yeah, I mean, TSM is just being so proactive. Every time their ultimates are up, they are dropping it. You know, that was Dardoch ulting in with the Rift Herald die, but Dardoch very low here. Gotta be careful.
Damage. Knockup's not going to find a lot. It's Biofrost who flashes away, but you are seeing some of that poke is there for FlyQuest. Those glimmers of hope are there.
I mean, there's a lot of squishy members on this team, right? You know, if Syndra, with the items that she is sitting on right now, or Power People connect a combo on Dardoch, on Bjergsen, on Kabe, he can wipe them off the map, and then all of a sudden that gold lead no longer really matters. But, you know, TSM is kind of keeping their foot pressed to that gas pedal. You do really like to see that when a team has an early game advantage, to try to extend it, to see that gold lead growing and growing and growing. That's what you're looking for with these types of compositions.
Yeah, I actually really want to see an Oblivion Orb on Power of Evil. Aphelios has the interesting honor of having absurdly low magic for this. He's level 10 and still only has 30 MR. It's like he and Yuumi are the only champs who have stats that low. So if you find Oblivion Orb, PoE does literally true damage to him, or at least I guess functionally true damage to him with his spells, which would be a huge power spike. He's going towards Death Cap now. I don't hate that either. You might see Spellbinder to like to get the move speed to like land the stuns, but he is going a high AP build. I would like Flatpen in terms of killing Aphelios.
My guess is he's looking towards the Death Cap as a really strong Ornn upgradable item.
Yeah, that's the one.
And I think, you know, you can upgrade Ludens, but the upgrade is much less gold efficient, as we're going to see Turtle get run down likely.
Yeah, he's going to flash the flash follow. Broken Blade trade Summoners gets the solo kill.
Yeah, knocking him down on that bottom side. This is a very, very strong Aatrox. Already has all his CDR online, sitting on that Black Cleaver, and here comes Dardoch.
Dardoch, they can't find the kickback into the turret. He gets back and forth. Now the knock up there on a PoE. Does have flash, doesn't seem to need it though as Yuumi shows up for some speed, for some healing, and now it's going to be a nice stopwatch for Biofrost. The reset of Santorin, she's back to his squad, and the ult was already on cooldown. Couldn't quite get the kill on a Biofrost, but forcing him away as well. Power People, the bastion of safety here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, it is interesting to actually see Biofrost and the build he's decided to go for here, rushing towards the Zeke's convergence. You know, on a squad that doesn't have any true tank, I would have expected maybe even like a stone plate rush, but he's obviously feeling that, you know, he can maneuver in and out of the fight, utilize his cooldowns well enough that he doesn't need to be necessarily that true tank. We will see if FlyQuest can take advantage of that, because although Biofrost can be very tanky, you know, when he does have that door up, if the Unbreakable is down, you can get one combo by the Cinder too.
Yep. Really can be quite scary. At least there are some defensive stats on the Zeeks, but you're right. It's not as much as Stoneplate, right? There's no comparison there. So yeah, we'll see if Biofrost can make it work with slightly lower defensive stats than you might otherwise see on a arguably more conventional build.
It's risk versus reward, right?
Sure.
You're going to be able to put out ward EPS, you know, because of that buff that you're throwing over on Kabe. Kabe is going to be going for a very heavy damage build. Looks like he's rushing towards the IE second, not the Hurricane, as had been kind of the standard. It feels like people are moving more away from that sometimes now. So he's going to be this heavy AD build. Same build that we see Turtle rushing towards, but Kabe a bit ahead of the curve.
Yeah, some of that is actually synergy with Zeke's, of course. It's a dot, so attack doesn't really help that one very much, and so you know, Raw AD does benefit that a little bit. Either way, we look back at Kabe just wave clearing in the mid lane, and to hear from Aframu about how this game is going as well afterwards. So stay tuned for that one, as TSM have stalled out into the mid game, but they're ready to play for this Drake, as they know that the Soul would be one of the only ways FlyQuest comes back into this one and completely cut off that bottom river.
Yeah, and now this is where you try to make good on that.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Shields up. Good job to hold the ulti, because now round 2 might look a little bit better.
Yeah, good little chunk there. Have Biofrost not in position, you can commit that ultimate.
Here comes the attempted knockup. Big knockup there. Santorin lives! And then drops down Broken Blade. The kickback, the knockup to get Dardoch there as well. A 2-for-0 Flyq with a gigantic deficit. Get 2 for nothing.
FlyQuest with just a fantastic engage. As Kabe was in mid lane, clearing that wave, TSM was trying to maintain their position around the Dragon without their bot laner there, but instead, the Ornn engage comes through, Santorin flies in, FlyQuest commit to that, get the kills, and once 1 or 2 members are off the map, the gold lead no longer matters whatsoever.
And it's so important that PoE was threatening. He forced out Biofrost's shield because he had lethal threat on Bjergsen. Because of that, the shield's on cooldown. Now Ornn can ult and actually do something in the game. And that was actually massive to find that second kill. It means the third Drake comes through. The gold deficit drops to below 4,000, and they're on Soul Point.
Yeah, that's a really big swing in the game. It did feel like TSM was going to be able to grab this for sure, but as you said, Unbreakable is down. Viper knocking up 3 members of TSM. Notice Kabe on the top left of the screen over here. You know, he has not even joined the fight. Staying in this quadrant, clearing out that wave, was not able to get over to that squad safely. As a result, FlyQuest getting a bunch of easy kills, taking another dragon. That Mountain Dragon quite strong for the Ornn too, so if you're going to be able to grab that Mountain Soul, will really help against the burst combos that I think TSM is fairly reliant upon. You know, when you think about things like the Pantheon Talia combo, having that passive shield from the Mountain Soul is going to be really useful.
Yeah, gonna look really nice for them, so shout out to PoE, doubling anyone's damage in this game, tripling most of his teammates. Death Cap is done. Make sure it's on the far left of the inventory. It's in slot 1. Then when Ornn right-clicks you, make sure it goes to the Death Cap. If it's Luden's Echo, that is a mechanical misplay on PoE's item ordering. He's level 13, so it goes for the earliest available slot. Oh no, he did it! He did it the wrong way! Shakara's just put a video out about this!
Well, maybe Power People will get tweeted and they'll learn too. You just taught us all something, Freak.
Yes, I learned from Kalebot. I passed on my knowledge that I recently earned. And we'll all endeavor to be better in the future.
Yeah, that is unfortunate because the death cap upgrade is more efficient. That's worth more gold when you do have both. That is why we kind of assumed that he was actually skipping the double spell pen that you had talked about earlier. So, with that upgrade going to the wrong slot, that does make the build that you had talked about seem even better.
Sure.
Unfortunate for them, but won't be game deciding, very likely. FlyQuest, though, only down 3K now with Ornn items coming through and the 3 dragons means really the lead is pretty much gone. When you're talking about effective gold that is on the map right now with these couple upgrades and all of the stats that they have from the dragons, it's basically an even game. So TSM, off of that one poor team fight, has made the game much more difficult for themselves.
You know the nervousness has to kind of increase now here on the TSM side. They know that they probably still even feel up in gold when you look at CS and everything else, but yeah, Mountain Solo's worth, 200 to 300 health essentially as the raw shield, which is about 800 gold per person in like pretty much literally raw stats. And now you can see a push towards the back side. Don't quite get the UAV. They knock down the turret as well. 2 minutes till that Drake comes down. TSM still showing signs of life, still showing some good plays, and they're grouped up ready to take this fight if it comes to them.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at death cap, the raw AP there, that 4% is worth like 18 AP already on Power of Evil. That's quite a bit. The AD going to be coming through for multiple members too, so it does all add up to quite a bit of extra gold. TSM, though, they are still going to have their opportunities, but if it's just Death Ball versus Death Ball, I do think
they find the route, they find the engage. Oh my gosh, Santorin pops the start, and they can't even trade back for Biofrost. Broken Blade flinging to the sides as well could make a lot of danger. Here comes the wall. They have to flash to get away. They will at least try a single kill. Viper forced a flash to save himself. It's a 1-for-1 jungler for top laner. Big stun comes across. They've got the follow through, and Viper drops as well. Now Dardock's in the front line, leading the charge. The damage has got to be there. The shutdown comes through. It's a 3-for-1, and Dardock wants a little bit more. Can't find the next stun, but TSM win the fight, and they can go to the top river.
That final sniper auto from Kabe, locking up Viper with the Braum passive into the Gravitum root there. That CC chain holding him down, locking him up for Bjergsen to be able to finish off that kill and grab a couple more. Here's the initial engage. Again, started out very well onto Santorin for TSM as they're able to burst him down extremely quickly. It looked like it was FlyQuest trying to start this off, but as he goes in, he just gets absolutely lit up. He took the Q straight into the threaded volley from Bjergsen. All of those are connecting, and he just got shredded. Now, Broken Blade coming in with a good flank, but Sauce comes through well-timed from the Yuumi. And then notice this, the Sniper Q gives him that infinite range auto, procs the Braum stun, swaps to his offhand, Gravitum root into Bjergsen's seismic shove there. That was a really nice combo and quick thinking from Kabe to lock up that last member and really win the team by heart.
Beautifully done, and now TSM feeling comfortable. What, 20 seconds on Soul as Viper's in the front line. He's gonna get healed up, runs away, then runs back in. They find the root on a Broken Blade, and this fight could mean so very much. If FlyQuest wins it, I think they're actually leading in the game. But TSM, they feel pretty comfortable here. Damage on a Biofrost that puts them at half. Broken Blade still on the wings, and speaking of which, has the ulti available. Biofrost getting chunked down. They might just find this one. They get close, and now Pantheon to the back line. They found Power of Evil. What a beautiful backline play. Viper dives back in, looking for the kill on a Biofrost, but it's already 2 teammates dead. It's a 4v3 on the map. Viper is running out of health. 4v2, it's no Santorin who is going to die. The double comes across, make it a triple for Kabe, and TSM wipe the map.
TSM get the ace. They're gonna grab the Baron. They can solo up the Dragon here too. TSM have full control of the game off of that. And it was a fantastic engage from Dardock coming over across the top. And FlyQuest was just trying to use this Ornn Yuumi combo as someone who could not be engaged upon, sending him forward, poking people down, harassing them out. But TSM, they just engaged over top of them.
Dardock, be careful. Dardock, you were running out of health, buddy. Good spite. They're going to be fine. Drake is grabbed just to make sure Soul Point can have for 5 minutes. No worries, TSM. Kite the aggro well. While players take notes.
Great boss down.
Yep.
What was the loot? All right,
a lot of purples.
Here it is one more time. A lot of purples, nice. So Viper going to be going in. This is just trying to utilize basically the Ornn, almost like you do Garen Yuumi, where you have this unassailable target, and they want to move him in to poke people down. And this is actually working out very, very well. But Broken Blade, notice him sneaking around the side. This ward is actually turned off. He comes in with the flank at the same time as Dardoch ults up right down the middle. And all of a sudden, what you thought was a front-to-back team fight, utilizing the Ornn Yuumi to be the only point that they could be engaged upon. Now, Broken Blade's in your backline. Dardoch has ulted from the back of the fight over on top of your carries. The carries get decimated, and then without the backup of those, Ornn Yuumi is not frightening at all. TSM played that incredibly well.
Really nicely done. So Baron buff is on. You can see a lot of damage coming through. The 2180 from Dardoch, I think, is a little misleading because it was on like the best possible target though, and it won them the fight because
quality
power
of
beat
damage.
It was huge quality of damage right there. Of course, Bjergsen doing great as well. 106 highest damage for his team in that fight, and TSM are in a very good spot right now. They are so well poised to win this one to close out in the mid to late. You can see a little poke come through, but this is looking very likely to be TSM's.
Yeah, TSM is looking really good. Seismic Shove actually catches on Viper there, but can't follow up on that, and they will just look to continue to extend this gold lead. You know, it had really kind of been FlyQuest crawling back, but this game has really swung around these two really consequential fights by that Dragon Pit. One that FlyQuest won that pulled them back in, and then TSM kind of blew the game open with a dominant win in that last team fight, and now sitting a good 8,000 plus gold ahead. FlyQuest, they're going to be looking towards this next Mountain Dragon. That will be the target for them. They're going to be trying to fight for that, trying to grab Soul. If they can get a good fight, if they can get a pick and lead into that Soul, then it buys them more time in the game. It buys them the opportunity to continue scaling, to try to catch up.
Well, for now, at least FlyQuest are wave clearing, but now the bot side is cut off, and Wild Turtle has to be a little bit afraid because Pantheon comes up the top as well. Dardoch will be rooted, but does not yet have aggro. Shield comes up, takes absolutely no damage on the way out, but now it's time for Broken Blade to be careful. The kickback on a Dardoch, Santorin pop stopwatch. This should be a dead Pantheon. Growled over the top of the shutdown 1-for-1. Both junglers are dead. A 4v4 though could be okay for FlyQuest with the turret on their side. A snipe towards PoE, puts him at half HP. Big damage coming through. Kave nearly solos him out, and the re-engage could be good as well. Turret comes down. That's going to be a structured drop as well. Viper could be rooted, and TSM feeling comfortable now to keep pushing forward.
Scatter.
Heals coming through for Ignar, keeping the squad at least reasonably safe. But TSM still wear the Baron buff. It just drops out right about now. Now, 4v4. Gold gonna be close. Biofrost, one more shot. The Flash 4 to get one kill. The Viper will trade his life. A 1-for-1. Not that bad on either side. TSM gonna walk away.
Yeah, they are gonna be able to hold on to the inhibitor that is critical for FlyQuest. Yuumi healing was coming up so big for them there, being able to sustain them up through that poke back and forth. Viper does end up giving his life, but everyone will be back up on the map for this next Mountain Dragon, which I do think is going to be kind of that key objective. We're going to see teams fighting over. We'll have to track if FlyQuest is going to be able to get any vision ahead, though. As we'll watch this one more time. Bjergsen just dropping that Yuumi ultimate. Dardoch looks to go in, gets rooted up by the Yuumi ult, and then Santorin hits the Q, looking for that kick flash. In he goes, knocking Dardoch back. And it is eventually that trade of kills. Well-timed ultimate from Biofrost does knock up Santorin. So it is that trade of lives back and forth here. And then you can see Power Beetle getting put incredibly low, but utilizing Yuumi there to just heal him back up. You can see, look at the scatter, knocking Kave down very, very low on health. Is able to heal right back up with that Scythe Pistol. And you can see, without even building lifesteal, Kave is sustaining an incredible amount, utilizing that specific weapon, as well as his runes, Legend Bloodline, and things like this, are very, very powerful, even though it's not like he's sitting on a Bloodthirster. A couple autos, he's right back to full.
Oh, there's the Bloodthirster. Speaking of the devil, it's back in. But yeah, he had 50% lifesteal before that pickup. 15%, and this guy has 1 million damage, right? So does make that pretty useful overall. Summoner Heal, of course, can add on top of that one. And oops, Turtle walks in, gets pushed in, but yeah, he's fine right there. 8,000 gold lead, TSM. Once again, need to control this bottom river. The Mountain Soul is still on the docket here for FlyQuest.
Broken Blade is looking for a flank here. He's actually just going to try to wrap around behind this team.
All right, who can engage faster, though, as here comes the push in. They've aggroed it. They know he's over the wall. They put the ward down. They see him.
This is critical. Dardoch now has no ultimate, and Broken Blade has been spotted, so it'll be a lot harder for TSM to try to get a flank on FlyQuest, and that's how they won the last fight.
And Fly really need to 50-50. They need to put this one down and try to find a smite fight. It's such a big boost in power for them. They can keep Broken Blade separated. Down to 3K. Here comes the attempt. They're going to start the hard engage. The bullet time over the top means a lot of damage. Dardock's at 5 HP, they can kill him. One more auto will knock him down, they can't get the damage. He finally traps Santorin, gets the smite, and look at the team fight. It's 4 kills for 1 with a Mountain Soul over the top.
FlyQuest disengaged that fight so damn well. They peel back, and they're charging down mid lane. They are potentially looking to end this. They're actually going to send back Power of Evil, so it may just be an inhibitor. We'll see when they try to pull off here. Yeah, they're going to reset. A little bit of hesitation, actually. They're kind of going back and forth, deciding to have Santorin stay around. Baron is spawning, so they may want to just try to reset and prepare for that, but that is how these team fights can look when TSM cannot get the flank, when FlyQuest tracks you incredibly well.
Yep, and that's the timing, right? Is TSM still dead mostly for about 8 to 10 seconds? None of the global teleports are available aside from Broken Blade, but he was alive anyway. And so FlyQuest have the map control they need. Unless heroics come out from Broken Blade, they should guarantee this Baron, but TSM's coming over. They're about to be in range, and it's actually FlyQuest forced to disengage this one. You have to imagine if PoE had joined the squad in time and they peeled 4 seconds earlier, maybe they got the Baron for free.
Yeah, it seemed like there was some hesitation back and forth, and they didn't even get the inhibitor. So at that point, it would have actually been better to just wait at the Baron and take that very likely instead of getting an inhibitor tower and to try to prepare for that. It also felt like they probably didn't have a precise timer on Darlock's ultimate, right? And maybe the call is Pantheon could ult in. The ultimate wasn't actually up on spawn, but that's one of those little things that can really affect your mindset and your decision making when you're doing this and all of a sudden someone's like, what about Pantheon ult?
Sure. Well, he's got 30% CDR in the build, but it's still 115 seconds. It's a 2-minute cooldown even with the itemization he's got. So, unfortunately they didn't have that one tracked, but they were afraid of it, and it's going to be the safer play for FlyQuest.
We have seen, though, another example of how FlyQuest can win those fights. TSM has shown us some incredible team fighting, how they are able to take it over if they can access backline, utilizing flanks, utilizing that Pantheon ult. But in that previous fight, Dardock's ultimate really didn't amount to anything besides grouping him with the squad, and Broken Blade was tracked on the flank. So when it did come to that straight-up 5v5, front to back, FlyQuest dominated it, and now they will have the advantage of these big shields from that Mountain Soul. That is going to make it even more difficult for TSM to burst someone down.
Broken Blade wants to fight Viper, who's got about almost 400 health on the Mountain Soul shield. You're looking at 250 to 350 for the high AD and AP carries, and between 200 and 300 for the more mid-range ones, as Turtle and Ignar on the way over. 3v1 on Broken Blade, cannot get away, burns the flash after, and then Bjergsen shows up with a wall to keep him safe. So it's a trade of some ultimates, but now TSM numbers advantage this side of the map, right? 3v2 over there, but it's not enough to start the Baron. In face of the wards, they don't get anything done.
Yeah, Broken Blade just gonna have a lot of trouble dealing with this Ornn at this point, who is sitting on 421 armor with the double Mountain Dragon. He is stacking that armor too. It is worth noting, he did not ever build a second Ornn, right? And that is something I've been kind of curious about, if he was gonna go back for something like an Abyssal to help deal with the Flip.
Oh no, Santorin gets the ward, hop to get away, has flash if he needs it, should be safe, gets the Yuumi shield as well, jumps right back in to fight Dardock, and that's the first stun. That's a kickback as well, but Biofrost now in range to block everything else out. Gonna stay safe on this side. The trade of not too many cooldowns.
Yeah, the kick's just kind of being used there by Santorin to disengage, to keep himself safe. He is sitting on GA. They did cost them the heal.
Oh wow, they're starting it.
And TSM, yeah, they're two-manning this. Kabe is
really
going to
smart.
shred through this. They have no idea that Pink Ward, now it's spotted with the blue orb.
Trinket over, do they have the time? The Braum ult was perfect as well, and TSM sneak a great Baron.
Yeah, really good call there. Keeping multiple members in the mid lane for TSM. Dardock and Kabe shred through that Baron. Utilizing the Chakram pistol as well as that turret. It's so much damage coming out.
Yeah.
You just need someone to tank it up for you, and you can really burn through that. So TSM, again, battling back. This really has been a back and forth game, very close game throughout most of it, despite the fact that TSM has been in a heavy gold lead. FlyQuest have been winning a fair amount of fights and do have Soul.
They've kept it within 3 kills, but it's the entire time, despite fighting mostly the whole time a 5,000 gold deficit. It's now 7,000 to 8,000 here, but they have some pretty good ult combos, right? Yuumi, MF, though I don't honestly love the lane that much, at least if there's engaged tools. If you root them all in place, they're lined up for bullet time. There's actually really good team fight synergy there, even if the laning phase is a little bit weak.
And my assumption is it was more about what they felt they could get outside of the lane of this, right? And we have seen Yumi be very effective creating zone control with that ultimate in team fights, attaching to some of these tanky members, to be able to add additional playmaking and poke. The sustain is incredibly good in Yumi ever since they kind of shifted some of Yumi's power away from the poke and healing. Santorin looking for a flank here.
Nice little bit of damage right there. Here comes Orin over the top now as well as looking for some stuns, but can't find a whole lot. Bullet time just getting blocked by the shield. As the split push is now coming to an end as some ultis come on to cooldown. TSM going to disengage as they wear down this Baron buff.
So that's a one trade for FlyQuest as they do force the teleport out of Broken Blade. So now it is TP advantage over to FlyQuest. And that Elder is coming up. And it doesn't matter that TSM only has the one dragon because the Elder is at full power no matter how many of those dragons you have picked up. TSM do have more vision control in the area. There are some forward rewards from FlyQuest that they could look to use if they need to TP Viper in. But those are actually getting swept out right now by Biofrost. So FlyQuest is going to have to get control of that mid lane first before they can really get access to the pit.
They can knock down most of the wave. We know Dragon spawning in 4 seconds now as TSM have fully reset and they're ready for this one.
I think that we may see them just tear the Yumi up with one of these frontliners to try to move in again. But they have got to track the flank. That is why Broken Blade is staying.
They found the root. Turtle cleanses, walks away. But that is still an important cooldown missing. It's also the ulti gone from Aphelios. Kabe only has flash for important cooldowns here as they once again look for the front line. They find a slow and a Biofrost. They get the knock up there as well, but no follow through. Now looking over the side again is Broken Blade. Again, cutting back with a little bit of safety, but Viper pretty much unstoppable. A bit of a hit towards Dardock. Now they re-engage. They kick, they get a knock up on a 2. Is that the go button? They force the flash out. Biofrost is low. Bullet time over the top. The knock up there as well. They might find the damage. Here comes Dardock in the backline, but he can't get the kill just yet. Viper's still so tanky. Calls the Orinhorn. Goes for the knock up on a 2. They will knock down Dardock. The Guardian Angel will lose for Santorin, but it is a 5v4 for now. The re-engage, can it look good? No slows just yet. Ward hops over the wall, stays safe. Kabe in the front lines. Finds some damage. Viper cutting away now as well. As TSM in the 4v5 do not want to give away Elder Dragon, but they do not have a smite.
Yeah, no smite, so the only way to actually secure this is winning the fight to kill people off. But Biofrost very low. Broken Blade getting fairly low here too. Power Evil was out of mana, but he got the blue buff. That is enormous for FlyQuest, and they are going to look to re-engage.
And Biofrost is 12 HP right now. There's no way this fight goes well for TSM anymore. Bjergsen almost gets rooted. He does. That is an easy kill. The stun over the top of 2 as well. Dragon resets, but FlyQuest found another kill. Chasing in towards Kabe. That's the slow. He does not have flash. He does not have a good way out. The blast cone's not there in time. A double kill for Wild Turtle and FlyQuest on a 7,000 gold deficit when the team fights, and the Elder Dragon is there.
Broken Blade trying to get something done here mid lane, but he's actually getting flanked now by Viper. We'll see if he's going to be able to get out. Looks like he will. More than anything, I want to see how much healing Yumi did throughout that whole series of events. That was such an extended fight. And I was seeing heal after heal after heal coming up from Yumi for 500 plus health.
Sure.
It was an insane amount of sustain here. And Yumi was just constantly healing people straight back up. The mountain shields were regenning anytime someone was out of the fight for very long whatsoever. Biofrost gets very low here, so Viper is able to be sent in. This time, Dardock dives into the back line, but the later you get into the game, this jungle Pantheon is not going to have the pressure to solo down one of these carries, right? He's playing Stoneplate, is not a pure damage build. Broken Blade could not get access over to him, so Power of Evil as well as Wild Turtle stayed strong in that 2-man squad and were able to push him back, to take him down. And then it was just about this reset. And Power of Evil recognizing, hey, the blue buff's up, Santorin actually goes over to help lifesteal off of it and leash that for his mid laner so that they can then look for the potential re-engage. And again, it's about the Yumi. The slow comes through. The MFE slowing down multiple members there too, and despite the flash from Bjergsen, he can't actually get out of that Yumi ultimate, gets rooted up, gets knocked down, and FlyQuest are marching down mid lane, looking to take this inhibitor, while you see TSM trying to split the map, running down top lane, running down bot lane.
Well, they're recalling back right now. This could be the climactic fight as FlyQuest goes for the game win right now. There's Dardock in the front lines. Big damage, but Viper is so incredibly tanky. Turret's not going to fall. Redemption buys a few more moments, and we'll see if the reset comes through. They cannot quite find these openings, though, in Viper. Be able to jump away, stay alive on that side. Santorin can't find an opening either. Wait to see what might happen next. 14 to 14 in kills, still a 3,500 gold deficit, but the Elder Dragon obviously worth so much more than that. FlyQuest feel like they're finally in the driver's seat here, waiting to see if they can find someone to kill, but the waves are cleared. As you mentioned, TSM is splitting top and bot, and the side waves are not good for FlyQuest. They're going to back out.
Yeah,
Baron's alive.
They're going to go to Baron. They're just going to use the Elder to secure the Baron. TSM is not going to want to fight this team while they have Elder. It is such a powerful buff. So instead, it will be about TSM trying to make these plays. Look at the solo laners right now. You can see Bjergsen and Viper running down here. Dardoch joining them as well. They may actually look to try to ult towards the base. With Viper showing up, I don't know that they will. The Baron is already dead, so it feels too risky with the potential Baron recalls. But you can see the mindset that TSM is in now. It is about guerrilla warfare. It is about hitting and running, avoiding your opponents, trying to not take this 5v5 anymore, and look for opportunities for backdoors. Look for opportunities to trade inhibitors and try to turn it into a scrappy game where you're not just facing down this nigh unkillable Ornn.
Well, gets the redemption upgrade finally to Ignar. That's one more item coming through, but level 18, as long as the items come through, they'll have all the ornaments ready. And now we'll see as the push comes down to the bottom side of the map. Dragon's going to end in a second, and Baron buff is on. You still expect to see FlyQuest being the ones who are able to push. I do want to reiterate, even when the global buffs are gone, that the actual gold lead is lying. As we mentioned, it's on average 300 plus health per member from the Mountain Shield. That is 800 gold worth of HP. Like actual gold lead in stats, definitely on FlyQuest.
Take a look at Wild Turtle. He has nearly a 1,000 HP shield with the Bloodthirster shield, plus the Mountain Dragon, plus he has Overheal, I think, as well. And he is just looking so intimidating when you're taking a look over at that MF and just realizing how much you have to work through before you're even touching the health.
Yeah, 350 from BT, 220 from Overheal, and about 350 from the Dragon. So
that is frightening.
Adds up close to 1,000 extra health. He is a tanky boy, and they're pushing down the bottom lane right now. Baron buff still on for a minute and a half. TSM must find some point to defend. It might have to be after the Baron drops off, though.
Yeah, I think that may be the call. They did wait out that Elder Dragon buff. You can see that Dardoch, Bjergsen, Broken Blade all sitting on the side. They're looking for a potential flank, so they are going to make the call to go here.
Okay, this could be the cutoff. This could be the fight that might work for TSM. Viper, though, very taking the front line. Wild Turtle safe so far, but they might find the re-engage. Brawlmo just doesn't do anything. Viper is basically invincible. Turtle has to kite back, and Dardoch cannot find an opening either. The kick back, though, Broken Blade going to lose the Guardian Angel. Does have flash. He can get away from this at least a little bit, and does jump over the wall, gets back to safety. But that is going to be a dead turret and one more auto attack, and it goes down now as well. Health bars on TSM are literally got to retreat away from the inhibitor, and it's 2 inhibs now broken for FlyQuest.
Yeah, they just can't burst anyone down. That Mountain Soul plus all the Yuumi healing, anytime there is an extended trade, it just gets better and better for FlyQuest. And
nice block
on those next
Bio, but they've knocked down one of the turrets, and the re-engage should still be very solid. Dardoch at half health. Big wave clear for Kave, does knock most of these down. Almost a stun on a Broken Blade. Gotta be careful on that one. Now in the front line, but they're gonna right away try to knock those kills across. The turrets are gone. They're gonna pad the KDAs if they can. It's still TSM able to run away. Turtle's gotta be careful. He's taking a lot of damage there on the backside. Dardoch not going down either, and Viper could actually be chased down. This will be TSM finding a single kill, finding a sign of life. And it's now FlyQuest forced to run away in a 4v5.
Yeah, second Elder's up in 50 seconds. Viper will actually be dead as it spawns. He will have TP, but they're looking to chase.
The flash engage potential. Pee-wee can't find the stun, but here comes Dardoch over the top. Is this the fight? Oh! He's gone right away, and Syndra finds a second as well. Biofrost goes down. It's a 4v3, and Ignar has the healing. Broken Blade forced to run away, and just like that, FlyQuest reclaimed the map.
Yeah, TSM felt like they had to go for more. They needed to get multiple kills before that Elder spawned. They wanted to be in an advantageous position for that, so they make the call. TP in Broken Blade, use the Dardoch ultimate, but Dardoch was sitting at like 20% health maybe.
Yeah.
He just goes down immediately, and then again, you can't actually punch through all of this healing. So these extended fights have really been working in the favor of FlyQuest, but in this one, it is Kave on the side, flanking around the rest of the team while Viper was getting focused on that bottom side. Kave got around the top edge here, kind of came around the top, and actually poked out Wild Turtle to the point where all of a sudden Yuumi cannot heal all these targets at once. There was no minions to heal, and then it's just the call to go for Broke. They actually have Broken Blade already keeping in, but it's right to the Elder. FlyQuest are on it.
Okay, no smite for Dardoch just respawned, so no smite available for TSM. This should be a fairly easy collapse. They don't know when the ult might come down. It's bullet time over the top. It's a kill onto Bjergsen already, and they're re-engaged right onto the Drake. They know they can grab it. A good smite for Santorin, a kill in the mid laner, and another Elder Dragon buff.
This should be essentially a guaranteed win. There are no Nexus turrets. There's no mid laner for almost a full minute. You have Mountain Soul. You have the Elder Dragon. TSM gotta have a miracle.
Load without flash. The chase is there. The Dragon takes him down. as Wild Turtle leads the charge with the rest of FlyQuest, a 5v3 with the buff on. It was a huge fight. It was a comeback victory. But FlyQuest have done it. They're going to pad the KDA. They're going to pad the DPM. And FlyQuest move on to 4 wins. They're challenging for the top of the table as they take some more kills. They're going to take the Nexus, and they're going to take down TSM.
A very resilient FlyQuest today, hanging on against what was truly a fantastic early game from TSM, but it did come down to the team fights, and when it really mattered, FlyQuest was able to come up big. We saw how TSM would be able to win some of those team fights if they're able to get into the backline, multiple members, coordinate the flank with the ultimate coming across from Dardoch, but in those later fights, it felt like FlyQuest just tracked the flanks too well, kited back, really accounted for that, and was able to use this huge front line with Ornn, as well as Yumi's healing to really kind of just withstand the initial blows and then overrun TSM in the extended fight.
Really nicely done, but waiting to see Enchanter supports come back as the hard support, the bot lane support. Since we are seeing so many more frontliners picked up, right? Ornn is in almost every game now. You have the space to add more of those backline champions to the roster. We didn't say Ignar's name much, but he really was a huge deal in this game. Land a lot of that Q poke, and yeah, threw in a ton of healing, right? Rushed the Athenes, got his Magi's up to 18 stacks by the end of the game. He was definitely doing really, really, really well. Huge love to PoE, had so much early pressure, felt like he was single-handedly keeping them in the early to mid game. Sometimes forcing out cooldowns, finding individual kills, but yeah, resilience. At the end of the day, they made it happen.
Yeah, and that's one that you could have easily rolled over and died. I mean, TSM was playing great in the early game, snowballed the lead, got a big advantage, but FlyQuest held on, won a couple team fights, felt like it's all it took.
Managed to make Soul happen. Well done to them. Good job in the Dragon Stacks. When we return, Aframu joins the State Farm Analyst Desk to talk about that victory. Stick around.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk, and welcome to Aframu. Dignitas' support here to help us break down that banger of a game between FlyQuest and TSM. Very back and forth. TSM got out hot, but FlyQuest, they found the dub.
Yumi is broken, Dash. It's 10.3.
Takeaway?
The healing has come through, and I think the point that I like about Yumi here is not that it's broken with the AD, but with the mages right now. And mages in the mid lane can be a deadly combination. Syndra Yumi, Cassiopeia Yumi, crazy strong, and PoE just ran away with it with Ignar.
But I still think TSM had the right pieces to just tear this game apart. You know, they have great dive coming in from the Taliyah and Pantheon roaming bot lane. You have Aphelios as well, probably the strongest marksman in the game. They had all the pieces to stomp early game, and they had about a 3 to 4K gold lead pretty early on, so it felt like everything was done correctly, even, you know, punishing that Yumi, which isn't that strong early on anymore.
Yeah, we hadn't seen much of a look at Pantheon yet in the LCS. Played elsewhere, but did pop up here today.
Yeah. I don't know if Yumi's that OP, but as soon as Yumi gets to late game, I mean, 500 heals every 3 seconds.
OP past 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. It was all about that bot lane, though, when it came to where the gold advantages were picked up in the early game. Kabe was set up really well off of some, you know, solid pathing from both Dardoch and his mid laner. But again, it didn't amount to what you would have expected.
Yeah, so it's a solid look from TSM to go with these kind of early game strategy when you have the Taliyah that's always going to have priority, the Aatrox doing well in his lane, and you just have to press the advantage much harder than what they had done. And there was a time where they started to not feel very confident in what kind of plays they could go for, because I think maybe they were too worried about getting turned and not being able to get the right engage. Sometimes Dardoch would just have to go in the back, ult, and die just for a good fight to happen.
Right, Mark said he felt like TSM had the tools, Aframu, but how should TSM be playing with this comp to shut down FlyQuest?
They definitely have to split up their backline, so Pantheon and Aatrox can get into the backline. So here, I mean, Pantheon was able to jump on the backline, have Lee Sin flash over the wall. I don't know where their front line was in that fight, but
there's a couple of those.
there were a few. We'll see some more.
Do you need to build executioners against Yumi early on? Like, I feel like you should.
Someone had to build it. I'm pretty sure it was Aphelios, and Pantheon got it at like 35 minutes.
Yeah.
So Yumi was able to have 500 health heals the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, they never had any armor pen on the Aphelios either, and the Ornn armor stacked really hard to start the game against a pretty AD-heavy team comp. And so come late game, they just had no way to really chunk through him. And I don't think Kabe, with that slight goal lead that he had, really did enough work with it.
Yeah, Kabe wasn't able to find his openings in these fights. And Crumbs, you already called out the power of mid laners right now on this patch, and it was PoE for FlyQuest that was just doing Kabe dirty throughout the game, really making it difficult for him to get into the fights.
1K DPM game. It's scary to play Aphelios when you're dealing with so many projectiles flying your way, whether it's a Yumi slow that's basically instantly getting you out of the fight because everyone's going to collapse on you. I understand why he was playing scared, but it just was not, it wasn't the time to do so. You needed a lot more from this team because the champions that Bjergsen and Dardoch had just did not have enough firepower to make up for an AD that's not doing a lot of DPS.
Let's take a look at the tale of two fights. The first, TSM favored. This will be an ace for them in the bot river. Very much the type of fight, Aframu, that you were talking about they want to find.
Yeah, well, as soon as they split their front line from their back line, you're able to just murder the FlyQuest backline here.
Ult right over the front line,
yeah. Once Yumi is with the front line over here, I mean, there's no one who's going to save FlyQuest backline.
There were a number of fights in a row, too, where FlyQuest tried to pick them themselves with the Yumi hopping onto either the Lee Sin or the Ornn on the front line and trying to shoot her ult to start. Not nearly as effective, I think, as what Afro's talking about. Stay with the back line. And if the you know, Pantheon can never jump in, Pantheon's not doing anything in a fight. And you're getting more out of it.
From there to Baron, but TSM wasn't able to accomplish much with that Baron. You'll know Broken Blade did get caught in the bot lane. That brings us to this, the fight for the soul. And FlyQuest comes up big.
This is just a battle of the dragon. You get the junglers all trying to fight in the pit to smite it, with the other battles happening right outside the edge. And because the fight ends up being split and the attention is so all over the place, usually the players that have someone that can heal you and keep you sustained are gonna win these very messy places because you're just able to sustain multiple places of combat at the same time versus not having a healer.
I think right before that fight happened, Bjergsen and Dardoch both used their ultis to try to get a fight on the banana, but FlyQuest pushed through and they were like 5 seconds behind on their fight. So they weren't able to connect Aatrox and Pantheon on the backline there. And I don't, maybe a miscommunication breakdown before the dragon fight, but once they don't have their ultis and they all have to like just walk at them for the soul, I think it's bad.
They also used the Aphelios T-Post ult with the Graviton earlier. It's a pretty big ult for damage in your team fight. And without that one, like you have 3 ults down. Would you make the call to just give up the mountain, or like what do you do at that point?
Honestly, at that point, I mean, Dardak has to walk around the back of the dragon pit and get a flank on them before they finish the dragon.
And you saw there that the ADC's damage was pretty close in that fight, but Turtle getting off 4.2K, aided by another 3K from Power of Evil is what kind of sealed the deal there. Take a look at the Yuumi healing across the game.
I just missed it.
Oh, you did.
It was like 40K.
Maybe they'll fly it back up for you. It was about 40K.
39.5.
It's the most total healing done in a game so far this split. That includes Soraka games.
Oh man.
So this
Yuumi,
champion out heals a Soraka.
In
a 50-minute
in a single
back and
game
forth.
total healing per minute. Technically, there is a game that outdoes this one, and I believe it's a Soraka game. But regardless, total healing in a game, and that speaks to again the late game that you talk about, right? That once we get to that point, those big 500 heals where she's hopping from one person.
What
to
is
the
this
next.
meta? Where are we?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm not the analyst.
No,
You don't-
okay,
you don't
I'll tell
ask
you.
questions
I'll
this
tell
direction,
you.
sir.
It's hard to itemize against healing. It's tough to get your anti-healing going on.
Just stack Morel and Omicron.
Do you think this Yuumi pick is going to start becoming more prevalent?
Just get.
Early game, it falters a lot, as you see
Yeah.
in this game, but TSM weren't able to snowball it, so.
What would your? I mean,
That sounds like NA.
Yeah, that sounds like a good strat. Yeah.
The Yuumi was also picked into the wrong because I was going to ask what would be your pick into Yuumi, but do you feel like Yuumi is always a counter pick in that sense?
It's good into Braum because you can't abuse her 5-second window where if you CC her, she can't jump to anyone for 5 seconds.
Okay.
So into Braum, he can't do anything, so you can just walk away.
All right, fair
essentially, unless he's 6.
How do we feel about TSM, FlyQuest, and where they're at? Because both of these teams, I mean, TSM now moves to 4-4, FlyQuest 4-3 with 1 game still to play tomorrow. But both of these teams kind of middling in terms of standings. Do you feel like they're on the upswing, the downswing? What is our general power rank here?
For me, I think TSM cooled a little bit this weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously, 0-2 is going to do that.
They've done the 0-2.
The C9 one was like, hey, who hasn't looked like that versus C9? But here versus FlyQuest, I expected a little bit more, especially when things started going well in the early game. I thought they would continue that. So I've definitely cooled them a little bit. FlyQuest, still playoff-bound team, I think.
What's been your experience against either of these squads? Either of these squads. Have you played both of them yet?
Yeah, we played.
You have.
Definitely thought FlyQuest was going to win this game when I was predicting for the match.
Oh, yeah? Wow. You got a record of that?
I think a lot of their players are really good. Playing against Ignar, super fun. That guy's a monster. So even though he picks Yuumi here into Braum, even though essentially it's kind of a weird pick, you know? Usually you just engage support meta, and being Yuumi on the backline is like harder to play. And FlyQuest definitely was suffering from that early on in the game where the pick was at a disadvantage, but once he got into later game, it was a lot better.
I'm going to retroactively give Alframu a prediction point for his correct FlyQuest prediction just now. So good on you. You won the day. Thank you so much for joining us, Alframu, to help break down that one. When we come back, it's Immortals who takes on Evil Geniuses. We'll see you soon.
Stop wasting my precious time. Your time is precious? Yes. But ours isn't. So much ego ever since you got designer clothes.
Here comes the 4 versus 1, and Viper doesn't get the W down, might have been on cooldown, but you don't really live through this one. The damage comes across in first blood.
You know, you can upgrade Ludens, but the upgrade is much less gold efficient, as we're going to see Turtle get run down likely.
Yeah, he's going to flash the follow.
I'm ulting here, I'm ulting here. It's good, it's good, it's good. Yeah, I'm ulting. Watch me. Watch the carries in the back. Cinder's dead. Okay. I'm on a map. Keep on going. Look at Yuumi. I need help. I'm slowed. I can heal a lot. Look. Watch. If we kill him, we get Baron. We no flash. Nice, let's get Baron. Yeah, Pantheon. Yeah. We're going to Aatrox, guys. Aatrox. Everyone Aatrox. I'm coming back on this side. Yeah, I got Dragon too. Yeah.
It was a comeback victory. The FlyQuest have done it. They're going to pad the KDA. They're going to pad the DPM. And FlyQuest move on to 4 wins.
Plant some trees, okay? Okay. Get a few trees. We have so much time.
So Josh, you going for our Drive Safe and Save discount?
Yep, using the app, driving safe. You wanna go, bro? Do not mess with my discount.
Get a discount up to 30% with Drive Safe and Save.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say. It's about what you do.
Hey, you made it back, and it's just in time for Immortals versus Evil Geniuses. Game 4 follows the continued rise of Immortals. Xmithie has been crushing his replacement and former team yesterday. Now he sits in second place with the squad.
Yeah, Xmithie once again taking a team to the top while his former team is having struggles. They're kind of sitting down at the bottom.
Yeah.
This guy has made a career out of just winning. No matter where he goes, he just wins. He has, as many titles, even I think more maybe than Bjergsen now.
I think he's tied for second in titles.
Pretty incredible.
Popping off.
Yeah,
Great.
now he is going to be facing the former MVP jungler, FLICKR. These two guys, obviously very, very big pickups for each team in the offseason. A lot of talk about grabbing these two junglers. A lot of players were talking about wanting to play with them. A lot of teams were after them. And these are the two squads that were able to pick them up. And so far, it has been Xmithie having the better run of things, despite the fact that people had lower expectations, I think, on the Immortals squad.
Yeah, Immortals definitely, I think, the brightest surprise so far of the season, but kudos to them for the squad working out. I do want to say FLICKR, even though we're not seeing him play quite as well as last year, he's not got quite the all-star cast around him. I know EG aren't doing super well this split overall. His early game stuff is actually still pretty good. He's 4 out of 6 for First Bloods. EG's overall early game actually second best in the league. And a lot of that is the back of FLICKR and getting a lot of those kills in for the rest of his squad. But it is the back half of the game that's going a lot worse for them, where the coordination isn't quite there. So I want to see if they can tune that up here, or if Immortals continues to sweep through the league. They can go 6-2, which is super impressive.
It really is, and this is a team that most people had power ranked, somewhere 8, 9, 10, right?
Yeah.
Down near the bottom was Immortals in almost every power ranking that I saw, and they really have been proving people wrong. It has been more about the synergy between them, about how well they work together, about finding ways to win in what are not always clean games, what are sometimes really scrappy games that they have to kind of maneuver their way out of. I think a lot about that CLG win up against Ocean Soul, having to backdoor to get that victory, and they've had a lot of close ones.
Definitely have, but we'll see if they can make this one happen. We got the early Yuumi hover and the early Yuumi lock-in. I do think these lanes are abusable, but if Ezreal comes through for Bang, then it's not anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting because we have in the past seen some of the things that are considered really strict kind of Yuumi anti-picks, things like the Mordekaiser, things like the Volibear in the past kind of came out as an answer to the Yuumi. Obviously, we just saw an incredibly successful game on Yuumi last game for Ignar. And I wonder if that is something that, we're going to see more of, because if EG is first picking that, if they're picking that, this could be a block of teams that are scrimming and saying, hey, actually Yuumi is OP, we need to be playing this. So I'm really interested to see if Immortals will go for something in that support role to really try to punish, something aggressive, something with hard engage, or something uniquely suited to kind of countering it.
And I think this is the Ezreal takeaway. Like, I really do think if you play like Ezreal Leona or Ezreal like Nautilus something, like Ezreal is the safe pick you place that you can get yourself out of the hard engages. This feels more like a steal to me than you really want to play Ezreal for Altec. It is one of the champions that he plays, don't get me wrong, it's in the Altec pool, but to me, like, I'm always afraid otherwise.
Yeah, it is interesting because, as you say, Ezreal Yuumi is a very safe duo, and that's something that you want to stop. But at the same time, generally how you punish Yuumi is with these all-in picks.
Yeah.
And Ezreal is not usually what you think of for that.
Yeah.
Yes, it can be good to follow up at times, but it's very reliant on having the correct angles, on minions not being in between you and your opponent to hit the mystic shots, and these type of things can really make a big difference.
Jizuka gets his LeBlanc yet again, most played of the split so far. It's going to be game number 3, and Lee Sin breaks the chain of FLICKR and playing Unique Champion every single game. Lee's going to come through for him, and we are expecting some pretty good things. Now, again, we're not expecting a winning bot lane for EG, but they know Orin is a likely top laner. I guess it's more of a coin flip. We shouldn't really say that right now. We know he goes back and forth, but LeBlanc should be happy. Lee Sin should be happy in almost any matchup aside from Rek'Sai, and if that's not grabbed here, you might see the ban come through, and Sven could be pretty comfortable here.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if Ica is going to be comfortable playing that. We have seen Orin go over to Immortals once this split. It was played by Soaz, but you can definitely do like an Abyssal Rush Orin mid against LeBlanc and just have too much HP to really be easily burst down. That is something they could really look for. Xmithie going to be able to grab his Rek'Sai.
Yeah, there we go.
One of his most consistent picks really across his career. It feels like ever since the champion has come out, he has been so good on it. It is a strong matchup individually against that Lee Sin that FLICKR is going to be bringing out. People talk a lot about the Unburrow, interrupting the Q damage there. So we'll see how he's going to be able to play it out. And so far, Immortals just kind of targeting some of the difficult picks for Orin to deal with, such as the Mordekaiser. Conqueror, Leandri's Rush, Mordekaiser really can match up well against that Orin.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of percent HP damage, a lot of sustained kind of deal with the Orin there. So looking to target that.
Yeah, that'll look pretty reasonable. And also, you can ult him to break his own ultimate, so there's even team fight counters there. And now we'll see what else comes through as the Syndra is off the table. Immortals get one final ban as well.
Interesting to note, actually, all 3 picks that Kumo has had are banned. So he has only played 4 games of Aatrox, 1 game of Set, 1 game of Mord. So he's going to have to show us something new. There were criticisms about his champion pool last year when he did come into the LCS, and he was very reliant upon this Jace pick. So we'll see how much he's kind of grown from that. Can he bring something out here that is going to look good, that is going to match up well potentially into this Orin? I'm excited to see that growth from Kumo because I do think he is someone who hasn't been a pleasant surprise for me. I think he has performed above what my expectations were, and he's a player that I think has a lot of room to grow as a young NA talent.
Ooh, Braum, I don't love here. I think you really do fail to punish Yuumi lanes entirely. I know the Leona ban made sense because, hey, that's the best hard engage tool right there. You could have gone Rakan Ezra. I know it's a little weird. You could have gone for Nautilus, though, and went for... Oh, so sorry, Nautilus is banned. So, yeah, you're down to, like, Alistar, which, honestly, I'd be okay with, but...
Yeah, I mean, again, there is, like, Volibear support and things like that. We haven't seen it picked a lot, but it was always used as that matchup into Yuumi because if you split, you can actually use your Roar to interrupt him rejoining with his teammates. CC actually delays Yuumi from being able to rejoin with teammates there too, so there is a lot of all-in potential. They're not going for something aggressive. I even think you could go for something like a mage support and really bully the lane. I mean, this is the pick that last game we saw Yuumi selected into the Braum. Now you're picking the Braum when they already have the Yuumi, so you really are kind of working into their favor. It is going to be the Renekton for Kumo up there in the top lane, so a lot of early and mid-game power, it feels like, for AG. You know, when looking at this squad already, I feel like they pretty much have to win early on to have a reasonable chance in the team fighting stage. Ornn is going to give you so much frontline, so much scaling later on, especially when there's not a frontline magic damage threat. LeBlanc wants to be attacking backline. Ornn can stack up the armor and HP, deal with those main members there. Corki is going to give you a lot of scaling. Ezreal there too, and you have this really beefy frontline. So, you know, EG are going to have to make the most of their early game power. LeBlanc, Lee Sin, Renekton all pair up very, very well, and Lucian could be an early dominant laner. So we'll see what EG can get done if they can start stacking objectives, create a big gold lead, or this could be kind of similar to what we saw last game, where TSM, you know, started to struggle in the teamfight stage later on against what is, you know, a similarly scaling comp.
Honestly, I think EG have pretty easy itemization choice here. Corki is 90-10 magic physical. Ornn and Rek'Sai aren't huge damage sources overall. And I mean, Alta can do okay, but he's still not going to be putting out absurd physical damage overall. And yeah, Hexagoes come in, and you start healing through all the rest of the damage. We'll see what comes through. EG, though, hoping to pick up a win. Their first game of the week is now, as Immortals have a chance to close out another 2-0 week, go up to 6-2. See if they can make that one happen as we are getting ourselves onto the Rift for the fourth and final LCS game of the day. Stay tuned to Sports Academy after this, and we'll see if Immortals can continue to be the top of the table. And they can build a lot of space as well, right?
Yeah.
TSM just lost, so they can be heads and shoulders above almost every team.
Yeah, I mean, they came into this week tied with TSM 4-2. TSM is now 4-4. They are already 5-1, I do believe. So, or 5-2, right?
5-2 right now.
So
we'll see if they can go up to 6-2. It's going to be an exciting game as the screen splits to the sides. We reveal Summoner's Rift. We reveal evil geniuses doing battle with Immortals.
How'd you know? How'd you know it was going to be Summoner's Rift?
You know, it was a guess. I mean, they took out Treeline and Dominion, so I was like, well, unless it's a Howling Abyss, we're good.
Going for a little bit ARAM.
Yeah, I mean, all right, well, we're going to stop what we're doing right now. We've got Gabby on the side with Artemis.
Well, since I have you by my side, Artemis, I did just want to ask you, kind of really figure out what's going on with Yuumi, right? 2 games in a row, Soraka banned Yuumi in. How much of this has to do with the prioritization of heavy healing?
I think in the meta right now, healing is strong and sustain in general, especially with Yuumi and Soraka. But with the buffs we saw to Yuumi recently, I think it's a really strong pick. And we've seen LEC prioritize it pretty highly this week, and NA is maybe a bit slow to catch on. Like we saw CLG pick it yesterday and 1 game today. But the pick has a lot of strengths. We think it's great in lane, it scales very well, and I think it can take over the game with pairing like LeBlanc and Aatrox, things like this. So we're pretty confident in the pick. We have a lot of practice on it, and I'm excited to see how it goes.
Cool. Last quick question for you before you get to go and watch it. Obviously, Ornn pairing was a big, heavy portion during the last game. You just named a couple, but is there any one in particular we should be marking out for as a priority for Yuumi?
Yeah, watch Jizuke with the Yuumi this game. He's going to have some fun.
All right, keep your eyes on Jizuke, everybody. We're ready for it.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, we have an invade first of all, so we'll talk about this first, then we'll talk about Yuumi a bit more. But Immortals have the ward advantage. They've got the numbers advantage, kind of. I mean, Yuumi is there, but oh, if that Q hit bang, that was probably flashed down. Poke lands though, and Zeyzal kind of push them around. This is going to run out of patience very soon. They got to be careful this one. You can see Altek and Hako trying to mark Svenskeren, prevent the smite, but Smithy is running out of health. Heal! Trades with exhaust. And there's the reset. Oh, Jizuke's already having a great time. Hakuo is in a really rough spot. The kills are gonna come through. Jizuke is donated 700 gold.
Yikes, Immortals, that was a terrible invade. They stayed there for so long, and then the bot lane split away from McSmithy, leaving him alone with Zeyzal and Bang. You know, why are they trying to fully commit to chasing Svenskeren, right? You know, the skill shots miss. Now you need to just go back, help your jungler actually finish this buff. Instead, Altek and Hakuo both abandon Xmithy completely, charging after Svenskeren, who they're not even able to get in range of to hit. Xmithy is ignited, surely going to die, and he expends the flash, so bad goes to worse there, but That was just a terribly organized invade from Immortals, and they're going to be kicking themselves really far behind off of that. I mean, they're level 1. They traded support flash for mid flash. Jizuke should have been down a summoner and having a rough time. Instead, he has 2 early kills.
Well, he's going to start taking over this game, you have to assume, but 1,200 gold deficit is what Immortal's going to work through.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully for them, Smithy's able to grab his own red, then run across the map, grab the opposing blue, so the buff difference won't be too big. And he's only down kind of half of a camp in that he matches 8 CS to 8 CS, then Lee goes to 12, but obviously the kills, huge.
Yeah, the kills are really, really big. I mean, we talked about how EG kind of needed to snowball the early game, as now the collapse coming through here, but Jizuke is continuing his base, so Smithy can probably waddle his way out. But, you know, we talked about how EG wants to snowball an early game, right? Well, what better way than getting 2 kills at level 1 on your LeBlanc? That's going to be feeling incredible.
Yeah.
Already a very big early buy here. Ica wants to play this lane defensively to scale up. That becomes much more difficult when your opponent has all this early gold injected into him. We also didn't really get a chance to actually touch on. It is Omni Stone, Cork. Which I was really surprised by. So Omni Stone, to me, the power in this is constantly applying the runes, having a low cooldown and being able to constantly utilize them. In range versus range matchups, I feel that is much more difficult. If you have a matchup that you are bullying as a range champion, you're getting a lot of procs out of it. I'm going to be kind of interested to track how often he's actually procking it.
He goes on screen, he got Airy, and just instantly triggers from Battling Gun.
But his comment,
that one's free.
His comment, I think, actually expired.
Sure, fair. Well, right now, Kumo's going to be trading with Soaz. They go back and forth. Yeah, so Corgi feels like one of the champions to me that actually uses Omnistone well, right? In that he'll use Electrocute, he'll use Comet in like a generic team fight, he'll use all the other stuff, and he auto-attacks. So like Conqueror and Press the Attack, and Lethal Tempo, and Halo Blades, like those actually work on him as well. So I think Corgi is unique positioned to do well with Omnistone. So I see how it works. Also worth noting that in team fights, it has a shorter cooldown than any other keystone in the game. Yep. It's like 4 seconds. You will for sure get 3 keystones in a team.
As long as you're able to consistently apply them,
of
right?
Course.
And that's kind of the trick, right? You know, I do think, you know, if you go for something like Fleet Footwork, you know, that is giving you, you know, guaranteed sustain and guaranteed keystone coming out into those team fights. But going to be interested to kind of track this and see how he does. And the other thing that's interesting about this keystone is that it actually prioritizes giving you Predator when you're coming out of base now, as we may see a gank here from Svenskeren, which can help you get on the map.
Let's get away from this one. Nosy Splash takes a good bit of damage, but Electrocute comes down. Gets some shots there, and Sven is pushed off at half HP.
Still, I honestly think that's a great gank from Svenskeren. You know, he can go back to base relatively soon. Ica just TP'd back out and lost about half of his health. He has no potions, so you know that is going to get really difficult. So this actually calls Xmithie over because he wants to reset the wave again. He says, I can't lane anymore against my opponent, so let's reset this. Let me get a free base and try to get back out on the map.
Not terrible. Couldn't click at the auto for Grasp. Also of note is because he's Inspiration Primary, he went for Futures Market, went into a deficit to buy that early Sheen and help him get some of the extra power early on. But I really do like Futures Market as well. I think it's actually a hugely beneficial rune to just get you onto the power spikes when you can't always do it. So I like that pickup a lot, and I'm honestly just a very big fan of Ica's rune page.
Yeah, it's interesting, and Omnistone I think is something that is kind of largely unexplored, especially the Predator interaction. I really do think can have a lot of value. You know, when you're thinking about, you know, Corki wanting to get package and roam around the map, Predator can work in kind of a somewhat similar way, or just give you like a super package where you're really zooming out on the map with that bonus speed from the package plus the Predator boots to just kind of race out. Sure. Get in there.
Well, nice early pressure there as, of course, mid was pushed. They forced that recall off of Ica. You know the bot lane's doing pretty well here as well. And Spencer gets a pretty easy solo on that first Drake, so Mountain added to the repertoire.
Yeah, Bang and Zeyzal doing great so far in that bottom lane, and you can see that it was actually Altec forced onto the Sheen by trying to have a little bit more power to try to combat this. He's not going straight into the tier to stack that up as fast as possible. He's going to have to go back to that later on, so this will slow down his scaling a little bit. But he just feels like, hey, you're getting pressured this heavily. You've already lost a plate. You need to have some combat power now.
Yep, and they're going to drop a little bit of CS once in a while, but should get most of them. A little bit of a slow, but pretty easy for Bang to juke backwards. There's really no way to threaten a kill on Lucian when your support is Rom. Fight right there. A little bit of damage comes through. Nice root, though, and Ica can't get a whole lot done there.
Conqueror is one of the runes that's hard to get rid of because you need to get fully stacked before it actually goes away. So you need that 10-stack Conqueror to actually make it cycle out. That is a bit of an interesting one. And I'm kind of curious on your thoughts about Lethal Tempo Ezreal, because to me, it does help with frontline killing. You know, I've been seeing this picked up a little bit more. There's not really a great rune for Ezreal. He had been going Conqueror, but I'm seeing more and more lethal tempo, just kind of for the additional attack speed, which you need a lot of when you're trying to kill frontline. But there's not a ton of that in this game.
That's true. I think it's sort of like the default rune. I agree there's probably room for optimization in cases based on comp. I think that does make sense. But yeah, ultimately, you're the kind of situation where, like, I landed the Q, okay, if I want to E forward, it's ready for me instantly, right? And so it kind of synergizes there. The other half is Ezreal is essentially an on-hit champion, right? He's got Muramana and Ruin King. Like, you know, having a fake Rage Blade via lethal tempo, like, synergizes with his primary item buys. Big trade that Ike actually forced a flash. Did not need a flash. Jizuka had no more damage left.
Ooh, I think if the chain connects, I think he's dead. I actually disagree there. That's a hard one to call, but I do think if the second part of the chain connects, he just gets autoed and probably dies. It's hard to know, but he's going in for it.
Flash follow, but that's it. He's out of health. He's at 5 HP. Comedy of errors. The Flash Smite gets the kill. Now it's a knock-up here on Kumo. But Svenskaren's here for the reinforcements. They can find the stun. He's dead. Flashed away from the slow, and, well, Immortals are on the board.
That's a shutdown you just gave over. Jizuke had this big early lead we talked about, and that was how it was used. His Ignite is on cooldown.
Yeah,
Aika has healed up somewhere there. Yeah, that was not even remotely close. That was terrible.
That was a really, really bad play. But Immortals are rewarded with 300 gold on there.
Yeah, let's watch this one more time. So Aika has 400 health. Jizuke going for the flash here. You know, Aika is very far back, hits the flash, misses the chain. Even with the chain, I don't think you kill him. I mean, that is so risky. You don't know where Xmithie is. If you stay in to try to have the chain, where I think Xmithie comes in and actually breaks that up and you die anyway, that just seemed like so high risk and so low reward. And now actually you know, going for a CDR build here, going for that Fiendish Codex instead of just racing towards the Ludens. Also, I've got to say, I kind of disagree with it. That could just be a blasting wand and you're most of the way there to Ludens, which is such a big power spike. So
yeah.
Jizuke not making the most of his early advantage that he was gifted so far. We'll see if he can pick it up and start playing a little bit better.
We'll see. Package picked up now for the Corki, though. This was massively buffed. The AD ratio is about 25% higher than it was in the previous patch. It's, if you land on the entire package, 1,000% bonus AD ratio. Now, you're not going to sit in all 5 seconds of package in most cases, but if you do,
in the case where you go AFK,
actually
for sure
dead. You're just actually dead if that comes through. Of course, we're in a pretty happy Essence Reaver sort of Infinity Edge kind of metagame, so those items are in a really, really strong state, so I do want to see that come through for him. Another Conqueror there. Altec's going to be careful, has to flash away from the root. Did have Rom in the way, so maybe could have saved that cooldown, but regardless, has good away, stay alive.
Yeah, it's tough. If you get rooted up there and then bang flashes on you, maybe you're going to go down. Yeah, that was pretty low. Kumo looking pretty good here up on this top side, bullying Soaz, but Soaz farming well, right? And he is starting to stack up that armor. Xmithie now moving down to this bottom side. They want to try to protect Altec. They know he's in a bit of a vulnerable state. His TP is not yet up, so that's what they're kind of trying to wait for here critically.
Just get him! That looked like an opportunity to flash into the turret, you know? I thought that was the opportunity. He was at 80%. It was in his eyes.
You're a savage.
His body was telling him, yes, you know? 1,000 gold difference.
All time to time.
Yeah. EG is still overall winning this game. You've got a pretty big lead here in the bottom lane. Got to say, the Lucian Yuumi is doing really good stuff. Again, Braum really can't punish a Yuumi, and Lucian's a far better laner than Ezreal, so Immortals taking their expected L down there. We'll see what the mid-game looks like.
Yeah, and you know, this is something where they may receive some criticism unless they can kind of get more done later on with that, because they had full knowledge of what they were playing into, and they picked for it.
Decent damage done there. Jizuke actually dodging the Comet with a distortion forward, so that one goes back on cooldown. Just keep tracking Omnispen the whole time, because it interests me so greatly. As a huge armor stack's coming through for Soaz, he's going to have a pretty easy time against Kumo in most cases. But EG are still stacking everything, and the ult's actually challenged in for this one. I don't think Kumo can chase this guy down, though, and kind of burns the ult to kill a minion wave.
Yeah, pretty poor ultimate. Soaz laning well. Ornn can be very difficult to lane against as a melee champion, especially when there is such kind of a simple damage profile for him to itemize against. Blanc generally not the champion that's going to make you build MR as a tank. We'll see if they can pull off any sort of dive.
Here, and Sven is seen. That's enough threat, though, to maybe push him away. Q's gonna land. Altec just destroyed Zeyzal. is on the board with the Prowling Projectile.
Yeah, Altec had full knowledge that he was there. He was on the ward, he walked in. Hakuo decided to leave. I think Altec just felt like he could outplay the situation, maybe stay around. Instead, gets nailed by that Q. FLICKR able to take him down in combination with that bottom lane, and bad goes to worst. Down in that bottom lane 2v2 for Altec and Hakuo.
Well, Immortals going to keep stacking up the benefits. Certainly jungle help was coming in, but without the Herald, they get the entire bottom lane turret. Bang has been, I think, the #1 snap performer for EG. I think he is like back on form. He's been having really, really good stats this year. I'm super in love with how he's playing 2020, and that 2-on-2 is just absolutely one-sided.
Yeah, they're looking great, and you know the Athene's now completed, the Blade of the Rune King now completed, so they are at such a strong point of the game. Both those one-item power spikes are enormous for these champions. Let's watch this one more time, as it was a really good initial trade. The Ignite getting a lot of damage down on Altec. He is low, Hakuo is low. They do spot FLICKR, and then Hakuo is just out of there.
Yeah,
Altec does try to retreat, try to sidestep it. I feel like, I don't know, it's tough to know. Maybe Hakuo can actually just stay with him and absorb the Q. He had exhaust up, he had his flash up.
Sure.
Altec did not. Instead, maybe just trusting that Altec could sidestep that Q, and if he does, he probably lives, but that is a bit of a tough one, because even then, if you don't have shift, you could still get kick flash and die.
Sure. Yeah, that was tough, right? Because he's like, as soon as Sven came into vision range, he was already killing R, so it's like, well, I can't walk away anymore, and, didn't guess the sidestep correctly. Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where you don't really blame the player, because it wasn't like that bad of a choice, and it ended up being catastrophic.
Yeah, and it's just tough to know, right? If Hakuo goes back and they both die, then that's even worse.
Of course.
So, maybe just hoping that Altec can now play and get out of there. They are going to crash this Rift Herald up on the top side, but unfortunately, about 20 seconds too late to cash in on any of those plates, so it will be damage, but it won't be any initial gold, as EG 5 turret plates 2-0, and that does speak to that pressure they had on the bot side. That is where every one of those plates was taken.
5-0 though, 2,500 gold lead. Evil Geniuses on their way up the standings maybe a little bit. They can get a 2-0 week here, go 4-4, tie right from the middle of the pack. Altec now rooted in place. That's Shizuke flashing forward, burning his summoners. Here comes the shield over the top. The ulti almost enough to save FLICKR. Barely grabs that kill with a kick. And now it's Immortals stuck under the turret. Here comes the package. Ica cannot find the target just yet though. Sees FLICKR and burns it and gets nothing for it. Now the push forward. Good little poke coming through, and Immortals once again hemmed under that turret.
Yeah, Shizuke pushing this in, so Immortals have got to leave. They're going to get dove. This is 4v3. Xmithie is pretty low. Now the TP will come through to try to protect here.
Smites for the ult, and that is so much damage. Shizuke timed that basically perfect. It's still a trade of kills, though. Bang is slow, not knocked up as Kumo comes in as well. So as found out, exhaust burn. There's the dive for the Renekton all the way in the back line. Doesn't take any damage at all. And Hakuo has to stopwatch. Oh, he's burning. The last tick doesn't quite kill us. Soaz tanked the Q.
Yeah, really good block there from Soaz, but they can continue. Altec is back, but not really something that they can defend, as FLICKR and Confidence go in. He knows how low these members are and that they have got to get back to base, so EG flexing their muscles up here on this top side. Add more members to the scene quicker, got the HP advantage, and really utilized a lot of the power in Yuumi in these extended fights. As long as you're hitting all the prowling projectiles, you're getting so much bonus healing from your Athenes every time you pop that Zoomies.
Yep. And look at that one now. It's getting farther and farther away. EG finally capitalizing on their early game. You can see Xmithie die again.
Yeah, so Xmithie very low here. Shizuke is by himself and quite low himself, so Xmithie, I think, makes really the only call he can to try to just go back towards Shizuke. He has the Chilling Smite, so that does apply the ability to get in there with the ultimate. I think the chains completed, it looked like, or something completed while Xmithie was still untargetable in that ult and killed him off, so he actually died before Xmithie did come out, but Ica was able to come across, was able to finish off that kill, and then it's kind of just a continuation. So I was doing a good job blocking it out, but EG had priority and do get that top lane turret.
So back on the map we go. 3,500 gold lead. Evil Geniuses feeling comfortable. Their third Drake is waiting for them right here. FLICKR likely to be uncontested. You can even see wards just on the screen. 4 wards right here that EG put in. You zoom out. There's the first bad ward. There's the first Immortals ward that would see something, and it doesn't see anything in use. So EG in complete control here.
Yeah, EG up 3,000 gold, getting a third early dragon. They're going to be feeling really, really good about their position in this game. And so far, their early game has really kind of lived up to what they needed to get done with this composition. They're up a couple towers. They have 3 dragons. The Infernal Soul will help to make up for any sort of differences in scaling that their composition will have. And it's kind of interesting to see Soaz actually making a bit of a pivot in his build. He's basically building 3 items at once now. I did think he was just going to go Iceborne and Sunfire. He has now moved back towards that Abyssal, which is incredibly efficient, but I'm just not sure he needs the MR. You know, maybe he's worried about the consistent threat and poke that could add up over time from Zeyzal plus Shizuke, but I feel like you'd be better served by just stacking armor and then building something like a Warmogs to shrug off the poke, because it's not as though LeBlanc can focus you in the team fight and actually get a victory there. So.
Yeah. I'm going to devil's advocate because I think I agree that armor stacking is probably the best single build. I like Abyssal just in the fact that it's a magic damage amp aura for your Corki.
Yeah, that's fair.
And your damage is coming through from your mid lane, so through that lens, if Soaz doesn't die anyway, then it's a great build, right? As long as you can live at 1%, it doesn't matter what else you build. So I'll leave that as an asterisk of like, I could see it going either way. I don't think either build is like objectively wrong. Yeah. And we'll see. If he gets killed every fight though by Bang, then now we know in retrospect, right?
Yeah, and it's just interesting, you know, looking at the different options here. This is kind of the more altruistic option, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, being a little bit more generous with his itemization, trying to help out with that aura. So we'll see how it does pay off. The game slowing down a little bit, but you know it is going to be about contesting this next dragon, 330 until that Infernal Soul dragon is up. EG are going to have 4 potential chances at it before Immortals could really get that off the map. So EG would love to get this, utilize that to try to snowball into a potential Baron, but this would be an incredibly early Soul. I mean, they could potentially have that a bit past 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah, very, very early stuff. Looking great for EG still. We're seeing defensive options coming through for Immortals. You got Hakuo rushing towards Stone Plate. Seems to need that one pretty badly to tank the front line. He's actually already even got his Ninja Tabby. Knows that physical damage really is the name of the game here for most of the EG squad.
Yeah, and we are seeing almost all kind of tanky supports go straight towards that one item Stone Plate, because it really does turn you into a true tank during that time. We saw Biofrost go for a bit of a different look last game, you know, going more for the supportive style of Braum. This is more that pure tank, and just kind of having multiple beefy frontliners between the Ornn and that Braum to buy time for your double marksman to really get the work done, because that's going to be who the heavy lifting has to be done by, Ica and Altec, when it comes to these later stages.
Well, first big power spikes are coming through, though. Want to point out that Trinity Force is done here for Ica. Altec, of course, a little ways to go until he has that one done, about 600 gold to earn. But that's actually a bit more than more like 1,000. But regardless, this is now maybe the first sign of life. Ica has been farming pretty well, despite the fact that Shizuke has picked up those kills. He's pretty close in gold overall, certainly highest on his own team. So eyes on the Corki, what he can do in these fights. Smithy comes to the top side, can't quite find the Duke they poke.
And it feels like neither team is really willing to make any sort of kind of crazy move prior to that Infernal. I do think we're trying to see, you know, Immortals get closer to completing some of these major items. And one of the downsides that we didn't kind of touch on with Soaz's build is because you're building 3 items at once, it's post 20 minutes, he's level 13, he doesn't have a single Ornn upgrade, right? So he's a lot weaker than he could otherwise be going into this dragon fight, because you're missing out on thousands of potential bonus gold there. We'll see if he's going to be able to actually complete that in the next minute, but another Rift Herald is going to get dropped here, and this will be the mid lane getting cracked.
And he's got Abyssal money exactly right now, so as long as he can recall, he can get the first item done. But
well, and he could craft it out. Really
that's true, yeah. As long as he has 5 seconds of safety, he can make that one happen. So at least that'll come through at some point. Herald goes down. Mid lane is cracked, though. EG the first to get all 3 outer turrets. Plenty of time. 1 minute to go. It's time to reset. Shizuke already has. Almost to that death cap right now. Luden's already done. You can see in a 3,500 gold lead means Dragon's Soul is a minute away, and Immortals must dig deep. They have to find their answer pretty much right now. Johnny Rue does not have the money to finish the Triforce, so they're going to be without that spike. Predator, though, in for Ica.
Did get the blue buff. That's pretty big. You know, going to be allowing them, if it is that extended fight around that Dragon Pit, to have extra poke coming out, you know, alongside that Ezreal can get pretty pesky, but Zeyzal, as long as he's not running out of mana, can also deal with a lot of that, you know, healing through it. Xmithie now is just kind of waiting here. They don't have a lot of vision. You know, it is a pretty dark area for Immortals, as Xmithie intelligently will recall, but really, you know, this whole area is pretty much EG. There is that one single ward that has now actually expired, so they don't have anything past the river at all. And EG will be a tough team to actually just kind of face check into.
And Immortals spotted out, playing defense, all 5 members, holding to go for mid lane pressure. They might just barely clear the wave first, but EG can easily answer that one. But a poke towards Ica. And the waves traded back and forth. Infernal Soul available on the map for evil geniuses.
And Bang has the opportunity to carry this fight. He's got 2 items and a stopwatch. Such a strong point in this game. Just completed that Black Cleaver very recently, so we'll see what he can get done. The thing is, even with this composition, if you just mess up your engage, if you get kind of collapsed on, it can be very difficult to win a straight-up 5v5 against Immortals comp. So that is why EG is playing it somewhat slowly, despite the fact that they do have a big goal.
Juke, they're taking some decent poke. Ica pushing him down, then Juke actually pretty low on mana here as well. So there's little bits you can see that slightly favor Immortals, but Soaz taking some poke, takes the chain, takes the second one, and wow, down to about half HP, and Immortals is slowly getting just pushed away and weathered down.
The blue buff mattering a lot, though. You know, Ica full mana. Are they really just going to give up the soul?
Yeah.
Wow. So I guess that's a call with Soaz chunked out. I would have thought they would just base Soaz, TP him in, and try to contest. I am very surprised at that call, but I guess they are just feeling, hey, we just need to keep delaying it. Yes, it is an advantage, but if we can get to the late stages, we have superior scaling, we have a team fight advantage. And that is true, but you know, Baron is now on the map. Your opponents have gotten a very early Dragon Soul and are given a lot of the tools that they need to then just repeat the process that they just had over at the Baron.
Yep, 127 damage on the Infernal Soul anytime Jizuke lands his skill shot. So it's roughly, he's got 2 Luden's Echoes. That's the damage profile there.
And you've got to add that in for Zeyzal too, who has very reliable poke with that Prowling Projectile. That starts to really add up over time. This Yuumi is going to be very, very annoying. And one of the things that can be kind of most surprising with it is it turns abilities that were not threatening previously into pretty annoying poke abilities. Lucian W is essentially adding that Ludens. Every Prowling Projectile, every random Lee Sin Q, you know, these things start to add up and turn a team that, you know, doesn't really have very threatening poke into something that can kind of really be annoying over time.
Well, Kumo barely getting away, doesn't have to burn the flash, but now, well, it's a retreat for the Immortal squad as they reconvene on the right-hand side of the map. Cannot find the opening on their side. Gold lead has been holding pretty flat, right? EG haven't gotten another turret, haven't gotten another kill. It's just the neutral objectives being added, but they are playing for that top river. Division's going their way, but there are still some Immortals wards. Corki splitting in the bottom side, squaring off against Kumo's Renekton, and reinforcements are on the way down there, hoping to find some openings on that side. Of note, Kumo did go for an armor stack, so doesn't have the best defenses here against this Corki. And now the attempt right there, they're gonna have some damage, but they completely whiffed the ulti. Soaz not gonna get a lot done to the turret, but they can maybe try to wear down this Renekton. They don't find the knockup, but they get a little bit of Dark Harvest damage. But Kumo, tanky under the turret, stays alive, clears the wave.
Yeah, Soaz trying to make the prediction on which way he thought Kumo would juke. Kumo, though, confident in his reaction times there, is able to just read that it's going to miss, doesn't even have to react, and EG at the same time now will get mid lane control, they will push down, get a lot of damage down on this turret, and can retreat over towards that Baron side of the map. Again, establishing more and more vision. It is a dark and scary place out there for Immortals.
Well, Immortals sent to people bot lane, they forced an ultimate, and the wave got cleared. EG used their numbers advantage mid lane, they knocked down tier 2 and took away part of the jungle. This game is continuing to go EG's way. They clear things off, earn extra gold, and Jizuke gets to walk away after grabbing those Krugs.
And take a look at the Yuumi damage, right? That is the one that really kind of stands out to me right here. 8,567 damage, just behind the LeBlanc that got 2 kills at level 1, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is an incredible amount of poke that you are able to put out. And until people have lifesteal, until people have things like Warmogs or just a lot of regen, it does add up, and it can win you fights before they even start if you're able to poke out a carry to even half.
And EG likely to just continue to hold that top side of the map, ward over the wall. Easy 1 gold. Easiest 1 gold Bang's ever earned in his life. Another 30 on top of that one, he's rich. Make sure that all the vision is gone, it really is right here. And before too long, you have to believe Baron is in their sights, and Immortals have to actually play aggressively to find an answer at some point.
Yeah. You want to see EG continue to move forward, continue to cut this vision out, because even this kind of first line of vision that we do see here, you know, along that top side, even those wards, that's basically the line that EG has, you know, right along here, essentially. This allows them to have somewhere where they can then move forward and drop wards and check over that Baron pit. So you really want to try to clear everything out, even all the way back to here, where they're not going to be able to move forward and even check if you're doing Baron. And that's where you can get things like a Snuck Baron or an Engage where they're having to kind of do a desperation check and actually can't, move slowly forward, advancing their Warlord.
Also, is waiting for enough money that he can finish the Sunfire Cave for his Iceborne Gauntlet. He's got so many components and control wards, shout out control wards, that he can't quite put in extra pieces just yet. Upgrade of the Triforce of Altec has room to upgrade 2 more items, which means he can get his jungler and his mid laner.
I think he's waiting for IE for Ica, is my assumption. The Triforce upgrade is not actually that great because it just kind of is a mishmash of stats.
10 AD, 10 attack speed, 100 health.
Exactly.
It's not bad.
It's not bad, but generally people prefer the Infinity Edge. So that's my assumption, is that they're straight.
30 attack damage on a Infinity Edge upgrade, definitely worthwhile. IE is done. Track the item slots, which you can't do in Spectator, by the way. It's auto-sorted by gold cost, but Engage, not gonna find Sven Skaren. Kite's back, stays alive. And Altec chunked low, has to burn Flash to get away as Kumo showed his face. EG playing for the mid lane push, still not going for the Baron bait just yet. Finding more conventional leads, big chunk out to Xmithie.
Yeah, now with the carries Flash down though, Altec is going to be more vulnerable. EG are still kind of creating advantages through this push. Minions being denied to this turret here by Kumo. So as long as they're extending their lead, I think they're feeling fairly comfortable. But you do want to keep pressing. You don't want to allow Corki, Ornn, Ezreal, that main 3 to just get to multiple items kind of uncontested.
And it seems like the game plan for EG is actually Elder Dragon. Sven Skaren's been pinging the Elder Dragon spawn. Hako now the same, he knows that's coming up very soon, but the EG game plan seems to be, never really has been Baron, right? They've not even set foot inside the pit. They've played wards, but they've not played for the actual objective. Elder Dragon is probably the one they actually play for.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see if Immortals then tries to look for some sort of a trade, if they want to try to contest at that. It is going to be the Molten Edge coming through. Sunfire's completed, so 2 more upgrades coming across. And with all those Ornn items coming through, Immortals gold-wise aren't actually really behind anymore. It is just about the Dragon Soul and the stats that they're actually getting from those dragons they pick up.
There's the Xmithie upgrade. Flat Cleaver gets that one, and here comes the Engage right away, looking for the Bang knockup. They do get that one, the Flash follow! And they're gonna drop the stopwatch. Zeyzal running for dear life. They will knock down Bang, and what a time to come alive as Baron and Elder Dragon are up on the map.
Now it's their choice, and it looks like they're just gonna rush straight towards that Elder. I don't think that EG even has any opportunity to try to trade because they don't have their main consistent damage source of Bang on the map. So it's going to be about, can they actually force them off? Can they look for a steal? Sven Skaren is incredible at these.
4v5, but Dragon Soul in favor of the 4. How good's the poke gonna look? Here comes the access from the backside. So as poke, Sven Skaren winning the wings. Easy reveal there as well. Kumo jumps in, goes to the flash play. Has a knockdown Altec, and they shut him down. He was flash split. The flash knockup finds Jizuke. Xmithie finds a stopwatch. That's a 1 kill for 1 so far. Ulti comes across. Ica just trying to run away, but he's gonna get chased down as well. And despite being outnumbered, evil geniuses continue to fight. Peter to chase on down for more kills. Bang's running across the map, and Soaz is running for dear life. He's kiting away. He's gonna drop down as well. EG get 4 for 1.
And they could eventually actually end the game if you look at the res timers. I don't know if they're gonna go for it or try to take the safer play to grab these big objectives. It's only to support on the map. Altec is not up for 10 more seconds. They are looking like they are moving towards those Nexus turrets, now pulling back a bit. So I think the call is going to be Elder. You can see pings going down towards that. Not looking to make any sort of crazy play, but they have full control. The Elder will be theirs, and they should be able to use that to grab Baron afterwards.
This should be uncontestable. Xmithie is alive on the wrong side of the map, so the Immortals call seems to be take top river as best you can, maybe try to set up for the Baron play that's coming. But there's so much more power on EG right now, a ton of extra damage. They are up gold, at least in terms of the scoreboard. Elder Dragon there as well. Infernal Soul, and you have to believe EG closes this game out.
Yeah, Kumo back to base. He grabs the GA, so he's on GA plus stopwatch now. So remember, this is a 4v5. Kumo got so much work done in this fight. They knew Altec did not have his flash, so he pre-ults, in he goes, flash stun, setting up for Jizuke to be able to knock Altec down. Then again, track Kumo throughout the fight, working back onto the carries. While Ica was actually firing over onto Jizuke, Kumo was already working on Ica. He was getting an incredible amount of damage out. And this Renekton cannot be ignored. And then with the carries down, there's no way that these tanks can actually punch through and deal enough damage to get through that Yuumi. And yeah, just as suspected. Bang didn't have to do anything. He wasn't even there. It was Kumo doing the heavy lifting. He had a great team fight and was kind of overlooked. It felt like Immortals tunnel visioned a bit too hard on taking down that LeBlanc.
Level 17 on Renekton. He's got a lot to do here. Jizuke kites over the wall. He's going to stay safe. This has kind of been about the top lane a little bit, at least in that fight.
Yeah.
Talk about Kumo and Champs Leg saying he's been a great, pleasant surprise for you this split, and a game like that will definitely show you it.
Yeah, and his next team fight is going to be even more frightening. When you're looking at that inventory, when you're seeing Stopwatch plus GA, that buys so much time. You can just throw yourself at Ica, who is going to be, I think, the main carry. That is kind of the hope for Immortals in this game. And if he's not participating because Kumo is in his face, well, good luck winning.
And good job by 3 members of EG just sitting there and zoning Immortals away. They're pushing down the Baron. Ezreal ult sees it. The smite is a little early, but they still grab the Baron buff just in time. Svenskeren gets that one. Out they go. A clean Baron pickup for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they're going to be able to grab that. Almost looked like the Ornal was pretty close to stealing.
It was in my head. Like, hey, what if?
That would have been a bit rough, but EG grab it. They still have the Elder Dragon for a minute. They've got a long Baron power play here, and they are marching down mid lane, escorting in these minions and bringing in another Baroned up minion wave up on that top side, and EG have everything they need to close this one out.
Inhib gonna drop now as well, and at what point can Immortals even find a fight? It seems so unlikely at this point as EG keep pushing forward, they keep finding the poke, and the buffed up minions as well. It's gonna look so easy for them.
At the very least, they need Ornn ultimate, so they're gonna have to wait a good 15 seconds, but the game could be done before then pretty much.
Hellfires are certainly running low, getting burned by Elder, getting burned by the Infernal, and it was almost the kill on Altec. That could have been lethal right there from the Elder Dragon snipe. Here comes the Ornal, here comes the attempted play. Stopwatch buys some time. A knockup will almost kill Svenskeren, but he still won't go down. It's Captain Jack Sparrow over here, and now it's Immortals just forced to run away. Kill after kill after kill. It's 3 picked up already. Evil Geniuses find their 3rd win of the split, and they stop the win streak of Immortals.
A well-played game here from EG. They will finish off the Nexus. And they look good today. They did execute very well on this early game. Yes, the level 1 was very bad from Immortals, but EG was able to make the most of it. You know, we saw some really, really good play across the board. I especially wanted to highlight Bang and Zeyzal. I think that bot lane 2v2 got an incredible amount of work down for them. They were up heavily in farm. They knocked down the turret pretty much straight up in that 2v2 and created so many advantages. And then we did start to see, you know, what we heard from Gabby in that interview, that it was going to be kind of this Yuumi LeBlanc show, looking to poke, looking to harass, and keep Immortals at bay, and they just never could really kind of crack in once they got too far behind.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals' engage tools was Ornn, and even though that ult is pretty solid, it's better as follow-up, right? You want something a bit more aggressive to really lead the charge, because you can so often scatter against that ulti. And at the end of the day, Immortals really could not get in. They got stumped at only 4 kills all game long, and bled out and bled out and bled out.
I mean, I think one of the most difficult things for the Ornn in this game is when you're looking across at the champions, you've got Lucian, you've got LeBlanc, you've got Lee Sin, you've got Renekton. Every one of them has a dash and a way to kind of avoid and
Yuumi's untargetable.
Absorb that. Exactly. Yuumi's attached to one of these people who are dashing. So that makes it really difficult for SOAS to actually find that proper engage. They made the call to just give up the Infernal and try to scale for late, but EG played it cleanly, closed it out.
EG played it cleanly. 3rd win for them. We'll see them tomorrow as well. And when we come back, the Tigers will talk to Zeyzal about how the early game played out. Don't go anywhere.
I won't.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS. Major props to Kumo for stepping into this interview at last minute. A wonderful win for Evil Geniuses that I'm sure you're feeling great about. But first things first, I did want to talk about the early game because there seems to be a lot of improvement there with the casters actually specifically noting everything went as right as it was supposed to be. So how do you feel about your early game performance right now?
I think our early game has always been good. It's just we couldn't close out like during the mid game. But this game specifically, like they kind of just gave up everything. And for me, I was just farming for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes straight.
Yeah, well, that actually brings me into my next question because at one point it looked like your opposition kind of dropped it a bit and were letting you all do what you wanted to in the mid game. It's easy to lose control in that. So how do you respond when the other team is kind of just disappearing for a bit around the objectives?
Yeah, I mean, we just play safe, you know, and let push the sides and then make them show, and then we can push back mid again and take control back.
So as far as I want to look towards the latter portion of that game, because a lot of times that's kind of the moment in which a lot of these teams start to break down. So when you and the rest of the team are in comms, what are some of the strategies that you're using to keep calm and collected during this process?
Nothing specifically, just, I mean, everyone's really focused, and I think we're calm most of the time, so yeah.
So it's safe to say, because every time I see Artemis, he seems cool, doesn't care about the losses, says we're in it for the long run. So yes or no, you're all kind of in that boat then?
Yeah, I think so, but obviously it sucks to lose early, like we had a rough start, but I mean, I think we're really good and we can start getting some wins from here on, so.
Always great to hear that confidence from someone on the team. So Evil Geniuses pull another win into their pocket. But for more on that and the rest of the day, let's send it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. It's true, though. 3-4 now stands the record for this team. So when you look at it that way, while we talk about a rough start for EG, in terms of actual scoreline, they aren't so far out of the picture.
I mean, if they win tomorrow, they're tied with TSM. But everyone was like, third best team.
They'd be tied for third. It'd be a four-way tie.
I mean, there's a lot of people there. But I'm just saying that there's a number of teams who are also at 4-4 who I think the general perception of is a lot more positive than EG, which just goes to show that it's...
How clumped the league is.
Yeah, really.
Right, we could probably get into a much, weedier discussion about whether or not this is a good 3-4, right? How good does this 3-4 look as compared to another 3-4? But this was a phenomenal win for them to pick up today. What did we learn?
So we learned that yesterday was dog day, today is cat day. It's Yumi again.
Really? I learned double kill LeBlanc level 1 day is pretty strong. That's what I learned.
That's a solid strategy.
That's my favorite
I
day.
like when the strategies go the way we plan
When the kills just fall into your lap.
But I also think that we should talk a little bit about the cleanliness of the victory from that point, because when 2 kills get handed over to a LeBlanc early like that, the expectation there with EG's roster of champions that they should run over the game. They had a more early
I think
draft.
If Evil Geniuses was not as ahead as they were, that kill that Jizuka gives away to the mid lane is over. Like, that is a game equalizer at that point, and that's exactly the points that I think Jizuka has been criticized about, where you're going a little bit too aggressive in a position that you don't need to.
Yeah. I mean, the one nice thing is when you're playing one of these early game comps, if you're snowballing correctly, it's less about the kills and more about the Drake control, which they had really strong control. Then they got the Infernal Drake with the Yumi, with the LeBlanc. Those are some of the best champions that are using that buff. So that's kind of how snowballs look these days. It's not quite like monster gold lead, 20 kills. It's about objective control.
Right. Soul, Elder, Baron got everything they need. A Yumi who was third most damage in the game, only behind the mid laners.
Isn't that crazy? The support is out damaging the DPS. So the ADs really are just there to carry Yumi. They're the backpack.
I'm telling you, man, Yumi top lane. It's coming to a league near you soon enough. Before we wrap up the day, let's go ahead and take a look at Sunday's biggest playmaker who did not nab the kill in State Farm's assist of the day. We are going all the way back to game 1, my friends, where Golden Glue sets up FBI for the cleanup.
This is maybe missed by some people. It's so huge for actually getting them these kills. He's dead. He knows he's dead. Rather than going out, he goes back in, pulls 3 people in range for the Infernum kills for FBI. Just
look at the slow-mo. Oh, I love it.
He's like, I'm dead anyways.
That's
Get him, FBI.
Sick.
Oh, God.
Everyone else was backing up there. FBI saw the same play. That's what you want to see. The other people stepping back, FBI's like, no, these are kills.
That's the kind of play that makes you want to play League of Legends.
And that was actually a tough game to call for player of the game for us for Golden Guardians, where it felt like everybody was actually pulling their own way. We're like, well, you know, maybe Golden Glue wasn't as fancy, but he had the kill that set up FBI to look so good.
Yeah, exactly. Or you look at the guy who's dealing all the damage, and it becomes a very, very tough conversation at that. But let's go ahead and take a look at, or rather, if we turn over to the standings, we're going to see where Golden Guardians have landed. They've climbed all the way from 7th to tied with TSM. It's currently a 3-way tie with TSM, Dignitas, and Golden Guardians at 4-4. 100 Thieves and Team Liquid, well, they sit just below in the standings. And now, if we take a look at your predictions, how do you think they've played out? Do you remember?
Yeah, I went 1-3.
2-2.
Ooh, 1-3. 1-3.
Ooh, wow.
That first game of the day.
And that was a close one.
Resulted in the cone of shame there for Mark. He handled that
Okay,
with.
to be fair, no one expects Immortals to run it down level 1. To go that badly,
that was our
opening. Like, that's the kind of level 1 that TSM can beat Samsung White with.
Yeah, very true. It is so fitting that the team we underrated in the first 4 weeks of the split, that's currently sitting 2nd place, would finally get predicted to win this game against the lower-ranked team, and then they end up losing, which is just a small disaster there. Let's take a look at the games we have coming up for Monday Night League tomorrow. FlyQuest return to the stage as they face off against 100 Thieves, with Evil Geniuses being given the tall task of taking down Cloud9. Cloud9 2 away from completing the undefeated first round robin.
They're doing it.
That's all they need.
I think
2 more.
Doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%?
It does not look like anybody's even close to the Cloud9 level right now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Unless Cloud9 takes a page out of Immortals' book, and even then,
they could come back.
They could have came back.
That's what happened last time, right? They got behind early. We finally saw.
Oh yeah, versus TSM.
It didn't even matter.
It wasn't level 1 though.
Yeah.
They got to try it earlier.
FlyQuest, 100 Thieves. That's another couple of our teams in the middle of the pack. You got FlyQuest, who's 3-4, and 100 Thieves 4-3. What are we feeling there?
I like FlyQuest for this, although I don't feel very strong about it. I like the fact that they came off of a win with a very true to the current meta right now, because it is a new patch. They stuck with the Yuumi. We've seen it get some wins, so I like that they are leaning into the newer adaptations of the game.
It does feel like one of the matchups, too, where a lot of the strengths are mismatched. Like, Ignar might be FlyQuest best or their mid lane, and that's going up against Stunt and Ryoma, two of the people that you're more concerned about, whereas then Viper versus Someday. Viper's been very hit or miss. So I think it's going to be one of those ones where the strengths do not match up at all, and one is just going to dominate. Like, whoever pops off the hardest will then hard carry the game.
All right, we'll have to see if that happens. 100 Thieves did get that first look at Yuumi, and we know that Ignar's willing to play it, so we'll see if they come in prepared with either response or if that thing
I'll
gets
play
the ban
Yuumi.
table.
Sign me up.
Hey, some duoculator.
Yeah.
You Yuumi, and I don't know, just run
You
around.
don't have to do anything.
Or
You
something
just
like
carry
that.
me.
All right, sounds good. If you need more league action, stay tuned for the Academy Showcase going live right after the break. That is going to do it for us, though, here today. So now for myself, the cast of the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for Monday Night League. Good night.
Treats with exhaust. And there's the reset. Oh, Jizuke's already having a great time. Hakuo is in a really rough spot. The kill's gonna come through. That's enough threat, though, to maybe push him away. Q's gonna land. Ultsec just destroyed.
Now the TP will come through to try to protect here.
Smites for the ult, and that is so much damage. Jizuke timed that basically perfect.
I'm on Kogi.
Careful, Kumo, just shoot. Can we get to Kumo?
Go me. Nice.
Chase.
Found him here.
A knockup will almost kill Sven Scarin, but he still won't go down. It's Captain Jack Sparrow over here. And now it's Immortals is forced to run away. Kill after kill after kill. Welcome to the Academy Showcase, where we have FlyQuest Academy versus 100 Thieves Academy. Let's take a look at the starting rosters. Selecting the blue side is FlyQuest Academy. Their top laner, Revenge, in the jungle is Fnatic. Triple in mid, Mash in the bot lane with support JJ and Coach Cop.
Facing them on the red side today is going to be 100 Thieves Academy. In the top lane will be Fake God. In the jungle is Contracts. Mid laner Soligo. Bot and support going to be Prismal alongside Breezy with Coach Kelly Moser.
Yep, gonna be some exciting stuff right here. I am very hyped for the support on 100 Thieves. That man right there, Breezy, I think has been very good all split long.
Yeah, I think he's been playing very, very well. He's been bringing out some unique picks too, which is pretty cool. You know, we did have the Senna support, we had the Lulu support, we have had, you know, some really impressive Rakan games. So he has been flexible, he has been proactive, and I think he's really kind of checking all the boxes that you would want from a young support player in Academy.
Yeah, if I'm picking one player to come in and be a starting rookie in the next year, this is my #1 pick right now. Sure, you've got all the Dignitas guys who've already had their LCS exposure. This guy is my hot prospect. I want to see this guy up in the big stage in an LCS team within the next 12 months. I think that's going to be in his future here. On the opposite side, though, we've got JJ, who has been pretty solid. The overall bot lane, I think, for FlyQuest has been one of their bright points, and I think they should match up well here against Prismal and Breezy.
Yeah, I do think they have been pretty solid, but FlyQuest has been struggling. They've lost 4 of their last 5, and they are looking to try to rebound here today and put an end to their losing ways against 100 Thieves.
We'll see what does come through as they start the picks and the bans, and it's actually been interesting. Almost every Academy team has a record that very closely mirrors their LCS team. Only exception being Dignitas and Cloud9 swap spots. But otherwise, they have almost identical records. Jungle Band's coming through on the contracts. He's also been a pretty bright, pretty bright point for this squad. I think there's a lot of player skill on 100 Thieves. I think it just needs a little bit more time to come together, but I think they are a sort of top squad overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of guys who basically have LCS talent or were in the LCS. I mean, Fake God was in the LCS last split. Soligo was in the LCS last split. Contracts has spent a lot of time in the LCS, right? Trying to work back towards that. So a lot of jungle bans coming out across the board here. One of the things I've really been enjoying with Academy is I do think that we have more teams that are willing to kind of try crazy stuff, that are willing to be flexible and, you know, really kind of swing for the fences sometimes with team comps.
Yeah, I mean, they had Orange Senna last game, right, on 100 Thieves side. Like, I love that, right? That's exciting. So we'll see if that comes through. I do think Senna's support is viable. So it would be fun to see Breezy play more range support. I think it's actually one of his strong points is one final ban can come through, and then we'll see what comes in.
Yeah, especially I think when people are blinding things like Morn or Tom Kench, you know, getting first picked, as we have seen from time to time, there is the ability to punish those with Enchanter support, with Mage support, you know, and really kind of play more heavily for lane. We just are coming off that EG game where we saw Yuumi and Lucian dominating the lane against Ezreal and Braum. It will be that first pick set though, and we do know it is flexible. There's the possibility of it going, you know, multiple lanes here. Could be jungle, could be top, but it is actually the first set play for FlyQuest Academy this split.
It should look pretty good for them, and yeah, anytime you see set, you really do often see this bot lane come through because you have a guaranteed heavy front line who's going to be very durable to survive any team fight, so you just throw DPS behind it, and you're going to have a lot of this triple Bastion comp. I think it's a very, very good blue or red side draft. Grab all 3 champions, and you tend to look good in almost any team fight.
Wouldn't be surprised to see something like Leona coming through. Leona, very popular in the meta, isn't banned, also considered really strong into Xayah Rakan. That alongside the Sejuani would give you some really strong engage. It is instead going to be the Nautilus. We are assuming that is support. Yeah. Still really, really good engage. The matchup I don't think is as advantageous, you know, in this kind of interactions against Rakan as the Leona one, but still you have great gank setup, so much lockdown, you know, between the passive root, you know, all the knockups as well as, you know, all the applications of slows and stuns coming out from Sejuani.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because this Breezy is one of the players that I would actually expect to play Morgana sometimes and sort of counter-engage the Rakan. If he doesn't get the knockup, you don't have a shock on, you land the bind, he's stuck there with no HP. But yeah, gonna play one of, you know, a very few tank supports that Breezy has played. Tends to actually be more in the ranged component. And so we'll see how well he does in this one because I have liked his Lulu, I liked his Senna.
Yeah, I mean, he has played 1 game of Braum, 1 game of TK. It is actually his first Nautilus pick so far this split, so bringing out another champion here to add to his repertoire, and We'll have to see how he does do on it. But yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. It's one of those things that sometimes, you know, even if something is really, really strong in the meta, you love to see, you know, your big kind of star players playing playmakers, being able to be proactive.
Sure.
And you know, he will be able to be pretty proactive on this champion, you know, looking to start a lot of the fights, and Fake God should be able to follow up on, or rather, the Aphelios should be able to follow up on a lot of that.
Should look pretty good in team fights, but we'll see if he can out-damage Zaya, who's going to look pretty good as well. Renekton dropped off. We're going to see what the counter pick into the top lane set is going to be. Expecting, again, top lane set, though, as we know, it can move around. Wait to see if Fnatic might play that himself. Aatrox, kind of the expected pick to go through. And now we got to wait to see what their mid laner's going to be, and we get to see FlyQuest pick jungle, mid, most likely.
Yeah, Aatrox is just kind of good into everything. You know, it's such a stable pick. It's not really heavily punished by many things that people are willing to play in the meta these days. You know, people still talk about some of the more risky picks that can punish. Karthus, I think, you know, is really, really strong. We have been seeing it in some of the other regions.
Yes!
It is coming out, and especially with the experience buff on 10.3, Karthus got even better. This is a guy that wants to power farm, that wants to go late, and Sejuani is not the champion to punish, right? This is not like you're going up against a Lee Sin or an Olaf who's going to be in your face, who's going to be invading you and killing you off. Karthus should match up fine against that Sejuani in the early stages, be able to scale, be able to look for level 6, and try to get aggressive there later on. So this is interesting. So that is going to be potentially a flex. You know, we could see the Lucian top 2.
Sure.
It is surprising to see like a blind Lucian mid. That is why I'm thinking that
so there's 5% that Karthus still mid, set jungles, and Lucian tops. Like all three can kind of play almost any combination of those lanes. I think it's most likely Lucian mid with set top and Karthus in the jungle. And I think that's what we're going to be picking around. Cassiopeia comes into Lucian, most likely.
I do think you could still go set mid though if you want to try to abuse top lane, you know, with this Lucian and the Aatrox. Lucian blind just is very surprising to me as a mid laner. It is a pick that you have to really kind of dominate early generally to have the same kind of effectiveness that your opponents are going to have. It is looking like it will be in Triple's hands. But I mean, if you're going Ignite Lucian, unless you feel that you kind of like solo dominate this lane, Lucian Karthus does not have a tremendous amount of lockdown to actually take out Soligo. And if the Cassio is able to scale up and just kind of go even in this lane, that is going to look very, very good for Soligo.
All right, exciting stuff right here. I want to kind of spend some more time looking at this FlyQuest composition because I think about engage tools. Well, they've got it with Rakan. He's actually one of the more reliable options right there. Set generally has pretty decent follow-up. Like, they have a front line, and they have a very aggressive back line. Double marksman plus a Karthus. The damage is there. The CC is there. The damage profile is there. One of the big weaknesses of double marksman is often you are lacking magic, but Karthus should not be one that lacks the damage profile. This could look very, very good. I like the draft for FlyQuest. I think there's a lot of elements that can work really well here.
Yeah, I agree. I think likewise on the other side, though, it's a pretty strong composition that has been drafted. A lot of frontline, very heavy engage with the Sejuani as well as the Nautilus, Cassio, and Aphelios. Your mixed damage profile there for the carries, looking to be able to follow up and kind of continue that forward.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, a lot of my eyes are really going to be on Lucian and Karthus. I do think so much of how this game is going to go is going to be dependent on how they are playing. If Karthus gets way too behind in the early stage, you lose that magic damage threat. And likewise, if Lucian isn't able to punish the Cassio, I do think it can be tough to have the same kind of effect as that Cassiopeia later on in the game, where Miasma is so effective against a lot of these champions.
Absolutely. Well, we are to the Rift, and we'll see who can take this win. FlyQuest currently 1 game behind 100 Thieves in the LCS Academy Season 2020. Prism making the only slightly different choice I've seen, which is actually going Conqueror on Aphelios. I tend to see press the attack more often, especially because you tend to harass. You get the 3 sniper autos pretty easily, but I'm not sure they actually have the stronger 2-on-2 in the early laning phase.
Yeah, it is interesting, but you can see how defensive the FlyQuest bot lane setup is for the summoners. There is no Ignite. This is Barrier, Heal, Guardian, right? So that is about as defensive as you can get if you are looking to keep your marksman player alive here. Mash in this case, you know, if he is going to be getting engaged upon, we'll have a tremendous amount coming through from that rune as well as the double defensive summons.
That's going to mean JJ's, of course, very squishy if he does go in, and that can always be a threat when Cassiopeia can ground you at almost any range. And so we'll see how that plays out, but otherwise, nothing too stellar happening early game.
Yeah, Guardian, I just think is such a strong rune.
Very good.
It is kind of picking up popularity, but even amongst champions, like people are like, yeah, you're a tank. Guardian seems okay against poke. But even on lots of enchanters, even on lots of mages, it is actually very, very effective. You know, it's the highest win rate on things like Bard, on Morgana, even on champions like Janna and Nami. It's often very high win rate because you know it's so easy to actually have it apply. You know, and it's just like set it and forget it. You don't have to do anything with it for it to be effective, and it really does help to deny a lot of potential all-ins, not only on you, but on your lane partner.
Absolutely. So Migling is pushed in very early on. It's going to be 1 CS drop here for Soligo, but perfect CS so far for Triple at the very start here. Again, looking for the engage. Nice route there, and Breezy gets some damage across. JJ forced to walk backwards as the wave is pushed in. It looks like a little bit of XP was lost by the FlyQuest side as they are waiting to now knock down the second wave here and get level 2.
Yeah, Soligo dropping a few more CS. You know, he has missed about 3 thus far on these first couple waves. These guys are kind of trading back and forth pretty heavily. The Corrupting Potion will start pretty nice. It is going to be phase rush here for Soligo. So, you know, one of the things about Cassio in lane that can be very important if you're playing against an aggressive lane really is mana management, because you have the ability to trade incredibly powerfully when you are spamming out that Twin Fangs, if you land your poison. It's really, really strong, but you know, in the early levels, it's also very easy if you're a bit over-aggressive with it to just run out of mana and kind of get out-sustained by someone like a Lucian who's going to be able to, you know, really outperform you if you do run out.
All right, now it's just the power clear. You can see actually a 2-camp lead right now for the Carthage, which is really at expectation to be on Krugs by 3 minutes and, you know, knock everything down. Another engage now on the bottom side. This time, JJ jumps back in time to not be rooted up by Breezy.
And that lead is extending because he's done a 6-camp clear, and this is the 4th camp that's being done right now for Contracts. So he's already fully cleared.
They're baiting him to fight. Well, the jungler's in range for about 5 seconds, but for now, Fnatic gets to get 3 damage across. Nice anchor gets them away. Still some poke lands. Fnatic very comfortable here and should be able to contest Contracts if his mid's doing okay.
I think it's going to be gone. He'll probably just smite it away at first, but that should mean that they will be able to grab that topside scuttle. And again, I mean, this is kind of the power of Karthus. If you're clearing properly, you clear so damn fast.
Big damage. Root comes over, knock up here as well, and now they got to be careful of what the re-engage might be as they're going to find their root. They could go for the flash Q. Don't even need to flash. There's just no what? Why is your flash that late? First blood comes through for Contract.
Yeah, Mash gonna get punished there. Nice Gravitum root, but the passive root from Nautilus, Sejuani coming through. Mash needed to flash way earlier than that. Failed to do so, and then once he was already essentially guaranteed to die, he wastes that flash as well, and that's both their defensive summoners. I talked about how they're setting up to have every advantage to try to survive with barrier, heal, guardian, everything. They used it all, and they still died.
Fnatic has a jungle at respawn, but first goes to poke the top side. But hey, there's a Grop to farm. There's a Grop to farm for Fnatic. Get that gold per minute up. Get that XP. Take over this game. And did spend time, you know, ganked bot lane, walked all the way to top side. Hasn't even shopped yet, but has regen the mana, and he's back to Gromp now.
Yeah, and has the camps to return to, right? He did top side scuttle, then look for a gank, you know, and then retreat back towards the jungle. This is something that a lot of pro junglers like to talk about, is pressure and then farm. You know, go look for that, and then you can kind of retreat back. Mash gets hooked here. Does decide to blow that barrier fairly earlier. The barrier really does not get much damage because, you know, he used it after most of the damage had come through, and then it expired here, just getting CC'd up. Flashes out, does go down. So pretty poorly timed summoners on both accounts, honestly, from Mash. That is the thing with barrier, you know, heal, you just press it and it does something for you. Barrier has to be timed with the incoming damage to get the most out of it.
Ooh, this could be good. Breezy, can he guess the anchor? Triple waits to see it, then dashes away. Able to get away from that gank. That could have been scary. Equal farm right now in the mid lane, basically. Is now top lane is fighting back and forth. Revenge gets these number of shots across. No ulti, though. Gets the non-true damage part of the W. Good hit there.
Yeah, this can be a tough matchup for Aatrox, especially early on. Set really does love to brawl with these types of champions. It's kind of more to Aatrox to kind of wear you down and poke you down as you get more CDRs. You can, you know, rely more on those spell casts. But if it comes straight to autos versus autos, Set almost always going to win out in that regard.
And you can see kind of Thieves up 500 gold now as a squad. As you mentioned, the Revenge is winning his lane matchup. Is doing a good job brawling and up a bit of farm there. But elsewhere, it's obviously quite nice. The first blood kill in the bottom lane, 3v2 is quite good.
Yeah, that's a big one. Good things also happening for Soligo here in the mid lane. Really not very far behind as far as the CS department goes. He is already based, Triple has not. He got the full tier buy, which is a really big amount of gold to be able to hit there for Cassio. Does relieve so many of your mana problems. And Saligo, I think, looking good through these early minutes. Triple really has not been able to get too much done. And because he did have to swap over the cleanse, due to all the CC that is available between Sejuani and Cassio, he's going to have a lot less kill threat. And again, if you are just kind of farming evenly as a Lucian against that Cassio, well, Cassio's getting more out of it.
Yep, gonna look pretty good as he keeps stacking that one up. You want Lucian to be the lane bully, and it's not quite that so far. Ward goes down, bottom river controlled somewhat, but there's a control ward there that 100 Thieves might have to deal with. Fnatic took a second recall, grabbed some more jungle components, but honestly has not been outfarming contracts. They're actually tied in camp score right now. Some of that respawn time has been kind of left to languish as the ganks couldn't quite work for the Karthus. And now contracts, after killing the ward, will go for this Mountain Drake. So far, so good. No one's contesting him. The bot lane's pushed. In fact, the FlyQuest bot lane recalls, and Karthus nowhere to be seen, so Mountain Drake will go to 100 Thieves. And they gotta feel pretty good about this early game.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Nautilus, you have the Sejuani. There's gonna be some resistances built up between those two champions for sure. And then obviously some smaller amounts going to be gained, by Aatrox and some of the other champions. But you can see down here in the bot lane, it is just kind of this Doran's Blade arms race. Both guys indexing very heavily on the early game, trying to have that power. And it also makes it so much more difficult to actually all in when you do have all of this bonus health from those Doran's items.
Fight the bottom side, Anchor almost lands, could have been an opening onto JJ, but can't quite get that one there. Is the turret damage still coming across. 2 plates taken down. Prismal and Breezy really doing very well down here.
Yeah, they've looked great. I mean, they got that kill for themselves alongside the help from contracts and have been able to use that to get a CS advantage, punish these plates. Multiple plates are down, control for that bottom side, be able to grab the dragon too. And it is Saligo feeling like he's kind of just taking control of this mid lane more and more. Fnatic, meanwhile, is kind of just scaling up, and hopefully for him, we'll be able to have a big impact in some of these cross-map fights utilizing the ultimate.
Farming and farming. Fake God looking for the trade, doesn't find another revenge. As the wave pushing now back down towards the set. Temporarily equal in CS, 3 more to farm. And Revenge gets it within 2. And now a Herald goes up as well. It's 100 Thieves who are just getting a lot more done. Fnatic is able to farm, but Contract's finding more to do. Saligo running out of health. Triplo's running away. Saligo, the ulti is on. Dark Harvest, the flash! But he might have been dead anyway. Either way, kill comes across. Now the attempt to stop this one. Looks like it was smited away successfully. Contracts grabs it, looks secure over the wall, gets to safety. Herald for a kill, not too bad overall.
Yeah, not too bad, but it does cost them their summoner on the jungler. Also, his double sums used on both mid laners. It's the heal used on JJ. So a bit more committed. And you also have to remember how long the Karthus ultimate is in the early stages of the game. 170 seconds at this point, so nearly a 3-minute cooldown there. Is fairly costly, but FlyQuest I think going to be happy about grabbing that first kill, especially for it going to the Karthus, grabbing a Dark Harvest stack, and trying to work up towards a really strong part of the game.
Slowly but surely he'll get his way to the items as we can watch that mid lane start again.
Yeah, so here this is one more time. It's multi-man collapse. Saligo playing towards the top side because the jungler is up there doing that Rift Herald. The stun does land from that ultimate over on a triple, and I think this would have been a kill, with the Dark Harvest and no more heal available, but wanted to make sure of it, so triple does flash in, land that Q damage, and Karthus not going to be denied.
Yeah, still gets the kill, still gets the harvest. The worst one they flash to secure a kill that you just get nothing out of, and you're like, but I...
God, and you waste your ult.
Yeah, it's like you're running Ultimate Hunter and whatever. It's like, come on, dude, just let me in on that one. In this case, Ravenous Hunter, but still, it's still a stack that he would have been denied, so... at least getting that farm going, gets the gank off, it ties, or at least gets the game closer in gold. But this bot lane, likely to fall, honestly, under 3k left on the turret. These shots coming in.
Yeah, Saligo's even cheating down. He actually is going to be able to cut off Triple, so Triple could be in trouble here.
A lot of trouble, has to keep running away, takes down to 40% health, clears away some of the chickens, but that is turret gone. That is Anchor landing big damage here. Ult comes across, forced the ult out of the AD carry, but it's still a 1-for-0. Breezy flashes get away from the root now as well. The re-engage coming across, looking for a kill. A set comes over, dunks him in. Nicely done. That's 2 kills picked up and harvests in for Fnatic.
That was a great turnaround from Revenge. Got a lot done with that teleport. Utilizing the cooldowns perfectly, to be honest, to be able to actually clap them together, pull Prismal back in, guarantee another kill for their team. But meanwhile, on the top side, it is going to be Fake God, likely getting a plate or 2. They did get the entire turret down on that bot side, so despite the fact that FlyQuest do get some kills back, 100 Thieves still going to be feeling pretty happy about the overall play. Cassio cutting off Illusion was great. Then the immediate burst on JJ, he is just gone. Breezy, I think, was a poor stopwatch there because the ultimate was already used, and the stopwatch actually just kind of bought time for multiple members to come in and catch up on top of him. If he uses Flash early, maybe there's more of a chance to get out. Prismal also, I think, just not anticipating how quickly Revenge would close the gap there, utilizing the Flash, utilizing the face breaker, and Prismal wasn't able to get his Flash out either.
Sure. Well, it makes the game a lot more interesting, though, because 100 Thieves were walking away with it, with how much bot lane pressure they had and all the neutrals they were stacking up. They'd already charged in the Herald. They got that first turret out of it. Well done to them, but 800 gold difference and money on the Karthus, definitely valuable. Has the enchant plus the upgrade suits. To be fair, that's the same mark that Contracts has, so it's not that big of a difference between those roles. Actual money difference, only 300. Again, turret gold being a lot of Contracts' extra income here. And we'll see now what can come through afterwards.
Yeah. And to be fair, I mean, the advantage right now is in the Amp Tome plus the Darkseal, right? Because he has these bonus items that is going to be a decent amount of AP. They are looking to potentially start up this Dragon, as 100 Thieves do have the edge in that regard. Here goes JJ.
And, just to the wall. His Contract's not charmed away, and that's ulti down, but the re-engage triple is completely gone, and FlyQuest forced to run away. A double root comes in, but Contract is right in range. Ulti's up in a second, finds the first stun, and here comes the next one. They're going to get this knock-up. They're going to get a lot of chase down as they're pulled right back in. Fnatic falls. They're going to hope Contracts can drop. Ulti is in, but he'll survive this one.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. They're going to grab the Dragon, so 100 Thieves just playing that fight so much better, avoiding the engage coming through from JJ, then Triple caught out, separated from the team. He gets hooked by Breezy, knocked down. Multiple kills going the way of 100 Thieves and the Dragon, so right back into control of this one.
There we are, double Drake, 1,000 gold, actually 2,500 gold now ahead.
Yeah, so this is one more time. And JJ is seen fairly early on in this one because he doesn't want to actually commit the flash. So he kind of just pops the ult early to get rid of that delay between the ult and W, then runs around the wall. The Contract spots him, easily able to hop over the wall. Once that ultimate is gone, the culling is gone. And we saw Triple was trying to move into a position to get a culling on that angle, expecting JJ would land his ultimate. He wasn't able to do so. Breezy punishes. Just a nice layering of CC there from Contracts, as well as Fake God. Knocked down multiple members.
Contracts juking one of the Qs on the way out. Make sure to stick lethal damage afterwards, and an important cooldown missing. So 100 Thieves feeling very good, looking to go 5-3. Move towards the top third of the standings as they again push in, look for someone to knock down, looking to take over the top jungle and easily kill the wards and start taking control of this game some more.
Yeah, they could also potentially look to grab another Rift Herald if that's in the spawn before Baron. I think they should have enough time.
Yeah.
Look towards that. Just kind of extending their advantage. You know, there are some things working though for FlyQuest. It is going to be the Trinity Force build that Revenge is actually working towards. So this is a bit of a later power spike, but it is a very, very strong item for a set. I actually like it a lot more than Black Cleaver on him. The attack speed I think is very, very valuable. And as someone who has these short cooldown abilities, you're actually getting quite a lot out of the Trinity Force Sheen proc too. So can be quite nice. We'll see if that's going to be able to make any sort of difference in a side lane, though.
Looking at Contract at half HP, gets the aftershock down, but JJ might find the re-engage, goes and doesn't find Breezy.
Here's Big
Here
God.
comes the rest of the squad. They are surrounded. This could be so much damage for 100 Thieves. Contract gets away. Fnatic is already gone. Punch comes in for Fnatic, but there's no follow-up at all. 100 Thieves walking over their opponents.
That was a great flank from Fake God, though. The TP utilized there comes through, and again, JJ just not able to find these engages very well. He looks for it, drops the ultimate, but not able to really catch up to anyone and find that proper engage. 100 Thieves disengaging, and once their Recon ulti is down, it feels like they're pretty decent pickings for a re-engage. Just getting wiped off the map, and this could be mid lane turret too.
A lot of damage. There's not a lot of defense here. They can go for a bit of wave clear, and turns out 100 Thieves could have played a bit more safely. They grab that second Herald nice and early, and they should be able to knock down another turret with this one. Already up 3 kills, about to be up 2 turrets.
3,500 gold the lead. Let's watch this one more time. JJ does look for the engage, but not really able to catch up to anyone. Tries to turn around for Breezy. He gets stepped behind too. The Infernum ultimate coming across from Prismal there, getting a lot of AoE damage down, but really the fight felt like it was about the flank from Fake God, from Saligo. Karthus isolated, knocked down, and Revenge quick to fall there as well.
Huge item spike difference here in the bottom lane. Prismal already has the Essence Reaver, upgraded boots, and just on towards the next one. Looks like it'll be Hurricane's second item for him. Delay the IE a little bit longer there. Is it still just components for Mash as he leaves base? And we have a minute and a half till the Ocean Drake comes up. 100 Thieves have completely retained control of the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is really where you want it for 100 Thieves, right? You have an 800 or so gold lead for the Casio. You have a nearly 1,300 gold lead for Prismal. Both their carries very, very strong. The Stone Plate's going to be completed here pretty soon for Breezy, which is going to make him incredibly hard to deal with. Contracts, I would assume, is just going to go Warnog second.
The fog. Oh, that's the route into the front line. Goes Rakan, and Triple will live. He stays alive here. Is there going to be a re-engagement as the TP comes in? Revenge not in range of anyone. Won't get any revenge for this one as the teammates are down a couple summoners.
Yeah, just another solid disengage from 100 Thieves. They don't overcommit on the look. They do begin the fight. They get out the cleanse. They get out the teleport. They back it up.
Yep.
And are able to easily disengage that one while FakeGod continues to push. And that is now TP advantage gone for FlyQuest.
And it still holds a 3,500 gold lead as they can send FakeGod to the bottom lane. His TP is still 3 minutes away, but when it's up, it won't be for revenge. And now again, some poke towards Breezy. Decent damage there, but Triple still gets a shot once from Prismal as the Herald is summoned. The turtle go low. Won't die just yet. And as more pushing happens, another flash follow. FakeGod wants in the flash! Oh. Lands the third Q. The dunk for revenge. Tries to get away. Flashing out for dear life. He survives. But again, it's 100 Thieves still getting more.
Yeah, that's 3 flashes off of FlyQuest members trying to get out of there for just a 1 flash on FakeGod. In addition to the kill, in addition to the map pressure, Revenge has to get out of there, so this is going to be, oh my god, that engage from Casio!
Sets up what they needed. Kill number 1 about to come through. They get it indeed. The second one drops as well. Ulti might kill Breezy. Now the shield comes down. FlyQuest cannot buy a break.
Yeah, they are just getting decimated in this one. The Ocean Dragon to follow it up. They got a turret off that. They got multiple kills off that. 100 Thieves just feel like they are in complete control, and insult to injury, Saligo will grab the blue buff for himself here. Feels like there's not been much of an answer for FlyQuest. They didn't really get much out of their lanes. They were kind of even or behind across the board.
Yeah.
And they're just getting out-executed when it comes to these team fights. The good poke to start it off, and Contracts and Saligo looking for this flank. Saligo, flash, miasma, ultimate, catches JJ on his ulti engage there. JJ has been having a bit of a rough one. Not able to find the engages, and again, getting pinned down and blown up very, very quickly.
And that's got to be really unfortunate, you know, because they had the engage. As you mentioned, JJ is, he's the one. He's the one who's going to lead the charge, right? That's the Rakan. And could not quite get to his targets. There's so many. I've seen now 2 RWs that couldn't quite get the target. So unfortunately, they couldn't get the fights on their terms here, FlyQuest, and the follow-through just, of course, then doesn't exist. Their kills came off the back of defending a tower dive. And it was a good defense. It was a good TP by Revenge, and, you know, they cleaned up nicely. But otherwise, it's all 100 Thieves getting something better out of every fight.
Yeah, and I mean, the hope for FlyQuest is really, all right, guys, let's look towards late. Let's look towards Xayah. Let's look towards this Karthus. Hope that we can kind of hit a point where they can potentially take over in a team fight if you get that right execution, but they are so far behind their opponents now. The gold lead in this bottom lane, now 2,200. The mid lane still up around 1,000, and you know, the Casio and Aphelios are going to be no slouches in these team fights with a triple front line. They have this massive beefy front line that's just going to make it easier for them to get their damage out.
All right, well, another fight now as FakeGod just gets another slam. Triple's trying to run away. Cooling is in, but he's always going to drop. Nice solo kill, and it makes me turn my attention to just 100 Thieves, because I think FlyQuest are almost always out of this game, and the goal for every player in every Academy roster is how do I get into LCS or back into LCS? How much can I learn this year? How can I make my case? So to me, I'm like, okay, 100 Thieves, show us your shot calling. Show us cleanly closing the game out.
Yeah.
You've got 8 minutes to kill the Nexus. All right, I want to see the sub 30. You're winning by so much, this should be sub 30.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. I think they have a good shot at it. They're looking for a 20-minute Baron right now. We'll see if FlyQuest have anything to say about this one. FakeGod is on the move up. So if FlyQuest engage, FakeGod has the flank here.
JJ can go for a knockup, but he can't stop the smite that's going to be cleanly picked up there. And JJ, by the way, he engaged for no damage at all. The rest of the team was marked. There's the pick off. That's Fnatic dropping as well. And there was really no chance to stop that fight at all. Jungler nowhere to be seen in range. And Revenge gets a dunk. He gets some damage, and he gets killed yet again. 13 to 300 Thieves walking down the mid lane.
Yeah, they are getting slaughtered. Baron buff in for 100 Thieves. 2 minutes until they can grab an Ocean Soul, which is going to make this front line essentially impossible to kill when they are this far ahead already. We'll see how quickly they can look to close this one out. Even the experiences advantages are really coming across. Soligo just going to zone triple off here. Really has been playing this one well.
And 3 levels up in support, but at least one almost everywhere else here. Looking pretty good as towards 4 and 5 fall as top and mid are knocked down.
I mean, a level 8 Rakan against a level 15 Aatrox, a level 14 Cassio.
Yeah, no.
Good luck ever doing anything, right? You're just too squishy, you're too far behind. JJ trying to look for the miracle play. You can't blame him. Everyone kind of knows that this game feels like it's pretty much wrapped up. It's got to be some sort of catastrophic defeat. 400 Thieves a couple times in a row. Instead, it is just the Baron. It is 3 more easy kills for 100 Thieves. And it's going to be the setup for this next Dragon, which is pretty much all hope lost for FlyQuest.
But I still want to keep sort of 100 Thieves under a little bit of pressure here. Yes, they're selected to win. You are against 4 carries, though. You do not let them free farm for 20 minutes to catch back up into the game. You need to just crush all hope as fast as possible.
This could be a 1v2 if they look for that engage.
Yeah. Right now they're waiting for Ocean Soul, it feels like, right? They're 1 minute away. But the team is sort of waiting around the bottom river. They're not pushing in bot just yet. Fake God plays safely enough to not be caught out here as he keeps going for more. But now he could be a little bit surrounded, right? It's a 5v1 at this point. Everyone's here.
Yeah, the tough thing is the opponents still have Baron buff, right?
All right. Oh, flash, charm. Okay, a knockup. Stopwatch used. He's definitely dying for this one. GA's coming in a little bit later, but what do you get for that one? If you lose 1 kill, but you get a turret or 2, I take that trade. That seems fine. Bot tier 2 falls for the play.
Yeah, mid lane tier 2, I'm not sure if it was already down.
It was.
I think it was. But it's looking like it's going to be the bottom inhibitor tower here, potentially. It just depends. How long do they want to stay around? Mid and bot tower is getting very, very low. FlyQuest is just going to look at the engage bot.
They're going to try. Sentinel comes to the top, fix down as well. They're going to go for the big miracle play. The knock on the back line. Bristol might just drop. He's running back and he stays alive. 2 kills picked up. Cardassault might knock down 1, and it will be something, but it's nearly the ace. It's Fnatic against the world as Breezy has to get away from the turret, and he might burn, but he will live. There's the last kill. There is what would almost be the ace, and indeed it is, as Avenge had already, had dropped as well. So the ace comes in, 100 Thieves ready to push for the rest of it now. Said under 30, might be under 25. Middle hit are going to drop.
Yeah, I think they might just be looking to try to end it. They TP'd in Fake God, which signifies they just want to go for the end right now.
Well, the Hail Mary was sent, but it was intercepted underneath that bottom lane. 100 Thieves looking to knock down at least 1 turret, but you're right, they're playing it a bit back. That turret's going to drop. They're going to go for the reset. Ocean Soul is on the map. Don't lose anything on the way out now.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get over that Ocean Soul and grab it before FlyQuest can get up there.
Nice! Anchor! Doesn't matter that JJ lived, it looked cool.
Fnatic back up now, though, so they have kind of bought some time. They spent a lot of time going for that. So they go, gonna have to run, and Breezy is fairly low, so we'll see, is there any chance for FlyQuest to get out here? Because there's a lot of gold in the inventory, so the gold lead is lying to you a little bit, even just between mid and jungle. There's 4,000 plus gold sitting on this team, but no chance for FlyQuest to contest.
All right.
Ocean's going to be theirs, 13,000 gold lead is theirs. I think at this point with open bottom lane, you can pretty much just march it down and it feels almost unlosable.
Yeah. Just want it to be clean, that's all. Right, don't give them the opening. Don't take that fight where you go -2 and they pick up like the Baron control again. You've got to like work back from getting aced back. So last fight went well. It was a bit of a 4v5. Keep in mind, right? Fake God was dead at the start of that fight, and that it meant FlyQuest had the chance at 5v4ing. They got close to a couple of those kills.
Yeah, I mean, Bristol lived a really long time with that Scythe Pistol healing. That red gun does give you a lot of lifesteal, and he was kind of barely staying alive for a really, really long time. 100 Thieves, if they wanted to play it a little bit more cleanly, to be honest, they should have just backed off bot lane when 5 members are running for them, and Soligo was already working on the mid lane turret. That was a 5v3 when it started, right? So there wasn't really any reason to risk it, but it did end up working out, and sometimes that's how the games look when you have an enormous gold lead. You don't have to play perfect.
Yep.
But they are going to be corralling in these mini waves. 3 members up here on that top side looking to push in. The solo laners sticking together there in that mid lane, and they're going to look to knock down this top lane turret. No contest.
They're going to knock down the base. They're not waiting that minute for Baron. I like that choice. I think you use your gold lead. You go for the killer instinct here. Here's the hard engage, and here comes a flank for 100 Thieves. Looking to knock down Fake God. He's taking for a while, but they will finally burn him down. It's a 1-for-1 as Fnatic is dropped now as well. So Ligo in the back line. He's going to be forced to burn a stopwatch there. This could be a kill in Cassiopeia. Gets one kill back for his troubles. Now on a 3-on-3, they can chase down. And that is way too much damage. Mash the only one left alive, hitting him with gold as now Contracts is here to chase. And he wins his 1v1. Sejuani wins this every time. Mash can try to kite, but he will never do enough damage. His team is ready to push down into the base. And yeah, he knows it's over. They're just going to dance back and forth. And it's going to be 100 Thieves winning the game. They're pushing into the Nexus. We know that what's happening. This is the exciting part. This one had some hope up in the air. Maybe Mash deals some damage. The game is gonna fall. 100 Thieves move up to 5-3 with a crushing victory over FlyQuest Academy.
You asked for sub 30, they gave us 27 minutes. Start to finish, felt like it was all 100 Thieves. They were looking really, really good throughout this one. Won the lanes, got more out of, I think, the composition, the scaling.
Yep.
And honestly, they just executed way better in the team fights. They were very well coordinated, denying JJ's engages, kiting backwards, then looking for the re-engage with the Sejuani and the Nautilus, not kind of losing track of some of those key cooldowns. And for FlyQuest, it's a rough one. That is now 5 of their last 6 they have lost.
Yeah.
As 100 Thieves continues to climb, and FlyQuest is continuing to fall.
FlyQuest are falling, but there is room to stop it. You still got 10 games to play, and you can make your way back up. 100 Thieves, though, looking pretty good on 5 wins here themselves. And I gotta say, that game really felt like jungle difference and bot difference right there. You know, that first gank obviously looked really good for Contracts, and they just really broke over the game through that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the bot and jungle played great. I also think the soul laners deserve credit in this one.
Sure.
We did see Fake God have some fantastic flanks, making a difference in a lot of those team fights. And you know, Cassio, if you're able to farm even against Lucian, you're laughing. So
you give you credit for that one. So after the commercial break, we've got an interview with Prismo. So stay right here.
And we're back with Prismal of 100 Thieves Academy after a very strong looking win. You were popping off that game, man.
I mean, I had a really strong game, but I think Aphelios is just a really broken champ right now.
You told me that you put quite a lot of time into that champion. What is it about your Aphelios that you feel makes him so strong?
I think it's just the fact that I definitely put in a lot of time to learn all the different combos that he has. And they're changing them next patch, which is, I think, better for everyone that plays him. But there are a lot of intricate things you can do that not a lot of people know about.
And then, of course, in general, this meta game has been quite interesting for the bottom lane. You clearly like Aphelios, but even though Senna's gone, did you like playing that champion, or...?
I was really, really bad at Senna. I think we played Senna last week, and I played Ornn. So I think that's a tell for how bad my Senna is, but I'm glad she's gone.
Well, on your bot lane, of course, Breezy, the newest player to this roster, basically brand new, at least a professional player, although has competed before. What's it been like playing with kind of a fresh support in bot lane?
I'm actually really happy to be playing with Breezy. I mean, Stun is a really knowledgeable support, and I'm glad to have gotten to work with him last year, but it's really nice to see someone that's like super motivated. He's also really, really good. I think he has a lot of skills, and he brings a lot to our team, and I'm just really happy to work with him.
And I feel like in general, your whole team's performance, but yours individually has been really good so far throughout this season, kind of continuing the strength the 100 Thieves have as defending champions. Is there anything that's been different for you to kind of continue to improve your play?
I think definitely for me, coming in last year, I was a newbie, rookie. I had a lot of things to work on, and I wasn't really that good at everything, but I just put in a lot of effort throughout the year and throughout off season to be the best version of me I can be, and I think that is really showing in my play this year.
Certainly have to agree. Congratulations on the win today, and thank you very much. We're going to throw it back to the desk, though, to wrap up the day.
Thank you very much. Pace your time, and congratulations, Prismal, on the win. Again, as we wrap up the day, let's see how the teams stack up themselves. Big shock. Dignitas 7-0 in the Academy League, of course, but 100 Thieves up to 5-3 put them up near the top as well. Immortals have had a good run on the top as well.
Yeah, they have. Down on the bottom, TL and CLG struggling. Likewise in LCS.
It's familiar, yeah.
So maybe if TL starts doing well in the LCS, Team Liquid destined to rise in Academy too?
I think it's the Academy League that actually leads the charge. So next week, watch Academy Rush on Friday, and and also tomorrow, on Monday. And if that goes well, then TL's on the way up. Let's take a look at how the games have shaped up for tomorrow. As a reminder, tomorrow's Academy games start half an hour earlier, 1:30 p.m. Pacific, 4:30 p.m. East Coast time. Immortals Academy, 5-2 second place squad heads the day off. That'll be exciting to watch, see how they can shake up. Now for myself, the rest of the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Good night.